Hello, folks. Hello. Welcome. Happy Friday, one and all. As you know, we've got a very, very special stream starting off with. Y'all can let me know if there's any issues, but we should have everything covered here. But I am going to be meeting. Oh, one other thing I forgot to ask. We'll start off with this. This is the most awkward intro I've ever done in my entire life, but that's what happens when sometimes you forget to ask something very important, like, is it Renian? Is that how I say it?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I was hoping I was right, but I didn't see another way to do it. But yeah, Renian is here. For those you don't know, he is the mastermind behind Legends Reborn, and which is pretty much bringing Legends back to life. He's got 7, I believe, now videos out. Just released one about 6 days ago that is what you're going to see here in the background. And it's going to trip you up, because this is supposed to be gone. We're not supposed to be seeing this anymore ever, and you are seeing it right behind your eyes. So if you want to see it, check out his channel. It's the name that's in the title of the stream. You can check out his channel there, and it's got, like I said, 7 different videos. It has all the audio and everything on there. This is just kind of as a backdrop. But I see we got Big Hein, Eliza, Marius. I haven't seen you in forever. Hello, good to see you, sir. B Wolf, I know you've been excited about this, been frothing at the mouth just as I have been. Dano, very happy to see you. First one here, welcome. Lover Drive, I'm not sure I've seen you before, but welcome as well. Big Hein, I think I said. But yeah, we Michael Bailey, hello. Michael is here. Alfred Anonymous, Brave Denise, even has a full name. So we've got everybody here. We'll go ahead and start promptly. But yeah, so Renian, my gosh, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with us. There's a lot of people, a lot of interest. I hope you've been getting a copious amount of support and outpouring from the community, because I've been seeing it here and there, and I just hope you're getting a huge amount of it. Has that been something you've come across, the amount of interest in your project here?
Yeah, it's been extremely positive. There really hasn't been any negatives at all with the it's a pretty small, tightly knit community, and I have not been super active other than doing, I try and push out a video once a month or whatever to try and keep, people's hopes alive, I guess. But yeah, no, it's been great. Everyone's been helping. I've asked for help before too on Legends Discord and Reddit, and needing someone to help me identify a mechanic or see an animation or something like that, and and people go on the hunt and they save me hours of crawling through videos in crazy speed, like, matter of minutes. Sometimes people are finding, like, oh, I have this right here, like, wow. It's a very, like, vague thing that you would think, and people are like, yeah, let me think, I recorded that video, of me playing this deck, and I'm sure I have it, and it's been wild.
Fantastic. Well, I am glad, like I said, because I'm glad it's translating, because sometimes, you catch somebody by surprise. You're saying, oh man, there's so much people interested, and the person will be like, but yeah, I mean, I've hoped there would be, but I haven't really heard much on my end. I'm just glad to hear that people are looking out. But I'm glad that has been, that message has been. Oh, and there are premiums. I'm seeing premiums right now on here. Wow. Sorry, I don't want to jump ahead, but I just happened to notice that as we're going through this part. So, ton of questions, and folks in the chat there, we're gonna hopefully, I got about 10 questions for him, and hopefully some of the ones might be ones you're asking. We're gonna get through those as quickly as possible, and then open it up for any comments or any questions you have for him as well. We're just gonna start from the beginning. I know you addressed this in your very first video, where you kind of did an intro to the project in general, but just for those who haven't seen it, and just to reiterate, when was it that the idea to do this, to take on this undertaking, came to you, and what you describe it as? It's similar to, like, emulation. Like, we talk about video game emulation. So what was the impetus for it? And then as you're going through the process, what, in layman's terms, what exactly are you doing to make this possible?
Yeah. So I guess really, I mentioned it in my first video, but my first run at this was actually working on an EverQuest emulator way back about, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, just trying to learn and get that working. There's actually already an emulator for EverQuest, just as a side note, I just was kind of enjoying playing around with it. I gave up pretty quickly, but I've always been, intrigued by the process. And I played Legends, probably for a good 2 or 3 years, pretty heavily. And then whenever they announced the initial, whenever they dropped support for it, basically, when was that? 2020, I think, January or something.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of stopped playing, kind of like everyone, right? Or a lot of people, I guess. It was kind of disheartening. They were, kind of giving up on it. Now, I never anticipated that they would, and they've done great by the community, I think, by keeping it alive for as long as they did, because I really figured like maybe a year, and that would be it. And they kept it going for like 5. So when the follow-up announcement came, which was actually a year ago tomorrow, of they were, going to shut it down. I started to play again, just like, well, let me get my last run of this thing in, and I got addicted to it. It's just, I don't know. I like card games in general. This card game, for some reason, just was very enjoyable. I'm a big sucker for the music, obviously. The art and the voiceovers and everything are fantastic, and I'm just a big Outer Scrolls fan in general. So when that happened, I started to just think like, okay, they've done this for other games, right? Games shut down, even games that haven't shut down. They do, private servers for World of Warcraft and things like that. And I just started to search it up, really, because I'm not a developer. And kind of look at what I do IT work. I do network engineering, so I have some skill in that regard, and that's kind of where the whole process starts. So since the servers were still live, you're able to essentially capture that data going back and forth between your client and their live servers. So the idea is, and again, yes, this is going to be in the weeds. It's probably going to be a little boring, but there's things that you can do to essentially intercept that traffic and kind of harvest it, right? And that's how these things work, is they capture that data, they break it open, they start looking at what's inside, figuring out how the client talks to the server, what the client wants to see from the server, and how that transmission works. It's obviously very complex, and it takes a long time. There's encryption involved and things that have to be kind of thwarted. And I was able to get that going, and I started to see the internal communication of the packets between them, and I just started harvesting them. Like, I started lighting up games just with the full purpose of trying to capture as much data, because you only have so much time. Like, once this server goes offline, that's it. You're never going to get it back. So that was really the goal. It ended poorly on my part, because I thought that it was the end of January when it stopped. So I kind of got sidetracked building or working on some stuff with a full intent of using the last couple of days to capture as much data as I could. And they shut it down, I think 2 days before I thought. It was like the morning of the 30th, and I thought I had through the end of the 31st.
Yeah, it was a weird date. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and it cost me dearly. So I lost a lot of opportunity to get some data, which stinks, but we've been able to work around that. So as far as just kind of the internals of the thing, it's really just you start from scratch. You make an application that can listen on the port, and you point the client to the port, and you start from there. And once the client's trying to connect to your server, then you start trying to feed back to it what it wants to see based on what you've captured. Like, hey, I know this packet needs to go back next. So, the client tries to log in, you got to send it back data. It tries to say, hey, what kind of, what's my inventory? Like, what cards do I have? You got to send that back. And it's a very slow churn, but once you get going, things start falling into place. It just takes a lot of initial upfront work to kind of get there. And we're there. We've got it. Obviously, as you can see, everything's running pretty well now. And it's been enjoyable to see through here to this point.
Now I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but just I guess to give a better idea. So for example, we just got Well, she just died. I think that was Swims at Night, but we'll just say, I mean, any one of the cards here that we're seeing on the board right now just says Shearpoint Dragon. So Shearpoint has obviously really not a keyword per se, but it does have a specific mechanism in addition to be the card art, the audio, and everything. So is it like, do you have to sit down and go, okay, this is the card I'm gonna go for? Do you have to comb through all of the information that you've compiled to try to find him in there, or do you? Like just as a card, because I noticed in the videos you mentioned like certain cards, like specifically, like you could say, hey, I think Brave in fact requested Galeen the Shelterer specifically. So like, what is the process if it doesn't get too far into the weeds? If you go, okay, this is the card that I want to be able to pull and make sure it has full functionality in the game. What is that process from that's my idea to it actually showing up here?
Yes. So that is complex. So as far as like the card art, the card itself, the voiceovers, all of that stuff, that's all client side. So I don't have to touch any of that. The client handles all that. All I really have to send it back is an ID number for that card. Now there's a lot more to it once you get into the effects, right? So just dragging or even back, further than that, getting the card to show up, right? Getting the card into your hand, getting the card to go to the board, then you have to get prompted, right? Shearpoint has this -2/-2. You got to select a target. The targets have to be filtered. You have to basically say, hey, this can target enemy creatures who are on the board, right? And who aren't immune to some effect, whatever. Like there's all kinds of conditions that go into the effects.
Right.
And then there's prompts. There's that stuff is pretty searchable. You can search for the prompt, which then, because there's other languages, there's I don't know what 10 languages or something in TESL. So you have to use a prompt, because what it does then is whenever the player converts that language on their client, it'll use the correct language version of that same prompt. If they change it to Russian or something like that. So it's a process, and the real crappy part about it is it takes a lot of testing, and that's a ton of time. Like, you can make one small change to the engine, because as you're building, you build for what you have. So I started, if you notice in my early videos, I mean, whether you do or not, I use this sharpshooter scout for almost everything, because you play her, she's got a prompt, she does damage, right? So I build the whole thing around, and I'm playing with just her, and I'm like Greystone Ravagers for prophecies and testing like that, right? And I'm doing all this stuff, and it all comes together. And then, Brave asks for, hey, let me see Galeen the Shelterer, right? So I throw him in there, and all of a sudden, like, this one thing doesn't line up, and it requires me to change all of this other stuff, and everything breaks behind. You know what I mean? So each card that you iterate through, everything could possibly change. And then you have to go back and retest everything every time. So if you think about, there's 1,800 cards in here, and as you go through them, everything requires a full retest essentially back. So it's the amount of progress we did in 10 months is crazy. But yes, it's a lot of work. Each card is a lot of work. There's lots of opportunities for there to be bugs, things not triggering in the correct order, or giving incorrect prompts or whatever. There's a lot of that, so it just needs a lot of testing, but that's the basic process anyway.
So you're essentially doing what teams of people do, because you've got somebody that does the graphics, the art, the voiceover, all that. They assemble the pieces, they get the skeleton, the muscles, and all that, but you're actually having to do the telling it how to think, how you're doing the coding essentially. You're doing all the things that teams of people typically do when they're developing the game, essentially from scratch, really. Like, exactly where you need to go, but you still have to figure out how to get there.
That's correct. I equate it to building a house and starting with the roof. You're working from the roof down to the foundation. Every step of the way you have to go back up and connect something. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's a great advantage to have the client and be able to, figure out and have live data that I've captured and have all of our resources, right? The UESP pages are unbelievable. Like, the amount of information those guys captured on the game, down to like specific quest rewards, like 15 gold, and like all of the quests and the ordering and everything. They even put in like random things that happen during like a game, like, hey, if you manage to like draw 2 cards from this card, you know, 1 card will overdraw into your hand and it'll be 11. And it's like this completely thing that no one would have ever really, you know, maybe 1 in a million times someone actually had this happen and they have it documented in there. So
Right.
that's a big advantage to have all that, and it's really helped for sure.
So obviously, I mean, I don't know what purpose it would serve anyway, but like in theory, if there's, you know, 100% of the game out there, how much of it were you, do you think you were able to snag, obviously knowing that you missed about 48 hours worth of snag time, versus how much you still had to continue to glean from other people and from like the different assets from different folks?
I got really lucky with some early games where I was running solo arenas, and I got some random mechanics, right? Like mobilize is a very unique mechanic, and I got lucky because the effects are weird in the game, and they do things that you might not expect behind the scenes, you know, whenever they occur. And mobilize was, you know, just an example, right, where I happened to, you know, get a mobilized card, or the AI played one, and I was able to see that data flow back and forth, and I was able to see all the fields and, you know, the information that it was sending, and that saved me, God, I don't know how many hours of, you know, fiddling, because if you don't have that, you're basically down to the point where you're loading up the game, you're trying to play it, it freezes or it doesn't play or whatever, you got to close it, and you go out and you edit and you change something, you got to reload in the game, you know, go in. It's just very time consuming. So I got lucky there. I think, you know, if I was ballparking, I'd say probably like 2/3 of the mechanics I was able to capture data from. So I've had to make some assumptions, or, you know, had to ask for things, but when you get into a game like this with this many cards and there's so many ways that things can interact, there's just these fringe cases that are impossible to know. Now there's, you know, some people that do know that, and you know, we hope to get that information. But YouTube videos, like I've used your videos.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, countless times. Yeah, I have a master spreadsheet full of every card, and I keep links and timestamps of the card and when it was played, and that's how I like reference back to make sure I get things correct. And yeah, I've got your videos littered all through there. I use them a bunch. So thank you for that as well, because you've been definitely helpful in that regard.
Well, sure, no problem. I'm thrilled actually that could that it would have that functionality after the fact. I think that has far more value even than just me flapping my gums about stuff. So I'm thrilled. So it's weird because it's like it seems at one point I'm like, oh wow, okay, so it does give you a lot of things, because I'm looking at it and going, you know, there's just no, it's not like, it's like, because when I first heard about this, I had no clue what to expect. I thought we were going to see like paper drawings, like scanned paper drawings of like the cards, and just like as facsimiles or placeholders, and you know, like the animation wouldn't be there. It would literally just be having to drag stuff from a certain pool onto the. So when I see like what we're looking at now, this high level functionality, you know, it's like it blows my mind, and I'm thinking, oh great, well then that must have been, I don't want to say simple, but like, okay, so it's there, you were able to get this stuff, but that just seems like such a very small part of this whole process, that it's like, yeah, I mean, it's great to have these, obviously, but it seems like the lion's share of the work is still what you're having to do. And I guess you're having to now, like you said, a lot of peculiar things go on in the background. So you're having to figure out that special way of phrasing the code or writing the code so that it has the desired effect without having the ripple effects you're talking about. Is that, there's multiple ways to have it do what you want it to do, but not every way will do in a way that doesn't break the game?
Correct. So
okay.
Someone just mentioned the other day, right? I asked for help on prophecies and rune breaks, because those are insanely difficult with timing. And there's these different cues that go off essentially whenever, you know, effects process. And there's very specific scenarios, like if you watch when a rune breaks, depending on how many effects go off, the rune will break, but they don't actually draw the card. Like the player doesn't draw the card until all these effects process. And then sometimes they'll draw the card and then more effects will go off after the fact.
Oh yeah.
And Yeah, I mean, you just have to, like, that's been a big one. You know, so the back end engine and like the turn flow, you know, and dealing with the effects and the ordering, because there's just so many, has really been the bulk of the work. And yes, I mean, like, rune breaks, prophecies, and everything comes with all these questions, because you go through it and like I play it and I'm like, okay, this feels good, right? And then I watch someone's video and I'm immediately like, I see someone, you know, attack something and then this effect doesn't go off, but its other one does. And I'm looking at mine and it's in reverse order. So I'm immediately like, oh God, what, you know, so I got to go back in and I'm trying to replicate how it looks. So I've actually, that's a lot of my testing has started to become like, load up someone's YouTube video, set up my board like they have theirs, do what they do, and see if it works the same way. You know, and make the necessary adjustments as I can make them.
Good gravy. So this isn't on my list. I'm just out of curiosity. Is there a project that you worked on, and you can go into as much or little detail about it as possible or as you want, but like, is there a project that you've worked on that, or maybe you were saying, because you do this as a job as well, or aspects of it that prepares you for that amount of, I mean, I don't want to say tedium in a detrimental way, but just the amount of grinding essentially that you're having to do. I mean, this is something that, you know, if I were to sit down, or somebody who normally would sit down, and as soon as you get a glimpse of just how much inner working and madness is there, and how long it's going to take, because you're not working with like an official developer's kit. Is there a project you did that has kind of like prepared you for this day, for this task, or is this your first undertaking of something this size and complexity?
Definitely, yeah. No, I've never done anything like this, and I really had no idea what I was getting into when I started messing with it. I had no intention of ever, you know, trying to make the game playable for anyone. I was simply trying to, if you want to believe it or not, my first goal was just to get the client to open, because they had, when you try to open the client, it would error, and it still errors, like if anyone would try to open it right now, because the server's not reachable. My first goal was just, hey, I want to get this client open. And once you get the client open, you can start looking at the cards and you can, you know, mess around in there. And then I was curious, like maybe I could get a match going. And my next goal was really just to get the game board to show up on the screen. And I did. And I debated right there. I was like, okay, you know, this is maybe as far as I want to go with this. It took a long time just to get there. And I was really hoping, honestly, that someone else would do it because I didn't want to, like, I knew it was going to be a lot of work. I didn't know how much. And there was other projects spinning up, like, you know, Night Dark Wolf made the tabletop version. Someone else made a browser version, and they had been working on that. And then there was another group that had spun up trying to restore the client before I did. And then, you know, I was just like, someone's got to do this, right? And I kind of waited and I worked on it, but I didn't. And then a couple months went by and everyone was making posts on Reddit like, oh, this is sad, you know, this is never coming back. And I just like, okay, like if no one's going to do it, I'm going to do it. Like, that's just where I got to. So no, I had no idea what I was getting into. Thankfully, you know, I did it by myself for like 6 months. And then Maker joined me in early June, end of May, I think, and he has just made unbelievable progress. He's a madman. He never quits. He works all the time, and he has a job, you know. So, and then I've got VD Aquam has also jumped on and contributed and tested for me. So, you know, it's been an effort, and we're looking to add some more people, a small group to start testing as early as tomorrow.
Wow.
And then we'll see how that goes, because the next big question of this whole thing is kind of, how does this thing handle people? And when you're adding people, multiplayers over the internet, things like that, you're getting into costs, right? Server costs, hosting costs. I've already, you know, paid some stuff for, you know, domains and things like that. And Maker's been using his own, you know, money for things. So we have zero intention of ever taking a penny from anyone. At the same time, we're funding the effort on top of all, you know, doing the work, but it's, you know, it's very satisfying. I think I mentioned to you before, to me, like, when I played multiplayer with Maker in that one video where we showed the multiplayer, that was his first time. Like, he didn't know what he was getting. I was like, oh, let's try and test it, right? I knew it was gonna work.
Right.
And his reaction, like, I don't know, it still brings a smile. Like, he was just so excited, and I was like, this is kind of what people want, right? That's what I enjoy now about it, is really like seeing people's reaction, hearing people's reaction to being able to play it again, because it's just, it's something that no one thought they were going to get to do, and then it randomly comes back and they're excited, and it makes it worth it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's as I said, that's like a minimum thing. I'd be happy to start reaching out to people that normally stream and everything, since who knows where, when or if spectating will be, enabled there or whatever. But, me playing it, there's several people that I know, and then even trying to get some of the old school guys, because I'm sure, if they knew that the game was coming back in a way that, it was gonna be around for a while, they'd at least, your guys like Justin Larson or whatever would give it a shot and just to relive the magic there. But that does dovetail perfectly. So this was a question I was kind of more or less wrap it up with, but you've touched it on already, and we've already had a question from Lover Drive, who's said he's already, like, he knows, like, what is this, C++, Unity C, hashtag, well, or # programmer, I'm not sure.
C#.
See, okay, there you go. See, I was like, I knew what C+ was, but I've never seen, I was like, way to throw a wrench in the work there. C#, okay, C# programmer. Is there anything I can do to help? So I guess this would be a good forum here, and I can maybe put it in chat, or I'll put it in the description, but like, one for, like you said, you need play testers or people to test it out, how they can either best, contact you to offer their services. Two, if there's people that, if you do need more people like Maker to help you on the programming side, is there, do you need that? Is there a track for that? And then the third, monetary, if there is a way, whether it's a Patreon or just something, because people in chat have seen it here, and people have said it before. They're like, I am willing to 100% contribute, like, to bring it back monetarily. So for the people that do want to support, are there ways to do that? And is, like, I don't know if this is the best forum to do it, but what like destination could we go? If you want to do this, go here and submit your name to this. Like, how what's the best way to get people involved to help you the way you need it?
Okay, yeah. So the first part there, C# is correct, right? The client was written in Unity, which uses C# backend, so it just made sense to build the emulator server in C# as well. It's actually done outside of Unity, because Unity is just, they used a very old version. I don't know anything. I don't use Unity. I don't know anything about it. So we just do it in regular C#, and it's easier to debug and all that stuff. So that's what the backend does run in that. This, for the second question, yes, like, always willing to entertain anyone who has experience or wants to, volunteer time to help. Generally, probably get me on Discord, DM me, or, if you have Reddit and want to DM me on Reddit. I understand, everyone wants to help, and I hate having to say, no or whatever, but because I've been in the same boat, right? I've wanted to help with projects, but at the end of the day, the best thing you can do, if you can't, if you don't have experience developing, and I didn't either, I didn't really ever do any of this before, you can work on your own and learn and do things. It's very easy. I mean, I'm not going to say it's very easy. It's easy to start. It's easy to look up things and, like, okay, hey, this game client's in Unity, right? How do I look at the insides of this and things like that? And you can do it with a bunch of games, right? You don't have to do it with Legends. You can do it with easy, free to play, low budget games, whatever, and you can break them open and look at the parts and stuff like that. But so yes, if anyone has experience, that's obviously the most valuable thing. As far as testers go, we don't know right now. We're just inviting very specific people very slowly. It's going to be a very slow trickle, because we have to basically push it to the point where, twofold, like, one, I want to obviously know card mechanics, all that stuff needs to be tested. People need to see if there's things that are not working. And then two is how many people can be tolerated, and what dollar amount is that going to require? Because if it gets to a point, obviously I can't financially, take Bethesda's place and fund a game with no business, intent whatsoever. So it's got to be done. It's got to be able to host the amount of people that want to play relatively cheaply. If it can do that, and I hope that it can, then that's great. If not, then we're going to have other discussions, because this kind of leads into the third question, is that no, I have no way to donate. I don't have any intention of making a way to donate. And the real reason for that is also probably twofold. Is one, I don't know the legalities of it.
Right.
And I don't really, I don't want to say I don't need the money. Everyone needs money, but I don't need the money, right?
Sure. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like I survive. So once a dollar changes hand, it changes everything, right? Now people can expect something, whereas right now it's for fun. It's a project, it's a joy, and I don't have a responsibility to provide anyone anything, because I've not taken a penny from anyone, and nor will I. So I'm absolutely flattered that people want to donate, and everything, and that's great, but I won't personally, I won't accept anything.
Right. That's very wise. And that was actually going to dovetail into the next question, because you mentioned that I thought this was unprecedented. I thought this was the first time that there was a fan base and somebody who's willing to put in the work to bring a game back to life. But as you mentioned, like EverQuest, I think you said was has kind of had the same thing. So there is a precedent of somebody outside of the original, I guess, IP holder doing this. And I'm guessing as long as there is not a monetary thing there, anything that can come after that, like it's not at risk of being hunted down by, like somebody like Bethesda going, hey, cease and desist kind of deal. Is that a general understanding? I mean, it seems to be, like you said, that the wisest way to do it is to keep, money from changing hands in there. But it sounds like something like this is, it's if there isn't money involved, then it's not really, it's not going to create a stink, as it were.
Yeah. So this is like probably the biggest hurdle in this whole thing, right? And everyone wants to know, and I honestly have no idea. I'm not a lawyer. I know what I've seen, and what I've seen is, if the game company wants to stop you, they'll stop you. So I fully expect at some point to either be supported or be stopped. My hope is, using past precedents, it's very strange, because if you're talking about EverQuest, right, there's actually, EverQuest is still a live game that still charges money for people to play it. And there's active emulators that allow people to play for free. Now, Daybreak is the owning company of EverQuest. They have gone after emulators in the past. They've just shut one down recently, actually, while allowing others to be active. So it's very confusing. I'm assuming it's determined by their legal team whenever it's decided, like, hey, this is posing a threat to our business or damaging our business or something like that, that they go after them. Now, this game's been shut down, obviously, right? Bethesda has historically been very supportive of everything from fan base, but I don't know what to expect. So we did recently try and reach out to them. We're essentially asking for their blessing. And the thought process is a number of things. It's one, obviously the first point is, if they really want to stop us, they can stop us. So I'm fine with asking them beforehand, because it saves us a lot of time. If they're going to shut us down later, then just shut us down now, So there's that. The second thing is the legal concerns, not just of, obviously myself, my family, but Maker, his family, VD, anyone who's involved could essentially be targeted in a lawsuit. Now, I wouldn't expect a lawsuit. I would expect a cease and desist, right? If they wanted to shut it down. And sorry, I don't want me to get into this whole legal thing, because I honestly have no idea. I'm just hoping, but I have the same worry for them as I do for myself, where I don't want to get anyone drug into a legal battle. Our goal is not to hurt Bethesda. Our goal is to just allow people to play one of their games that they felt was not financially viable anymore. So if anything, again, my opinion is that we would be helping them, or getting people, in Elder Scrolls mode or whatever. New Elder Scrolls comes out, people might want to play Legends beforehand and then go buy the new Elder Scrolls or something. But it's all in their hands. Like, if they think that it's bad, and that we're harming their business or whatever, they're obviously going to take action. So again, we're trying to reach out now, and we hope to get support from them. I really don't know what to expect. I'm cautiously optimistic. So if they say you're good, then we continue. If they say we're not, then we're not, and we have to figure out what to do next. But if they say nothing, then I don't know what to, if we get no response, I don't know what we're looking at there, because that could be both good or bad.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of, they say in The Hobbit, living in the shadow of Smaug's mountain. It's kind of like, all right, well, we're here. It could blow at any time, but it seems dormant. Don't red year us, Bethesda. Don't red year us. So that does make me wonder. And again, like you said, from a balance perspective, I'm not sure. Because I remember a bunch of people were like, hey, we'll sign a petition, keep the game alive, we'll do whatever it takes. Bethesda didn't really seem to be interested necessarily in a dialogue about, keeping the game. They said it was going to end. It ended on the date they said and moved on. But maybe, down the road, because my thing was like, well, I would be a little reluctant to send any kind of messaging to them there that would draw attention to something that they didn't, they weren't caring about before. At the same time, if I wonder if there was enough support or enough, like if it would help or hinder to have people expressing just, hey, we're really excited about this, project, and it'd be great to see it. Whether or not that would be a benefit, or that would make more of a stink than it needs to be. Yeah,
that was my same thought, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about it kind of behind the scenes, and my thought was, hey, this is got to be such an afterthought for them that, they punched out of this thing 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. They pulled the plug on it. I can't imagine there's many people left there that, were involved or care. Maybe there is, hopefully there is, and hopefully they would support us. But my thought was like, hey, we could probably just run under the radar. They're not even going to notice. And if they do, they're probably not going to think it's, it's a very, very small community. If I was ballparking people, we looked at some numbers and things like that. I would expect a couple hundred people, to be really involved, and really off the bat, probably the bigger number, and then it's probably going to dwindle down. So, right. Yeah, I'm of your thought process, right? It was probably like, let's just stay under the radar. But at the same time, I got to think of everyone and, save time. If they're going to come after us one way or another, then just get it out of the way now,
Right.
Just tell us, and we'll work around whatever else we can do. But it's the legal thing is the stinky part of this. And it's really, that what was that movement that just happened over in the EU, Stop Killing Games movement, right?
Yeah.
This is very much in that ilk, right? It's it's a live service game that was pulled with no transition to the people who put in the time and money to, I don't know how much people spent on this game, but people could have spent tons of money in this game, buying card packs and all that stuff. And then, now granted, Bethesda did well by them by keeping it alive again for 5 years after they shut it down. So I feel like people probably got their money's worth. I'm not saying that Bethesda, ripped anyone off, but
right,
that movement is very, very similar to how this would be, where they would have to transition it into some kind of a stable way for people to continue to play after they want to stop it.
Well, I mean, many people have proffered that, Skyrim, the only reason why it's still relevant today is because of modders and people outside of Bethesda doing it. Now, they laid the groundwork, they made the property, they got the IP and everything, but that it was people outside that, have made that, it last as long. So I could see that being a case here. It's like, well, the game now exists in the current form and has the longevity it does because of, people taking up the reins outside of it. Obviously, not apples to apples, since this game is, by, from their perspective, defunct, but still, it can be resuscitated and kept alive by the love and efforts of people outside of their
we were talking about that a bit because we were kind of looking at their historic thoughts on things and view, and VD is very one of the people helping out is very in the Morrowind, runs a multiplayer Morrowind server, something like that, and has some experience with dealing with them and projects. But the problem with that, comparing those and Skyrim and stuff like that, is those games are they're single player and you're modding those games. This is actually, an emulator for a game that I don't know that Bethesda's ever had. I don't know that anyone's ever made an emulator. I don't know that Bethesda's ever had a game that could be emulated. So like Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, live service games. They haven't had those shut down yet. So if ESO shuts down, I can guarantee you someone's going to try and make an emulator, right? Fallout 76, I don't know if it's that popular. I know ESO has been around for so long that eventually they'll pull the plug on ESO, and there will definitely be people making an emulator for that. So we might be setting the groundwork for that now, based on how they react to us, if they react to us at all. So that's another. It's good, right? It's getting them to acknowledge the fact, and it's hopefully putting other people in a position to succeed after. So we just have to wait and see.
It's pretty heady stuff when you think about like ramifications beyond the game itself, where it's one of those things where you could read an article 20 years from now and it's like the linchpin or the powder keg or the thing that launched the whole thing off was the development of Elder Scrolls Legends by Renian, that you weren't even setting about to set a precedent, but that something like this could actually be a tip of a spear, in a manner of speaking, for setting a precedent for this kind of thing moving forward and preservation as a whole to some degree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, so I was gonna save this one for towards the end, but we'll start getting close to the end of the time, and I know people are curious. So from what I can tell, you're not looking to, you haven't been developing it as they release it. Like you're not working on core set and then adding the expansions. We're seeing cards from all over the place. So is there, now you mentioned one, obviously I want to qualify this. Like you said, there is no beholden to anybody. Like even anything you were to say here, it's not like, oh well, he said this. Again, there's nothing. Not trying to put you on the spot, but obviously there are a lot of people that are like salivating, probably literally at this point, especially seeing what they're seeing. And you mentioned, I mean, we're probably not even what you consider to be at alpha, the alpha stage yet. But is there, based on the amount of how long it's taken to get to this point, is there a level of functionality in the game, player versus player kind of thing, where you could say, well, things keep going roughly at the same pace that we've done, provided there's no catastrophic things or whatever, we could see a rollout or limited rollout or something like that, where you could actually just play somebody in a vanilla game in the next 6 months? Is it, again, it doesn't have to necessarily be a timetable, but just for people that are going, when can I do this? Is there any frame of reference for where that kind of progress would, or where that would come to fruition?
I have stuff in my head, but I've never discussed anything with anyone. So I'm a big sucker for nostalgia. So tomorrow being, the year since they've announced that it was shutting down, and we're starting our first alpha test. The next, milestone would be the end of January when they shut it down. So I would love to hit that. I'd be elated, right? So yeah, the problem is there's so many unknowns, and the fact that no one has touched it outside of 3 of us, right, is just, everything could change, and so many things could happen. Bethesda could stop us. We could find out it's going to cost way too much money a month to try and host it. Now we have other alternatives. We have other options. We could switch to something else and try and, my goal, while it would be great to restore the game completely and allow everyone to play it as they were, my goal is to allow people who wanted to play it. So however we can accomplish that legally, that's what I want to do. So but yeah, the end of January would be great, just to hit the shutdown mark. And as far as the cards go, the cards are completed, so everything's in. I did work on Invade. My last mechanics were Invade, cringe, right?
I was about to say, why? Why though? Why that could just get worked in at some later time.
It sucked to put in Invade. It was so bad. Like, one, I never played it and I hated playing against it, so I literally really didn't know how it worked. I knew the idea of it, but a lot of times when people throw out those cards, I just fucking auto quit or whatever. Like, I don't want to deal with this. But anyway, yeah, I put that in. Wax Wayne had to go in, and Consume had to go in, and those were the last 3 big mechanics. I had thought about throwing together another video with those in there. I don't know if I'll do that or not, but So yeah, all the cards are in, and now we're in testing and cleanup. So that's a big reason why we're trying to add some more people. I play. It's going to sound horrible to everyone else, but I've played so much Legends in the past couple of months. It's really sickening to like. I play the same cards and the same decks, and I'm like, man, I don't know that I'm really giving this a good test. Like I keep, I'm reanimating the whatever stupid, Maker loves the dragon decks, right? So like we have really good tests on like a very small subset of cards that we play repeatedly. So we just need people to get in and start messing with other decks and other mechanics. And I'm honestly terrified. Like I feel like the whole thing's gonna come crashing down when people start going ham on things, because especially against the AI, like if you play single player, and there's videos on YouTube of people really trying to break the game. Like if you're playing against the AI, you can really do anything you want if you set it up right. And I've watched a video, I've got one saved where I was going to try and replicate, where this dude pushes his magic at a 999 and his life to 999 and all the cards on board to 999 999s. And there's like all these safeguards that have to be put in to prevent everything from breaking when people do stuff like that. And that's the stuff that you have to think about. And I don't have any appreciation of that in real life. Like outside of before I got into this, like I didn't really think about stuff like that. Like these poor people who made this game have to think about all these idiots who are going to go in and sit against the AI and try and do all this insane stuff that no one else would ever try.
Right.
And it's going to break the game. So how do I stop that?
Yeah.
And now we have to think about it.
Well, I guess the one upside in that regard is like you were saying. I mean, I was hoping, in my mind, I was thinking we might have 2,000 or 3,000 was my maybe optimistic hope or thought. But whether it's that or, because that's still a comparatively small number, but if it's the several hundred people you're talking about, like the gratitude they just have the game is gonna be like, somebody may go rogue and be like, oh, I'm going to try some bonker stuff, but I think the community that is wanting to play this. None of us are trying to, like, we just want to have a fair one-on-one game. And yeah, maybe you got some control players, taking us to turn 50 or something. But for the most part, like nobody's actively trying to break it, because we don't want it to break. We want it to work,
Right.
But now this does beg it doesn't beg the question. This is greedy. But this is just my curiosity, pie in the sky kind of thing. Because you mentioned invade, so you open the door. Is it possible, once everything is set, done, and again, I'm not saying like, let's plan on this. Just pure speculative curiosity. Once everything is in place, everything's working like a well-oiled machine, is there the freedom at that point, or the ability to do something as small as like a balance update where you say, okay, this card is only going to do a -2/-2 instead of a -3/-3, up to like complete like almost a wholesale nerf of like invade, like an entire mechanic where you go through and do a rebalancing? Is that a possibility, and B, even a desire, or is it just like you said, want people to be able to play the game as it was? Is that even something in the back of your mind, like, maybe the balance that they didn't mess with in those last phases, or it's like, no, people need the game just as it was, and that's kind of excessive, or that's fan fiction at that point?
So there's a couple things there. My problem with that is everyone hates invade is the thought, right? But I just saw recently on the Legends Discord people getting in and praising how much they loved it and all this stuff, right? There's people have different thoughts, so it's hard to just say we should nerf this, it's too strong, because that might take someone else's love of the game away,
Sure.
and for what, right? Because you don't like it, right? So it's my real, like, the first thought I had was just bring it back as it was,
Right.
because everyone loved what they loved about it for a reason. So so the technical ability, I think, is there. You can obviously make changes to things in the back end. The trickier part is on the client side, because a lot of that stuff's there, and then again, you're getting back into legal questions whenever you're modifying the client.
Right.
Now there's ways to do it, I air quote legally, I think, where you're not modifying the client, you're having people, put a plugin on top of the client, whatever. I don't know if that's a gray area, whatever, but so that's also a concern, right? And it's the same thing with the custom cards. A lot of people are into the custom cards and they want to put them in, and I think that's cool. And yes, I mean, that would breathe new life into things. But again, now you're adding an element that wasn't there, so some people might not like it, some people want it, you know. Then you just questions of, okay, do we do 2 versions? Well, now you're splitting the player base, right? And on top of the custom cards, you got to get art and things, and then you got to inject those into the client. And that's a whole thing that I have, while I have respect for it, I really don't have any interest in doing that myself. So I think we could provide that option to people who want to do that and take that on and mess with that. But I don't have personally, and I'm not speaking for anyone on the team, just myself, I don't have any personal goals to modify anything. Like, I just want it back how it was. Yep. And, you know, if I have to auto quit against people playing Invade, then that's what I do, right?
Preach. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Same thing. People would get cheesed off and be like, I just don't, I'm here I play the game to have fun. I don't have fun against Invade. Other people do. I will say the good news is I'm looking at chat as we go, and the overwhelming, I would say unanimous sentiment with them as well is leave it exactly the same for the exact reasons you're saying. You're going to have wide opinions about different stuff, and you know, at least you know what you're getting into if you just recreate exactly the way it was. You what you like, you know what you don't like, and it is what it is, versus learning new rules. The only thing that popped into my head was, you know how Magic the Gathering will have Legacy, they'll have like different formats that where certain cards aren't allowed. You know, but that would probably be something that, you know, if Bethesda was like, hey, you did such a great job, we're gonna help out, you know, maybe that's something that would come down there where you have the Legacy, you know, Legends, and then you have you know, Modern Legends or something where you do have custom cards or something. But it's fanciful, but I think, yeah, you're right in line with everything that I'm seeing here. Everybody's just saying, yeah, just keep it as is and let people adapt, since, you know, you kind of know what you're going into already.
Yeah, and there's options within the system, right? They had those weekend events and things like that where things could be modified, right? And you can make special rule set type games. So there's opportunity for fun to be had, you know, even as it is. But yeah, it's just, you know, again, step one, like, let's just see if we can get the thing working, and then if everyone's got an issue with something, and, you know, we want to do, you know, however they want to handle it, I really want the community to, like, I don't really want to run this thing. Like, I would prefer, you know, someone else do it or the community do it. But, you know, if everyone decides, hey, this is too strong and it should be nerfed, and everyone, or the bulk of people, are in agreement, I still probably won't agree with it, but I would understand it. Right. You know, there's precedent for that in what's the Witcher card game? Gwent. Mm-hmm. I think I read somewhere that they're doing. Did they do an emulator or something for that? And they're doing, you know, nerfs and whatnot. And I've read positive reaction to that, if I'm remembering that correctly. So it can happen, you know. But again, I think it's just got to be very controlled and thought out, you know, if it did happen. Right.
Yeah, for sure. Now, and this does, and sorry, I there's so many follow-up questions and comments and everything. I do want to move through as much of it as possible. So I remember you said in the initial one, you were talking about like the AI, and you're like, the AI is functional, but it's essentially just doing basic, what can I afford to play? And it's like the way it goes with its lane assignment is pretty random and everything. But that was what you started off with. And then you had that game against Maker where you were seeing player versus player. At this point, is it more feasible to, because I mean, Brave was saying, and a lot of people are saying, hey, I just want to be able to have the interaction with the cards again, to hear the voice lines, to, you know, to go through the game. Is it more feasible to have a relatively competent AI opponent in a single player, or is the goal, like, I should say, is the priority on making a game where people can just, you know, log in and play and experience it against the AI, or is it going to be easier / the greater focus to get it in a way that people can play against each other with the most the easiest way to do that?
So there's a lot there, right? So first off, I guess on the AI part, when I started, it was as dumb as I made it sound. It literally like random number generated a lane. If it had filled the lane, it would break because it would try to play to that same lane. Like, it was just really, I just wanted it to be able to throw cards at me so that I could test stuff, right? We've come a long way since then, but Maker has really been the AI player guru. He's been working on it for a while now, and it sounds awful, just painfully, because it's very similar to, like, you basically have to take your mindset of how you play. Now, the AI from Bethesda was, hot garbage. Everyone knows that. So I actually think that he's taking it too far to the intelligent part, but we'll see how it shakes out. Like, it's dominating me sometimes. Like, dude, no, like, it shouldn't be that smart. But so he's been doing that, and God bless him. It definitely sucks because there's just so many decisions. Like, just looking at this, right? It just clipped the ward instead of damaging itself. It's like you have to make it decide that that's the right move there. Like, it's very difficult. And praise to the originals. Like, you think, oh, this is dumb, but you don't realize how hard that is to make all of those decisions correctly and not be just absolutely, miserable. So I forget the second part of that was the, so people, here's the great thing about this game and this client is that the AI can operate exactly as a player. So when you need a decision, like, so when the game asks you for a decision or presents you with an option, right, you can fill out that option for them. So that's what the AI does essentially. We queue the AI for a decision just like we would for a player, the exact same way. So when you're doing multiplayer, you're actually getting double benefit, because all of that translates for the AI as well. You just have to make the AI run the process and then make the decision, but it doesn't impact any of my work on the cards, back end, stuff like that. Like, I'm essentially treating it as two players. The AI is just kind of, an overriding, instead of, asking another player, we ask the AI and it sends back its decision. Right. So that's great because it saves, a lot of work on that front. But again, he's got to work on the AI part itself. So the problem is a lot of people only like to play AI. So
right,
you have to make both available. It would be great to just only do multiplayer, because then all that work wouldn't need done. But there's so many people who are like, oh my god, like, I just love playing against solo arena, and I just love playing AI, and it's relaxing, right? They don't want to play pressure multiplayer matches where people are spamming emotes at them, and rushing them, or sitting there or disappearing, and their timer's counting down for 2 minutes and you're staring at your screen. And not that there was a lot of that, and not that it's all toxic, because I think the community in general was pretty positive. But you know how that is. There's always people that are pushing the envelope a little bit. So some people just want to play AI, and that's their prerogative. So we're gonna do both. They're both working, obviously, to the point that you've seen. So we're just gonna keep chugging along that direction.
Alrighty, fantastic. Well, I do want to tack this on because you said you've been getting this question a lot, so hopefully this will alleviate it from you getting in the future. And I was curious as well. We already have seen it, so I guess it's already been spoiled a little. But you mentioned all the cards are in. Does all those cards, do those include premiums and/or alternate art?
Yeah, that's actually completely outside of the scope of anything we have to do, because it's all client side, and the alternate art and premiums all mimic the original, so there's no extra work there at all. The front end part, Maker would have to speak to that. He's also the guru of that part. Like, the outside of this part that you're looking at, like when you're in the client outside building decks and all that stuff, he's been doing all of that. So I think he's got most of the premiums just turned on for everyone, but you can you can lock them and things like that. So they're all in, and they will all be available one way or another. One of the questions that's come up is like, okay, are we going to have to reprogress our accounts, or are we going to just get everything? And to this, like, I don't understand why people would want everything unlocked. Yeah. Because there's, like, the progression to me, the opening the packs and stuff like that is like the funnest part. But But he, like Maker specifically, is like, well, I don't want to do that. Like, I just want to beat people, right? I just want to play. Like, I don't want to have to go through all that. And it's like, it's another one of those things. It's like, well, how I like to, or how I want to enjoy the game, other people, don't want to have to do that again. Like, they were happy to get it done the first time. So we're going to try and figure out a way where basically you can choose. If you want everything open, you can open everything. If you want to lock it and progress through, you can progress through. You're going to be putting yourself obviously at a disadvantage, not having cards unlocked. But Christ, you can beat people with crappy decks. Like, I get beat by crappy decks all the time. You can get beat by common rare decks, and you can have all uniques and legendaries or whatever, and you can still lose. So that's kind of one of the beauty things about card games.
Exactly. Yeah. No, absolutely. And now, does that, sorry, I know this will be the last one. Is that indicative that, like, I mean, we're talking everything from story mode, because story is where you unlock a lot of the cards, like everything from that up to, and I say this obviously because that was towards the end, that's what I was doing most, was like the spectating. Is the goal, or is the idea, is it absolute full functionality from start to finish, or are there certain things at this point we're going, probably have to do without these, or I don't know exactly how we would make that work yet? Or is it all, as you said, between the client, being able to pull stuff from the client and everything, it's all there, it's just a matter of piecing it together at the right time?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably a perfectionist to a fault, so I want everything and I want it to work exactly the same. So that doesn't mean that it's going to be like that, but again, I'm not the glaze maker anymore than I already have, but he started to mess around with the scenarios, and again, praise to the original people. They made it so that it's essentially very similar to a regular match, right? When you go into the story mode and scenarios, campaign, stuff like that, all it's really doing is setting the board up with other conditions behind the scenes. Like, you start with this much health, or the AI has these cards on the board already and things like that. So it's very doable, but again, it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of watching people play through those and make sure that the things are happening that should be happening. But the cinematics, all that front end stuff is all in the client, so it's just like everything else. The client, when someone clicks the button, the client sends a message to the server. You got to be able to say, okay, this is what it wants to do, send back what it needs to see, and make the thing happen. But it's my anticipation right now is that will all be able to be done, and it's just a matter of time.
Wow. Renian, thank you. I mean, still, there's so much, just in general. I'm just a very curious person. This is incredibly fascinating, but I really appreciate your time to you taking the time out to, obviously you're eating and breathing this like on a day. Oh my gosh, I didn't even Jarl Balgrup. I for some reason I never saw that. And there's Denise's card, Thorana. So yeah, Thorana, Denise, you'll be able to have a premium Thorana like you've always wanted. Yeah, just incredible appreciation for what you're doing. And again, like you said, the perfection mentality, whether or not it ends up being fulfilled, just the idea that somebody with that kind of love and capability for the game is doing this. It's phenomenal. And I mean, I've heard so many people just very emotional on the negative side of things, just going, I miss this game so much, because despite how many knockoffs there are of anything, how many alternatives and everything that's out there for just about everything, nobody's tried to make a game that plays like Legends. Like, Eternal is a great game, but it's not Legends. Magic is completely different. Like, Hearthstone may be the closest in some ways, but it's it's much more simplified. So there isn't an alternative. And so the fact that you're willing and able to bring back the one and only game that plays the way this one does is huge. So as much grief as there is over its passing, there's that much more excitement over what you and Maker and there was a third gentleman you mentioned as well.
VD.
VIDI. Oh, VIDI. Okay, so we got Maker and VIDI, and both of whom I'm guessing, like you, were adamant players at the time, or
Yes, they both have a lot of passion for this. Just speaking real quick to that, because you reminded me of so a Reddit post that actually came through sometime after the game shut down was a gentleman, I think, talking about his son who had You know, I'm gonna butcher it. It was some kind of stage of autism, like, you know, I don't know what the stages are, 3 or something, but trying to think back. And he, whatever, this game helped him, like for whatever reason, his son. And when it shut down, they were having trouble explaining to him what was happening, why he couldn't play it, whatever. And then the dad got onto Reddit a few months after, posting that his son had figured out a way to get the game reinstalled and was trying to open it, and, you know, was kind of having a, you know, an episode, I don't know what you want to call it. He was upset, you know, that he couldn't play, and the dad was like desperately asking for help. Like, can anyone help him get this thing running? Like, the dad didn't really know what was, you know, the dad didn't play, right? He doesn't know what's going on, and that's heartbreaking to read, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
And I'm not saying, like, obviously Bethesda's a business, they're not trying to hurt anyone, they're trying to make money, like they have a you know, financial duty and everything. So I don't blame, obviously, them, nor should anyone, but if we can give that back, if we can give the ability for people to enjoy it, you know, without Bethesda's financial assistance, then again, I hope that that we can make that possible.
Yeah, Brave said the same. Denise said the same thing. She's glad you mentioned that, because apparently she was familiar with that story as well. So, yeah. So again, I know you've got the duties and all, and I took you a few minutes over anyway. But again, thank you so much for this. Maybe we can touch base at some point in the future. Again, I don't want to be taking away a lot of time talking about something that you're trying to actually accomplish, but it's been exciting to hear. And to appreciate, really. I think that was a big thing for me. I wanted to understand the amount of work you're putting in to make this thing happen, and I certainly have a better understanding. Hopefully everybody else does as well. Yeah, there's a lot of thanks coming in on the chat there, and has been. So I'm glad you know, but just how much this effort means to a comparatively small amount of people, but, you know, I mean, several hundred people at least, and well, yeah, and I would say maybe up to a couple thousand that are appreciative of what you're doing, and we're pulling for you. And if there is anything, I know, you know, you made it very clear where the boundaries are, and that, you know, you'll reach out to people when you need them. But obviously there's a community of a swell of community support in whatever you're trying to do. So if we can help in any way, if I can help in any way, certainly let me know. I'm all happy to try to pass the word around. But thank you very, very, very much for bringing this back to life.
Absolutely, yeah. No, thank you for having me. It was super fun. I enjoy talking about it, so happy to come back anytime.
Fantastic. All right, sir. We have a fantastic evening, and we will talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Bye. All righty. So I do apologize, folks, but I didn't see. I think we got as much. We got some of the questions that came up. I think we were able to hopefully address most of the ones that anybody had. I had another 4 or 5, but it was, you know, it was more just kind of. Actually, most of it got covered there. Yeah, actually, I think we covered it all. I just didn't go in a bullet point, but yeah. Thank you, Renian. Thank you very much. And again, if you want to see the footage, let me go ahead and do this really quick here. If you want to see, well, there we go. There we go. That will take you to his channel. As you can see here, he's got 7 videos up now. The one that was going on behind was one that was done 6 days ago. And it has all the audio and everything. Again, like Denise, you were saying, you want to hear the game, you want to experience, it's all there, which that's just, oh my gosh, that's so, it's crazy. It really is crazy just how okay, there we go. How much, like not having to recreate the cards and the effects and the animations from scratch. It's like, whoa, well, that makes it so much easier. But then you're like, no, that's like the bare minimum we need. Like, now everything has to work properly, and there's just so much. It's not just a take down the house from here and rebuild it over here. There's so much that has to go into it. So it's Halloween, but it feels like Christmas. Exactly, yeah. And you know, like I said, or he was saying, you know, it would be great. It would be great to have something, you know, that coincides with the time of when the servers went down in the new year. But as you heard, just there's so much more work that needs to be done. And I mean, it sounds like every step forward is very tentative, because you could take that step forward and go, yay, it's working. And then, some mechanic gets in there, or then you realize, well, when you put an ice storm down, that screws this up. And then it's like, oh my gosh, then you got to go all the way back and tunnel down and figure out how to refinesse to get the same effect without it impact. And I can't imagine the mind games when you've got that many. Was it 3,000 cards? Is that he mentioned, like, I think it was 1,800, but I could have sworn there was when it was all said and done, like 3,000 cards. Maybe that's way overshooting, but there's a lot. There's a gosh darn lot of them. And so it's to try to make sure everything is faithfully reproducing. It's just crazy. Testing. So right now, Dano, he did say that he could be reached on like a direct message on Discord or on Reddit, but because they are looking, he said they're looking for more testers, but he said they're reaching out to people in particular, because I think, like, for every person that gets on there there is a cost to it, and then it's also trying to just make sure that it's, because they only have so many people troubleshooting and doing things that, like, to have, if they had a swell of people playing, it would just be like a deluge of stuff and problems. And so I think he's rolling it out strategically for play testers. So right now, as best as I can tell, he's been in our situation too before. It's like, hey, I want to help, like, put me in, coach, let me do this thing. And he's just like, but they're just, I'm guessing if there is a time where he needs, like, beta testers or alpha testers, I guess, in mass, he'll put out the signal for it and people can log in. But I think right now it's kind of invite only, not to be exclusive, just because that's the way it has to be for them to be able to keep up with what's going on and make sure it's not ballooning out of control. I don't remember the amount from when I did my tier list, but it's around 2,000. Okay, 2,000. Okay, yeah. I mean, I figure he's doing it. So if he says 1,800 or something, I mean, he's going to be more accurate than I am, because I'm just pulling a number from the ether. I think I was looking at when I was trying to, like, download card art, I think, and maybe but that's a bunch of, like, alternates and whatever. So that was probably some duplicates, triplicates. But yeah, so around 2,000. Probably another 1,000 from events and campaigns. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a hefty number. It is a hefty number, but I mean, I just the proposed scope. I remember, and I think I got confused. I don't know about you all. I think I got confused. Let me see. I'll just go ahead and fire up Eternals, I guess. Since we're already on the card game deal, and since I know Dano has already started an account, is already playing this, he can relate to it, because he promised he was going to do it once we did a stream on it. So, and he's here now, and he wouldn't just besmirch his own honor in such a nefarious way. So I'm gonna go fire it up. I don't know how much we're gonna get played. Maybe we'll find one of our friends who's playing. But let's go ahead and get that going here. For everyone who wants to test, I would say reach out to Renian. He'll ask. Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly, Vincenzo. Because I mean, I know that people are, and I mean, he's absolutely right. I think about this down there. Keeping money out of it is the right thing to do. And like you said, no matter what, it would never be for profit. But it's one of those things where it's like, if we ever get to a point where, well, it's going to be fine, but just like I don't know. I'm not going to put words, but I'm just like, if it comes down to just, I want to keep a server going and it's going to cost $300. If everybody pays $2, then it covers the cost of the server plus a little. What's going on here? Pops was a big shot back when he was alive. He had many notable achievements. Okay, begin the game with what do I? Is this against a person? I will end you myself. Oh, he sounds very angry. He sounds very angry. So I guess we're not playing a person. We're playing. Sure. Okay. Relatively soon. Yeah, Beowulf, I know, in the back we were thinking, oh, Christmas time, but I I mean, when he mentioned the amount of work that was there, I was like, oh gosh, it could be a year, before we can do it. There's just so many moving pieces before it's polished and able to be rolled out. But I mean, if it's even, if he was even thinking there's a possibility, something at the start of the new year, that's a lot faster than I would have expected. Oh, nice. Beowulf is on. Yay! Oh, wait. You know what? I don't know what I'm doing.
Suffer for your arrogance.
Arrogance? That's humility. Well, she's got a smirk and a half, doesn't she? Like, meh, yeah, I'm cool. I'm stone person guy. All right. I just realized that's why we couldn't watch Beowulf because... Oh, and then Brave is on. There we go. No, Jesse, that's one of the free chapters. Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, we'll tackle that one a little bit later. Since we're done talking about TESL, I have to go and get candy. Right. Yes. So for those who don't know, so I think we got Dano and Vincenzo just left. So that's like half of our American audience, I think. Eliza's gone. Well, Beowulf. So Beowulf is here. Yeah, if those who don't know, 31st is Halloween. It is traditionally a time where there's trick-or-treating. The interesting thing, though, is like the earliest it is on the East Coast is just before 6. So it might be kind of getting dark right now, but typically trick-or-treating happens. It's got to be dark because when you go to people's houses, like, I mean, people around here have their decorations up. There's a guy with a freaking, it's like a skeleton torso. It's like the rib cage and the head, the skull. And the thing is probably, I don't know, 9 feet tall. So it's supposed to look like it's got these giant arms. So it's supposed to look like it's coming out of the ground. Back in Indiana, there was somebody who had I think it was like a 22-foot tall skeleton. I mean, it was the whole thing. It was just kind of standing there like walking, has like the glowing eyes and everything. So people do a lot of decor, but it doesn't quite have the same impact if you're seeing it with light. So you want to go when it's nighttime, when the lights and the stuff is really creepy, and people have wind machines blowing, fog machines. They got spidery things that come down. It's a whole production. Not everybody, but a lot of people really put a lot into it. And then of course there's the trick or treating. So you get a big bowl of candy, and kids come by, trick or treat, and they get a piece of candy. And yeah, it's a great way to get kids hopped up on sugar for the next month or so. I think my stash only lasted like a week or two, not because it wasn't a lot. It was just because I go through candy pretty quick. I'm not one of these people. If I buy something that I enjoy, whether it's Doritos or candy, it's not going to last more than like 1 or 2 sittings, and usually it only lasts that long if it's something that's making it physically impossible or detrimental to eat. So Doritos, I don't know about you, but for me, if I eat enough of them, the tanginess from the fake cheese on the chip goes away. So you no longer get that zesty, cheesy kind of kick, and you get enough mushed up Doritos between your teeth and everything that you really can't even chew properly. So when it gets to that point, I call it quits on the Doritos. Sour Patch Kids, the little soury bits that are on there, if I eat too many of those, it'll start rubbing the roof of my mouth raw. And at that point, I also concede for a day or two, and then I finish the rest of the bag the next day. I'm just not a very good, if it's good, I want to eat it. So I always wanted to have like a candy drawer or a candy stash. But I realized very early on, it's only a candy drawer for a day or two, and then it's a candy wrapper drawer. So doesn't really work out all that well. Lack of self-control. So yeah, I just don't eat those things anymore, because that's really can't find the happy middle ground where it's in the house, but I pretend that it's not. Like I've tried to hide it from myself. I'm like, if I just put it here, in like 3 days I'll forget that it's there. But that never happens. Never forget. In fact, sometimes I'll wake up thinking about it. I'll be like, oh my gosh, I've got Sour Patch Kids to eat for breakfast this morning. Speaking of eating, I've got some homemade pizza here that does not have pineapple on it, and so I'm going to munch on that as we go. Sorry, Beowulf. Oh, Sorry about that. Got lost in my own little world there. Well done. Was that? I didn't even see. Was that against the computer? My Brave's up now. Let's see. Let's see. Well, it's just as Oathbreakers. I don't see a name. So I'm guessing this is a chapter, right? She's doing really well. I mean, she's got a board, and the opponent does not. Opponent does not have cards either. Oh, good. That was a monthly event. Okay, got in the top 100. Nice, Beowulf. Now, do they have card backs or anything like, you know? Obviously, Legends. You know, you had your top 10, top 100. Is there a demarcation of your expertise and your prowess if you finish in the top 100, or is it just kind of a okay? You are okay. This is against AI. That's all right. Hey, beating AI is beating AI. You know, we got to keep AI humble. It thinks it's going to take over the world. We need to remind it that when push comes to shove, we can still kick its butt. I think that's the lesson. You know, when people start losing to the AI, that's when AI gets a little cocky, it gets a little full of itself, and thinks, now I can take over the world. We don't want it to get to that point. So y'all are doing a service for humanity by beating the AI. I'll challenge the needs. Oh, nice! There we go. Just exercising my dinosaurs. You get a free unique card back just for participating in the event. So it's good because you get a cool thing, but it's not a. Go ahead, I don't mind losing. All right, so we will. So Beowulf is a challenger, so we'll show his side of it for now. So you don't get a card back for finishing the top 100, but you do get one for going for the event. Whereas like with Legends, you only got the reward if you finished in the top 200 or something. Well, no, there were certain ones. There were some where you got a copy of a card every time you played. So as long as you had the buy-in, as long as you could afford, you had the gold to get in, or the ticket to get in, you could get a copy of the card. And if you had 3, you could snowball it. Or if you won 3, you could essentially get all 3 copies. Just gonna turn stream off while playing. Fair enough, Denise. Fair enough. You know, I still think it requires some like I venture to guess I could still manage to lose, genuinely lose, even if I knew what my opponent had, or I should say, if I knew half of my opponent's hand. Like if I knew 3 out of 5 cards, I'm pretty sure I could still manage to lose, because you still have to be able to execute. You can be like, oh, I know what my opponent has an answer to this, but you don't know what they're going to draw next. So let's say you bait out their silence. You're like, they got 1 silence. I've got 2 cards I want to play, and I'm going to bait out the silence on this one and save this one for after. 1, your opponent might not play the silence, even though you're trying to bait them out to do it. And 2, you might succeed and be like, aha, now I can play my other card. And then they top deck silence. Like Beowulf, you said, I need to respond to your comment, but you even said it yourself in that one video. It was funny because I'm like, okay, I should apologize for going after the guy for seemingly roping me. So my ire is not towards my opponent. However, my ire is to the game for giving him the top deck he needed to win the game. Because I had him shut down. His little pilfer kitties weren't going nowhere. But he top decked, on a pilfer, he top decked the 1 card that was going to thwart my defense. So I was still going to be pissed off. I just would have been pissed off at the injustices of the game, and not so much my opponent being so. Although I will say, there can be a lag, there can be a little bit of time. It still took a little bit of time. He had that card in his hand for, it feels like 30 seconds. I think it could have, I mean, granted, how many times have I made a mistake or a misplay because I'm like, oh, I got the things. And I'm like, equip. Oh, no. I wanted to equip it on the other guy because he's going to be one. Oh, no. So he was just being cautious, perhaps. I apologize to him virtually. I'm sorry that I accused you of roping when, in fact, I should just accuse you of being the beneficiary of a AI that hated me. I think Denise is the only person I ever played who had worse luck than I did. All right, so we got Denise's Dinosaurs against Beowulf's. Well, that's almost like a blonde Gaston with a goatee, with a fork. Argentport Noble. Oh, he's got lifesteal. That's a big chair. That's a big chair. That's bigger than my chair. He's got his Minotaur. Is it a Minotaur? It's a Minotaur, yep. And Kermit the Frog.
Meet my axe.
All right. Okay, so I might have missed something. I'm guessing / hoping the frog is a token. It has to be a token, right? Yeah. There's no way that's an actual card. Like Beowulf ain't no scrub. He is not playing. He doesn't have to play a 0 cost 1/1 frog, unless he's got some shenaniganisms brewing. Oh no! Oh, look at that premium. So Denise was the first one I saw that had premium, but look at these. Whoa, okay, he's got quite a few of them actually. And I applaud your choice, Beowulf, because these look really good. Whereas this turd muffin right here, I mean, it may be a good card. I don't really know. Can't tell. I mean, silence is a thing. Lifesteal is a thing, but who wants that in premium, right? It's kind of like Broom of Profiteer. You get it in premium just because you can, maybe as a flex, but doesn't really make the card look good. Those fire effects and the little bit of the it's not really rippling the cape, but a little bit of his hair and the cape effect looks pretty good. And then Denise over here, we've got no, that's not a premium. That's a nice shiny premium. The gold and the blue looks really good. It's interesting though, like the effect almost makes it look like it's underwater. You know how the water has those certain patterns because it's where the waves or the ripples are. So it's got a little bit of that light play and a little bit of that. The leaves obviously throw it off a little bit, but anyway, that's what I have to contribute to the game. I do artistic critiques and observations. Can't speak to a darn thing about strategy. Sorry, it's very uncivilized, I know. So I might go through. I'm recording the stream, so I might go through and break off that interview as its own standalone, so people don't have to. They don't have to watch the stream if they just want to get the skinny on what's going on. All right, so it's close. Denise has the board advantage, has health advantage, but is running a little dry on the cards. Is that a toilet? What the heck was that? That's a big old weapon right there. That's what that is. Alright. So I was just trying to catch up on anything I might have missed during the session. Oh, I was wondering why it's so hot in here. Believe it or not, folks, it was below 70 for most of today. And yesterday, in fact, had the windows open. It felt glorious. Still does. However, it is probably up to a balmy 72 now. And for those not familiar with the imperial system, yoink.
Sharpen those horns.
It's a 22 degrees. 22 Celsius. So overall nice weather, but it starts to get a little warm in here. Probably need to turn on the AC. No, not super uncomfortable, just enough where you just don't want to sit in it, you know? I'm pampered. I know. I spend many of my days not being pampered. So on my pampering days, I like to be pampered. I like to say the word pampered, apparently. I'm not sure what it is about the word pamper.
Take up arms.
All right. Okay. He's got that life steal going, or had that. Oh, he still does. Yeah, that's a big. Oof. All right. So it looks. I mean, so I'm guessing. I mean, obviously, neither one of these necessarily are aggro. I don't think, Denise.
Take up arms.
Is yours like an aggro or mid-grow? They strike me as both being mid-range, but I'm also seeing Beowulf. It looks like your deck seems to gain momentum later on. So is this a control deck, or this is just more like a slower mid-range deck?
Winds protect me.
I fly like the wind, and the shadows protect me.
There is no hunting here.
Okay. Oh, what is she doing? She's doing things. I will say this is probably the first. I don't know. I feel like I picked up Magic faster than I picked this. I think there's more. Like Magic has certain things that are more complicated, but I feel like this, because Magic started off as physical cards and it was limited in terms of what it could do realistically. I think it kind of reined it in a little bit, even though maybe now it's getting a little more out of control. But the fact that it's like started off as paper, I think that reins it in. Whereas something like Eternal, where it has its life as digital, at least in this form, it is solely digital, and then it has physical versions that are more tame. There's a lot more. It seems there are a lot more cards that do have, like, it's like, okay, well, this is giving a bunch of stuff an effect that I don't even know what exactly that did. Because you can do that with digital. It's because it's doing it all by itself. It's not something you'd have to put a counter on, or do a bunch of maths for in a real game. It just kind of does it automatically. So I think there's a little more catching up I have to do. All right. It's a weird and wonderful world we live in, isn't it? As they say, if it's on the internet, it's never really gone. That seems to be more and more true. You got like the Wayback Machine that brings up stuff that somebody wrote or posted, or a site that used to exist, and now you can even pull stuff off of an entire game off of a client. I don't even know if I use that word correctly or not, but it's kind of nice. For those of us who remember growing up in the world of paper, I know where if you drew something, you didn't draw it in Photoshop, you drew it on a piece of paper. If you screwed up and you couldn't erase it without tearing the paper, you had to start over. If it got lost or it got crinkled or destroyed or something, it was gone. Now it's like nothing's ever really gone. Oh, she's reconnecting? Okay. Oh, tech issues. Gotcha. Okay, thanks for letting us know, Beowulf. you can call me on Discord. Hey, Baltic, what's going on? You missed the interview, man. Now you can go back and look at it. I'll probably be releasing it as a video, just to make it easier for everybody. But yeah, there's Renian talked about the game. But welcome back. Were you doing some board gaming with your chums, with your flesh and blood chums? Let's see here. Buggity bee wolf. Bee wolf. There we go.
Hey there, can you hear?
Volume-wise, yes, but got a little bit of transformer digitized to your voice.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe it'll get better. Just thought this is easier.
Yep. Oh, you sound good now. You sound good.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Hang on, I gotta play here. Okay. Yeah, I think Denise had some technical issues. One of the cards wasn't allowing her to play on the field, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Just goes to show that even when you've got people, when the game is active and live, there's still plenty of troubleshooting to be done.
Oh, yeah.
Have you been seeing that a lot with this game? I mean, is that a common thing?
No, not really.
Okay.
Denise always, she has a knack for having issues with that, right? And the games love her. But no, I wouldn't say that's a common thing.
On the edge of the
Okay.
blade.
Okay. I guess I'm just going to play it conservatively here.
So is this then control? Because this has actually been going on for a while, this game.
Yeah, this is a newer deck that I've been working on. It's a Minotaur tribal deck with some other cards to support it, but she's playing these huge see, it was a mistake to play conservatively. She's playing these huge dinosaurs. Basically, I am inflicting damage on myself each turn, but I'm drawing cards, and there's a specific key card I'm waiting to pull that allows me to pull weapons and other Minotaurs out of my deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, is that I'm trying to remember from the last time. Was it a market or something, or is that when we last played, there was a card similar thing. It looked like you could play that, and it allowed you access to like 3 different cards or something, or
yeah, it's somewhat of it. It's a different deck, right? But it's somewhat of a similar mechanic. It's basically this is new card that just came out with that I wanted to try out, and I wanted to build a Minotaur tribal anyways. Oh no, I got my market, my smuggler. So this allows me. This is also unique to Eternal. You have a side market. I don't know if you can see it when I open it now in game. That allows me. I can put up to 5 cards in there, and I can trade one of my cards in my hand with one in my market. So, for example, I can go a unit lifesteal and unblockable. There are basically shit cards that are in here. I'm gonna pull my drawing card. This allows me to draw 4 cards. I gotta discard my hand, so I'm gonna play my other card first.
Oh, that's perfect.
Well, I don't have enough power to play both. You know what? I don't need this other weapon, so for now, I'm just gonna play this and discard my weapon and then draw 4 new cards. See what we're getting here? Nothing very good. But not terrible either. So let's see here.
And now, what did that just do? Because that's what I was looking at before.
Yeah, this. I have this one creature, the Scale Swarm Patrol, that whenever I play a land or power card, I can give itself another card and a card on my deck, +1/+1. It's a very powerful card.
Yeah.
And I just pulled my key card, which is the Minotaur.
Oh,
so I'm going to do this, and I'm going to give another one. I'm going to give, let's see here, this one +1/+1. And I'm going to play the Minotaur. And I think, I can give her. Now I have 2 10/10s and that I can attack with. Get rid of her big guys.
Of which she has quite a few.
Yeah, she plays a dinosaur deck, so I think her idea is usually to, we would say ramp and then just overwhelm you with the big guys. And you see, the one of it has that fist. That means that's basically overwhelm, and then breakthrough exactly. And then the 9/9 is endurance, which means when it attacks, it doesn't get exhausted, right? It's basically always active.
So it's going to defend as well.
Exactly. It can defend as well as attack. And one of the disadvantages here is when you attack, by default, the creature is exhausted, so you cannot use it again.
Right. Very, very Magic the Gathering in that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And this is the part I don't like so much about this game, right? That it is just too. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna attack with my minor. Is this the right one? Yes. You'll see here this Tavrot. He allows me now, when I attack with him, to pull another Minotaur, so I can get him again. And it gives it +5 attack. And I have no weapon in my next card, so I can't pull one. Normally I would now draw a weapon as well, but I missed that, unfortunately. So that'll frustrate her because she just, used him to not die, and now I can just play him again.
Right. Yep.
Another 10/10. Yep. Ooh, and glad I played it, because now I draw again. The card Destiny is another function. And my card draw card has Destiny, which means it gets put back into the top 10 of your cards, and then when you hit it, it gets played for free.
Oh, jeez.
It's pretty cool.
I was gonna say, this seems like a stacked deck. It wouldn't. Oh, that's the thing that I thought was like a toilet seat. That is not. It is a Lunar Claw, like a scythe.
The Lunar Claw, yeah, that's a relic weapon. So that's a weapon you play on your avatar that can then attack, and many of them have different things they do. So you see, I can give a +3 attack, then it is 4/4. So I will do this right now, and that will allow me to. With that, I can attack creatures or her face if she has none. But since she has a creature, I'll attack that. And now I'm going to attack with everything.
Wow, she has no cards, 1 life, and you're like, let's do, what is this?
Well,
18.
it's kind of like the thing to do, like
right.
Just like in TESL, you don't fuck around. You just kind of
oh yeah,
game's over.
No, yeah, yeah. You never know. You never know. Good gravy. That's a.
Yeah, that was pretty hefty. I'm gonna have to apologize to her.
That's all. I mean, hey, it's let there be no mistaking.
Yeah. Say Minotaur power. Send her the deck.
Aldrich, you were detained.
I've been sending her decks. My
people.
collection is still way below where it should be, like normal players too. The only reason I got into the top 100 for the event is because it's forgot what you call it. It's like a booster event, right? So you basically get a certain amount of packs that you can keep, and out of which you then build a deck. So there's a bit of a luck involved, and then throughout the month, the event goes the whole month. I think it's every week you get an additional 2 packs to then either change your deck or make it better or build a completely new deck out of it. So it evens the playing field, and that's really fun. And the first time I did it, I lost my behind, and this time top 100 is pretty cool. Yeah.
Now that's the format where like some people could be tempted to pick a card that may not be good for the event, but it's a card that they wanted for just to have.
Exactly. It's kind of like if you imagined Arena and TESL, only that you could keep the cards, if you will, right? So, and a few people would then be very tempted to keep some legendary, even though it doesn't make sense for the deck they're playing, or something.
Yeah, I remember there was a big stink with like Magic the Gathering because they had one of those. It was like a televised deal, and it was like a very well-seasoned player, but like a card came out. It's called Tramagoy for some weird name card, but it's like a $400 card. And it was not even the right color. It was like green, and he was running red and white, I think. But it was like, it's a $400. It's like a hyper rare card. Like nobody. So he kept it, and people were like, oh, it's he's the integrity of the game. It's like, how many people are gonna pass aside a $400 card or just a really good card. When it's that good, it's like, okay, I could still win with my other 39 or 49 cards, but
Right.
you know, that's my college fund right there.
Yeah. I'm waiting on another event game. Oh yeah, should be going on now.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, these are decks that are not super optimized, obviously, and it's a bit of luck. And some people, just like in TESL, when you it's hard to believe it's an arena game because they got Ancano and I don't know, other legendaries. That happens here too, right? Where you go like, okay, you just had like the draw of the century when you got your boosters, and we'll see how this one goes.
Now, Baldric he says he sees quite a few Minotaurs. Is there enough cards for a cow tribal deck?
There's not my deck is technically a tribal deck. I guess I softened it a little bit. It was like even more Minotaur focused before, but it just wasn't as good enough right then. So often the key is, even though you want to play a tribal deck, you have to include certain key cards to make it viable.
Right.
And so that's what I did. And since then, it's okay. It's still not a great deck, but it's okay.
Alrighty. So yeah,
Okay.
so Baldric, you have the capability. You should ask whether you should, not whether you could.
Yeah. All right, this is another mechanic I quite like. I'm going to play like the first card on my left here. That's a flying 0 for a creature, but it has the scout ability or technique when you summon it. And what that allows you to do is look at your first card and then either put it at the bottom or keep it. So this is direct removal, which is always great. So I'm going to keep that.
Okay.
And let's see. No, that doesn't do anything. I'm going to just... I'm not going to do it again because I already know what's sitting there. So I'm just going to end my turn.
Now, is the card back you have now, is that the card back you were talking about that you got for... Okay.
So you get that right away. And then, of course, you get rewards. And they depend on your rank, actually. Right?
Okay.
So, like, in the top 10, you get that many packs and legendaries. And then, like, I don't know. I forgot what the scale is. Like 50 to 100, you get that many. And then... it's basically like a stagger type thing.
Okay.
I won't go back.
Okay, now I am going to scout again. And, I'm going to keep that too. And that's really it. One of the things... Yeah, go ahead.
No, you have.
I was going to say, one of the things that I really liked about TESL better, a lot of the battles and legends end up being like this, or even the game with Denise, where it's sort of like a back and forth, and you have to wait until it's much more of a standoff, if that makes any sense, than TESL. TESL felt more active somehow.
Yeah, well, because I think if nothing else, the ability to be able to choose, like, you can choose to defend, like you can say I'm going to attack, but the defense has a chance to do stuff. So it checks the offensive capabilities. Where with Legends, it was like you could pretty much, if it wasn't a guard, you could just do what you wanted, and keep it moving forward that way. Unless you were, a combo deck or something. Yeah. I think that the defensive capabilities that like this and Magic the Gathering have it forces both players to be a little more. Because I remember when I was playing before, it's like the board's just getting bigger and bigger because I'm like it's stupid for me to attack right now because he can defend it in a certain way that would just wipe me out. So I can't attack unless I just want to punt the game.
Yeah. There is a certain strategic aspect to it, which can be fun, but yeah, I enjoy the TESL part, TESL way better. It's that, and then the consistent mana gain, or power gain. That's something I really liked in TESL. There's way too many games here where you lose because you're either not drawing any power or only power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Play him.
What is that? What is he doing with the thing there? Is that a book? Oh, yeah, he's finding a book.
Yeah, he's scouting 2 now, and he dealt 3 damage to my other creature. And when that creature gets targeted, I get to invoke, which is another cool mechanic. Basically, invoke. Oh, let's say continue. Yeah. Sorry, I'm making him wait. I don't want him to think I'm BMing. It's because I'm so bad at talking and playing at the same time.
I hear you. I hear you. Well, it's kind of interesting though, because I heard the sound ramping up, like it seemed like it was getting like intensifying, which I think is actually a good call. Where Legends, it's like you hear that, but it doesn't. It just starts making that noise. You can miss it. Where that was like, oh, there's something yelling at me now. Like, play the game.
Right. Can't describe one of you. It's deadly. Yeah, not too bad. Should have done that before.
Do they ever have, like with Legends, where you, like, obviously, I mean, the card back was one of the rewards, but sometimes there are like legendaries or alternate art. Like, does it replicate that as well?
You have like premiums, and there is alt arts as well.
Okay.
Yeah, all that exists, and you can. There's different ways to acquire them. That's all fairly similar. Okay, now I can play him. This is a card I never got, so I need to look at this. Start of your turn, reveal. Okay. Sure, why not? And he has stealth, so what that actually means is we can see it, but the opponent can't actually see this card. He just sees that I played a creature, but he doesn't know what it is until I either block, attack, or he plays some kind of effect on it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool thing. So it's kind of like you play like a hidden creature, and he doesn't really know now, well, should I attack or not? You know, it could be anything.
Wow. And so I'm saying that's the stealth keyword. So it's not, there are many cards that have that, I guess, where
stealth is one of the skills that it's one of the mechanics, like anything else, like overwhelm or lethal or whatever, and one of them is stealth. They do have some cool battle skills in Eternal. Got to tell they did that pretty well.
There's a lot of them. All right, Brave's back. I asked her if she was playing the event too, and it's grayed out for her.
Cool. I just played a 5/6 flyer. You may equal to the student. Okay. Choosing you.
Oh, line breaker. Some cool art there.
Yeah, he's complaining that I take too long.
The opponent?
Yeah, you can't see that, but he's saying TikTok, as in like.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Don't take so fucking long.
Right. Well, no, maybe he said, maybe his thing was just, please, sir, carry on at a swifter pace if you would, please. Thank you. And please. That's probably what he's saying. That would be one thing that if I could suggest an upgrade to the Legend Reborn that I don't know that anybody would oppose. Maybe they would, but having like an actual chat function that like both people have to agree to use it. You can't just like spam chat to somebody, but if you open the chat window, that you could actually like communicate beyond emotes. That'd be kind of nice.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm giving one of my units killer, which means it can't do it this turn.
Was that lethal?
It can attack. It just basically battles. It can battle another creature. We would say in TESL.
Oh,
right. So yeah, it's a skill you can give a creature here, right? So if you have something big, you can give it killer, and then you can only use it once, so then it's consumed. But then it can attack another creature.
Gotcha. So kind of like it wasn't called Umbrage. What was called?
Umbra. Yeah.
Umbra. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, now he's taking. I'm not gonna PM him back, but
right. He's got a pretty nifty looking card back too. There, whatever that is, I guess. Like
yeah, he's definitely more on the experience side. You can tell by the card backs they have, and yeah. Okay, first I'm going to kill you. That was actually
always
stupid. I wanted to kill the other one, but doesn't matter.
That was always one of my things when I was playing Magic. I wanted to use a nifty card back.
Okay, fine.
But then they would know that I'm not a noob. I'd rather them think I'm a noob and not take me seriously.
Okay, I'm waiting for him now to do something. Okay. Then I'm going to now pull one of his cards out. Gonna take you. Gonna skip that, and then I'm gonna play my little kitty cat.
Oh, there you go, Denise. Look at that.
It forces him to steal, to remove, or discard one of his cards. So he has to think about which one is he going to discard now. And then this creature has revenge, which again means that it'll come back. Okay, and then I'm going to attack. Wait, this one has deadly now, yeah? No, I'm not going to attack them. I'm going to wait. I'm going to silence that next.
Wait, so there's a 1-cost card that that allows you to force your opponent to discard? Well, that seems a little. Well, I mean, Magic did that all the time, I guess. That seems like a pretty darn powerful effect. I mean, you could, especially because you can have 4 copies, right?
Well, it's technically costing 3, right? Because it has a contract. If you look at the card, it has a contract mechanic.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
Oh, stop with your TikTok. He keeps saying TikTok, TikTok. It's like, I'm just gonna mute you.
Yeah.
Some people, I'll tell you. Okay, and then I'm gonna attack with that. See, now I'm attacking with the cat, and he's defending it, but now it will go back into my... Oh, no, it can't leave the void because he has this other card. See, I screwed that up. Normally, it will go back into my deck now, but I forgot about this.
Oh, so he has a card that negates that ability?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, but I'm going to silence... Wait, what? Can I not play this? Yes. I'll silence you. And then I'm going to attack. Okay.
That's quite enough.
I know it's going to silence mine. It's funny. Okay.
Wait, is she wearing, like, glasses?
Still.
The stone's power dims.
Yeah, I need to start attacking, unfortunately. It's not great. Nah, I'm just gonna wait. This is the thing, you want to do something, but there's a lot more turns where it's smartest to not do anything.
Well, yeah, he's got those 2 deadlies sitting there, so he can pretty much take out anything you swing with, right? That's...
Yeah, unless it has flying or something else. Now I can give another creature deadly, which I will do on, let's see, you here. So I also have 2 deadly blockers. And let's see how many cards do I have left. Yeah, we're still good.
Oh, that's an anteater, I guess? What the heck is that thing?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it, right? It's a pterosaur. I guess technically it's a dinosaur.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out where the eyes and stuff was. It looked kind of weird.
Yeah.
Okay, those are tusks. I see. Okay.
Because now I'm only drawing power cards, which doesn't help.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a standoff, total standoff. That's funny. We'll see. Eventually, there will be a card that'll change the board state.
See, yeah, and that's I think, as much as I like the fact, because to me that the your ability to pick and choose on defense kind of almost makes like something like a prophecy not quite necessary to avoid just a bunch of aggros going at it. At the same time, you have so many situations like this where it's like both players are waiting for that top deck that changes the status quo enough that they can actually do something. Otherwise, you're just kind of, like you said, unless you're willing to punt the game, you're just having to kind of wait it out.
Yeah. Not the greatest choices, but I now, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I think this is because it's the event. Everybody plays super conservatively too, so this is another factor here.
Look at what
I already got my rank, so technically this is one of those games where if I win, I can improve my ranking against people that I'm tied with.
Mm-hmm.
But
Shepherd them safely.
yeah, that's really it.
Now, is this like TESL? Does the event run over the weekend, or is this the last day?
To the end of the month, right? So
geez.
tomorrow's the last day, I guess. Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, right. Yeah, I keep forgetting today's the end of the month / the 31st / Halloween. I totally forget that.
Right.
Are you a turn all the lights off so they know not to come to your door, or do you have skeletons and stuff hanging from your in your yard?
This month I'm kind of ignoring it, to be honest, and I live a little bit outside, so there isn't that much traffic here anyways. But yeah, it's I have some years where I fully participate, and then other years where I go like, okay, now I can swap my attack and with another unit. Let's see, what does he have? I'm going to.
Sorry for the poor etiquette.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
I don't have a napkin, so I'm having to
choose a unit, you
wipe my face with my.
I make my flyer basically bigger, so now I can attack and threaten his flying creatures. Also, kind of a cool card that you can just swap the stats basically with another creature, either your own or even that of one of your opponents.
Oh, Hatchery Meddler.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, exactly. Could Hatchery Meddler do it for your own creatures, or was it only enemy creatures?
Yeah, it was it could do it to the. I think it could do it to the Meddler. It could do it to pretty much anything. Just whichever one would be more advantageous, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I don't remember, to be honest.
I know it was Intelligence's primary anti-invade because it could swap out the gate.
So I'm at an advantage now, unless he can deal with my flyer, because unlike TESL here and flying, you need another flyer to block it, and he doesn't have any flying creatures.
Yeah, those two poisonous critters are just sitting there all helpless and whatnot.
Yeah, he's probably going to start attacking here soon because that's his only out.
Mm-hmm.
Until then, I'm just going to attack. That doesn't do much, but it's a bigger creature. So I'm going to sacrifice a small one, get the big one in, end my turn.
Big body. Got the big body.
Yeah, big body. Exactly. And I have a fast spell in my hand, the Barricade, that would give a blocking creature +8/+8. So it's another nice little surprise for him.
Yeah, I'm still. I have what I think it's a very unique take on fast spells. I like them when I have them to play, but I don't like it when my opponent plays them. So
yeah,
I think that's a very fair and mature way of looking at it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's one of those things you kind of get used to. Yeah, okay, now he just wants the life gain. That's fine with me. I'm gonna block you. That makes him not survive another round unless he has something surprising for me. This is it. Yep.
Nice. TikTok, baby.
Yeah, exactly. BMer. Yeah. So there you go.
Nicely done.
Yeah, spot 76 right now. Yeah, pretty cool.
Wow.
Well, it's not. This. I'm really not that good. It's just when you're like, I'm like mediocre right now still, I would say, but I have a big card advantage or disadvantage in normal ranked, right? So there it's even harder to win. So that's why I like the monthly events. A, they're totally worth the investment, and B, the battlefield is is more even.
Right.
The playing field is even.
Exactly right. Oh yeah.
No, is Brave? Oh, does she want to play? I don't know. Yeah.
Let's see. I think she's out.
Yeah.
She's back. She's back in chat. So she's.
Okay. I don't know if she wants to play some, and you can watch her. I don't want to take over here.
No, it's totally fine. I mean, Denise, if you want to, great. Otherwise, if you would like,
keep some dinosaurs,
Yeah, some dinosaurs.
And she can play Gauntlet. That's AI, but the AI in this game is much better than in TESL. So it's especially, it actually has different ranks that resets every month.
Oh.
And so you have to, once you win the full, I think it's 7 games, with a final boss, you move up 1 rank, and then you get a rank reward. So that's one of the ways to grind that I recommend to new players. Always play the Gauntlet until you at least get to the last rank. I think there's 5 different ranks. Go like, wood, silver, gold, diamond, something like that.
Right. And
you get a great reward every time you rank up. And once you get to those higher levels, the AI is pretty darn good. So that's no comparison to, in TESL, you would expect to win 99% of the games against the AI, right? Unless you get really unlucky or something. Here, it's quite different.
Yeah. Well, it's exciting that they continue to improve AI and things like that, just so that the single player experience is pretty good.
Yeah, and then what I like, of course, which would be cool, or would have been cool with TESL, is that it's still a live game, so they add new cards, and then they rotate the legal sets, so to speak, right? Each card belongs to like a certain set. There's differences, like there's expansions, and then there's specific promo card sets and whatnot. But I don't know if that's each month. I think it is each month, or maybe it's every 3 months or so. They basically take one of those out and add another one in, and then it rotates. So that means you always get new combinations that you can do, or if there was one real annoying deck for one season, it won't be there anymore the next, and so that's kind of interesting. It's kind of like if you imagine in TESL you could only play like the core set, and then I don't know, heroes and I don't know, some other expansion that I forgot the name of, right? And then in 3 months it would rotate. So it encourages people to create new and different decks, find new combinations and mechanics that work well together, and that's always fun.
Absolutely, yeah. They're, like you said, that helps alleviate a lot of the problems we were having with TESL, which is just seeing the same decks over and over.
Exactly. Like when I started with Eternal, I wasn't sure if I want to continue it because there was a really annoying mechanic that relied on legendary cards. So and as a new player you just had nothing against it, right? So it wasn't always an auto concede when you ran into that, and so I was very glad. And they did nerf that card since, so that's good. But besides nerfing, they also it also just went away in the current edition.
Right.
It looks like Brave's back on, so hopefully she's playing and we can watch her.
Yep. Okay, so Zen said TESL AI used cards that didn't exist for the player. I remember that in the stories and everything. I don't remember. Do we have those in like actual like if you're farming if you're just doing it against the AI just in a normal match? Did they have cards that we didn't have?
I don't remember that either. But to be honest, I wasn't a huge AI player. I mean, I use it every once in a while to test out some new decks, but that was about it. I didn't really use it as much, so it's entirely possible that I missed it, and Zen's probably right.
Yeah, that's what I would assume he just didn't pull that out of nowhere. Like I said, I remember in the story mode they had like certain guards and like certain card art that only existed, but the only ones that I remember distinctly were like there was like a 2-1. It was the what do you call it? Like a Dark Brotherhood Initiate or something. And so it looked kind of cool. They had like the hooded cloak and everything, but it was like, it was just a 2-1. It wasn't a good card.
The more I think about it, the more I think that's totally true. Just like I said, didn't play the AI that much. I'd rather play it against real people, and I often, even just to try out decks, I would play ranked just because that's the only way where you get the real deal.
Right.
But there are some, I remember even earlier, I think Vincenzo mentioned when we were viewing the TESL footage, there were some interesting like arena rewards that looked like I never seen those. And I'm not sure if that's just because I haven't played it as much, or whether that was some new thing they did or something very rare that happened there.
Yeah, I was looking at chat or something, so I would have to go back and watch that because I missed it. But I would be more likely to say that it was something I just didn't see because I didn't win a lot. So wasn't used to that. I played a lot of practice to grind quests. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, same here as Zen-Sky. Or, well, what was it? So you could actually, the little bit of the cheat, because a lot of the times you couldn't get your daily quests from practice. It had to be against an opponent or the story. And so I just kept one story. Like I don't remember which one it was. I just never beat it. I just used it for any quest that didn't involve having to win. So it's like play X number of this kind of card. So I just do it against the AI just because it was like I felt like if I built a deck that was designed to give me the results I wanted, I was going to just get my butt kicked, or it was going to be really grindy for my opponent. So I was just I'll just use it against the AI because it doesn't care.
Right. Yeah, I did that at times. They have a mix of that here in Eternal as well, where you get the daily quest. There's 2, and you can also exchange 1. And some of them are valid everywhere, no matter what play mode, and others are specifically in versus mode, so against real people. And so depending on your preferences, you can change that. Yeah, it looks like Brave changed it up. This is looks like a weapon deck.
Seeing a lot of Minotaurs. That's shout out Baldric. There you got your cows.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's a slur to a Minotaur, but I don't know, so we'll just continue to call them cows.
Yeah. Just don't want to run into one of those guys.
No, literally or figuratively. Yeah, they'll give you the business.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like if you look at the power curve, right, you see the opponent is at 6 power. Brave is still at 3, so she's running into that problem that we so often run into, that she doesn't have enough mana to play her cards, right? She can play some of the lower costs, but if she was at 6, she would be in a very different position at this point.
Yeah.
And like I said, that is kind of a bummer because I don't like it because it doesn't let me play the game. And so that's what I really liked about TESL, and I didn't realize that, how, I just took it for granted. I was not a big, card player before TESL, but now having tried several different card games and ultimately ending up with Eternal being the closest to and best of what, at least by my taste, because I just didn't like Magic the Gathering Arena. I used to play with real cards, and I liked the game in itself, but it was too busy, too convoluted, and Eternal was more relaxed. And I thought it was funny that it came up earlier too, how relaxing it is to play TESL. I mean, to the point where even that kid that was mentioned, it relaxed him or her, I don't know. And that's something very unique. And Eternal has some of it, but not quite like TESL.
Yep. Which is, like I said, it sucks because the world is full of rip-off sequels, copycats. Like, it's all over the place. You can just be like, oh, that's a Temu version of X, Y, and Z. We can't even get a Temu Legends. Like, nobody's even trying to do Legends poorly.
If you like any kind of, if you like Dark Souls, and that would no longer be available. There's so many Souls-like games. It wouldn't. You have take your pick. But there's a ton of card games. But as I said, I think the combination of the 2 lanes, prophecies, then the consistent mana gain. That all made TESL pretty unique. Yeah. Not to mention, I like the art the best. right?
Yeah.
I can't get into the too fantasy-ish or too comic-y. I know that's all totally subjective, right? So no ding on those, and there's some great artists in that field. But for me personally, I like the more realistic fantasy that TESL had. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, this one I feel it's not quite Hearthstone-y, but it sure as heck isn't TESL. It's
Exactly. They went for sort of a hybrid, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, and they also did the thing that now I know Magic is able to get away with it because they're essentially doing what do they call the planes, different planes. So like you can go to a Wild West plane. So you got cowboys against aliens against whatever. I don't know.
Right.
I'm seeing the same dynamic here, but I don't know how lore-wise that's explained.
Yeah. Denise will probably know a whole lot more about lore than I do. She's getting more and more into it and is actually reading the story. I'll be honest, I have ignored most of this and just trying to figure out the mechanics and play the game. Yeah.
Right. Like I just want to win. I don't need to know why my opponent lost.
Well, I mean, I guess not from the start, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
It is true that I love that with TESL, right? But because I played a lot of Skyrim and Oblivion and all of that, so there I just kind of knew, and I love that familiarity with the different characters. But here it's different, right? There's no other game around it or anything, so.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure there's a good way to read up on it. There probably is. I should look at it.
No, I think you're right because even what's the other one that we were looking at one point? It's based off of League of Legends, I think, or Arcane or something. I can't remember the name of it now.
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about, but the name is escaping me too right now.
But yeah, this is kind of it's like the one of the few, maybe the only one. I'm trying to think if there's another. Because, like, Gwent went with Witcher. Hearthstone, obviously, is Warcraft and all that stuff. So, like, this might be the only CCG that is not... that, like, exists as a CCG and nothing else.
Right. They try to encourage is that what you saw earlier, the chapter when you first logged in, the way that works is you play against the AI, and then you always have special conditions, and then you get reward cards, which are called promo cards, once you beat it. And they're always beatable, but sometimes it takes a few times. But that is their way of telling the overall story and lore, right? They have the characters talk to each other. If you go through, you've probably seen that. And but like I said, haven't paid enough attention to it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd be the same way. Heck, I mean, I didn't even get it. Like, I know Magic has a crap ton of lore, but I was like,
Yeah, even there, I don't know much, even though I played it since the 90s, I mean, we're both old guys. Yeah. But even there, I don't really know it. I do like the Magic art. Some of it is beautiful. But like I said, it seemed too busy for me, and there was too much. A lot of the players were like, maybe that's just me, but it was too much. It seemed like, I don't know, Eros would say too sweaty, like
right.
It was like we're like, oh, everybody's trying so hard, and I was like, I don't know if I want to get sucked into this now. I want to just kind of play a little bit, have some fun, and that's the same I did in TESL, right? I went top 100 once because I had some more time, but I never did top 10, even though I think it's totally possible. It's really just a function of how much you play.
Yeah.
Right. If you have a reasonable deck and you are not the worst player in the world, then it's all of these things are doable. And there's a few tricks, right? You have to start early in the season in TESL. That's one thing the top 10 players will never tell you. But it's so obvious. Like if you get into the top ranks early, it's much easier to stay there than to get there from behind.
Yep. Denise here just saying. Doesn't think
she'll try dinos and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yep.
I can see it. Yeah, there's those days here too where you're just not supposed to win. Mm-hmm. But I already like her decks. She has a lot of cool, unique ideas and is doing like certain themes and obviously card disadvantage is a thing still. But it's fun to play.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, let's see here. We got. I I played Grummite Story Quest until I accidentally. That was the thing. I don't know about you, but yeah, I accidentally beat my go-to for the farming one time. Like I forgot to hit concede, or I didn't think I could win, but I didn't realize that my opponent was top decking or decking out, and so you lose your gravy train there. First world problem for sure. The other cow level, Baldric, I believe that's a Diablo 2 reference, if I'm not mistaken. Being an old guy as well, I believe the cow level
There is that. That's true. I haven't thought about that in forever. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I never discovered it on my own, but there's a guy, his name's Zarfin the Loot Goblin. There's a guy out of Sweden, I believe, and he's just a really cool guy. I think he was like an engineer before he became, did streaming. So he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he comes up with these asinine builds and tries to beat the game with it. So it's like, just beating Diablo with nothing but your fists, like no weapons or anything like that. Just gives himself all these difficult things, and he plays through the hell difficulty. So it's like he does it, and it's phenomenal. But he was the first time that I saw the cow level, because I'm using it just as audio while I'm like doing some work, and all of a sudden I just hear, I'm like, what the heck is that? And so it's great, but you do not want a guy to farm that for like 2 hours. I know, I can tell you for a fact.
You would go nuts. Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
that's
true.
That
was horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, I had quite the phase. I mean, it's now a little bit ago, but like a few months ago, I had a big phase with first Diablo 4, and then I kind of got bored with that, and then I played a couple of other games. What do you call that genre?
Action RPGs?
Action RPG, that's it. Yeah, I guess action RPG. Jesus. And there's a few really good ones. That are not so well known. I mean, of course, there's Path of Exile. That's probably the next biggest one known, and that is okay too. But there's a couple smaller ones that I'm trying to look up because I'm so terrible at remembering names.
Torchlight, I think, is one.
Yeah, but that was not the one I meant. Let me see if I can open up Steam here. Yeah, so there is okay, one is called Voltson that I actually thought that's way better than it got credit for. It's kind of like a darker, has like a darker vibe to it. I thought that was pretty cool. And
that sounds German. Is that that's a German word?
It's WOLCEN, Voltson, Lords of Mayhem.
Okay.
It's not a German word. And I can't find the other one now. That was also pretty fun to play. Too many games in here. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. It just reminded me. I had a big time with that. Right now, I'm playing mostly Fallout. Funny enough, I'm playing a Fallout 4 collection. That's called I think. What is it called? Wasteland Reborn. I don't know if you know these big mod lists that you can download, via Nexus, and if you pay for Nexus, it happens more or less all automatically, and then you have a super nicely modded game, and you can. It's not just for Fallout, but for Skyrim and a bunch of other games. And I have something like I think 1,800 mods in there. And it feels like a completely different game. But it takes a while to download it all and do it. But
sure.
If it happens, like I said, if you pay for the automatic downloads, which is like $5 a month, so you do it for 1 month, do the download, and you're good. That's pretty cool because it plays like an entirely different game. And,
yeah. Wow. Yeah, I imagine 1,800 mods. You're pretty much building a brand new game at that point.
Right, and they have different lists that focus on different things, right? It's like if you're really into survival, you can pick a list that's all on that, or if you're really not into that, you can take one that focuses on something different, and yeah.
Right. Okay, I got to say, I was a bit surprised, and I'm seeing them now, which is nice. But these hatchlings when I first saw the other one, I didn't see that there were eggs back there. It looked like these were severed heads, just like kind of like there was viscera down there. I was like, you know, Denise is not exactly like, you know, she doesn't get queasy or anything, but I was like, I didn't think she'd play cards that had severed heads of animals, but they're hatchling. So the exact opposite. They're all just now becoming alive instead of a horrible death. But Baldric said cow level Diablo 2 reference, but the myth started with Diablo 1. People thought you could click on cows near the cathedral to make it. That I didn't know. It wasn't. Yeah. It was included in Hellfire. Yeah, which is that's apparently a very controversial. Yep, I was gonna say it's a controversial game that like a lot of people say Hellfire is not Diablo, but it is technically made. It's not. It wasn't like an official release, but it was made by the same devs or something. So it's not. It's like an unofficial expansion, but made officially. I don't know. But
I don't even know it, but I do know that Path of Exile, which is probably the biggest competitor, wasn't that started by ex-Diablo guys too? That's, I believe, what I read.
Was it really?
Yeah, I believe so. And it was initially, I don't know. I think it was Path of Exile. If not, then it was another game that's very similar. But I'm pretty sure it was Path of Exile. Maybe one would have to look that up. But yeah, it seems like people weren't happy with. I mean, yeah, everybody has different tastes, but I think for most people, Diablo 3 was a bit of a letdown after 2, right? I think most people probably agree that 2 was the best, and 4 is okay-ish now, I would say. But I got bored with it, right? Whereas with Diablo 2, I rarely do.
Yeah, I've probably played through Diablo 2 now, probably a total, not that much, maybe like 6 times, but not even with different characters. Like that's not even what it is. I just enjoy the mechanics of it. 3 had a lot going against it. 1, the art style was a drastic deviation, and that was the first, like, you have to be perpetually online. So like that was the reason I didn't even get to the graphics. I was like, I'm not playing anything where I have to have it, because the internet where I lived was like touch and go all the time. So I was like, if it's going to kick me out every time I lose a connection, I'm just not going to get anywhere.
Right. Looks like Baldric looked it up. There's a guy named David Brevik, one of the lead designers of Diablo, that worked on Path of Exile. Cool.
Wow.
So my brain isn't entirely mush yet.
No, you're retaining the important things. But I mean, that does explain why. Because I mean, I think the Path of Exile 2 is either now released or it's going to be released very, very soon. I think there's a lot of hype on it. Oh, it is out.
Yeah, I played it, and they actually what recently released was like their new season update. That's not that long ago. And or is it? Oh, you know what? I think I'm mixing that up now with yet another game.
So much for no brain mush.
No, because I played like 3 or 4 of these action RPGs. I think Path of Exile had a beta that you could play, and but I don't think that's open anymore. So I think now we're waiting for it to be released. Yeah, I think you're right. Originally, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it was I think the first 2 like acts were out for the longest time, like in the beta, and then but there's supposed to be like 4 or 6 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it? Is that one the one that's free to play? Like, or I thought, or if nothing else, it's incredibly cheap. I think compared to triple A game stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it gives you some coherence when you're like, because you get there's probably plenty of ARPGs out there where you're just like, not interested. But it's like the ones that get you coming back. It's like it makes sense if you find out that there's a dev from the other game that you like. Like there's a quality that they bring to their projects that kind of is catnip.
Yeah, totally.
But Baldric, I'm curious why. Because I mean, Baldric is not a very hateful person. Not usually, but he says a game designers of original Diablo 1. Oh no, okay, they hated, not you hated. I thought you said you hated it, but no, yes, the original designers of Diablo hated it with a passion of 7 burning hells. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
I found the name of the other action RPG. If you're interested, it's called Last Epoch. That was actually quite good too.
Okay, so you played through both that and the
Yeah, I played through Last Epoch. I played through that Volson game, and then obviously Diablo stuff, and yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
And we say comparable experience, or is it like Path of Exile, or is it like this game where
they're all comparable? So if you play Diablo, you'll feel right at home, right?
Okay.
And then they have different strengths and weaknesses, like you would expect, right? Depending on what you're really into. But I felt Last Epoch was really easy not easy to play through with regards to that. It was easy, but it was very easy to not stop, if that makes any sense, you know?
Right. Yeah. Which isn't that interesting? Like that is a distinction. There's a difference between something being where you can't stop and a game where it's easy to not stop. Like one of them is almost a compulsion. Yeah. The other one is like I can what was it the last stream where I was playing that Mario? It's one Mario level over and over and over again, and I'm sure for people watching it got ridiculous, but for me, it was 7 hours, and I was like, it felt like 3. Where there's some games where I'm playing, it's like 2 hours in, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to die.
Exactly, right? Yeah, well put. It's kind of like movies. Some movies are like that you watch and you kind of, waiting for it to end, and then there's others that are like 3 hours long, and then when they're done, you didn't even notice the time passing because you were entertained, and it was just fun. So yeah.
Yep. That was one thing I was very excited with, because up until until Lord of the Rings came out, I people ad nauseum would be saying, well, audiences just don't want to sit in theater for 3 hours. They don't want to. They don't want the long stories. They want shorter stuff. Because really, up to that point, I think the only mainstream one that I remember being very long was Braveheart. It actually had an intermission. It was like 2 hours and 45 minutes or something. But then the Lord of the Rings came out, and it was like that blew that out of the water. It's like, no, you can't. Titanic, I think. I mean, that was the #1 movie. I think that was almost 3 hours long.
Yeah.
So
yeah. No, I think people will do it. They just want to have a good reason to do it, right? Which
Yep.
And
And
yeah,
to be fair, when you see,
No, I was going to say, I remember watching the first 2 Lord of the Rings. I still watched in Germany, but in English because I was already with what would become my American wife later, and but she was living with me in Germany at the time, and so we watched movies in English so she could follow, right? And that's pretty cool.
Now, how did that work? So were there different theaters altogether, or were there just different showings that they would have like an asterisk and say like in English?
Yeah,
or
I
something?
mean, I'm from Hamburg, pretty large city, second largest city in Germany. So you'll find English shows. There's even like back then when we still had video stores, they had an all English video store that we would go to and rent movies. And so. Yeah, just because it's a big city, those things are available, and it's a big harbor town. So, and it's most people speak English there, so it's kind of like there's even lots of Germans that just want to hear the original voices. Like I live in the States for 20 years now, and if I go home and watch some German TV, I can't enjoy it, even if it's good actors, because I know what Robert De Niro really sounds like, right? And I can't get over that anymore, right? Even though they do a fantastic job with the synchronization, right? It's like I never even noticed it when I was younger, right? It's like great, but now I can't do it because the voices don't match what I have in my head for the actor or actress,
Right. And that's, I mean, look, I get it that people don't, like not everybody wants to, have to kind of like watch and then be reading subtitles, but that's my poison of preference. Like I'd rather watch something in its native language, like Das Boot. I watched that with subtitles, not dubbed, because it just there's just an authenticity to the experience, especially with something like that where it's a period piece about Germany. I don't want to hear somebody with a British accent. I love the British accent, but not if it's supposed to be a German officer. Like, oh, there's.
No, I agree. Right. If you can, I would always do that. Same with books, right? Like, if you can read the original author's language, it's no matter how great the translation is, I want to read it the way the author put it down, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the same is true for movies in general. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I do a lot of subtitles too. There's a lot of like cool movies from Scandinavia or whatnot, and I do the same thing there.
No, so wait, because I was talking. Well, I shouldn't say I was talking. I was reading a comment section, and people were talking about just, or somebody was mentioning like, why don't we see more like folk tales or cool stories coming out of like Africa? because I know I watched a show. I don't remember how I saw it or even what it's called, but it was a show that was like made in Turkey, and so it had like some of their legend. Like some of the legends that are very familiar to them, I had to look them up because I'd never heard of them. But like it factored into their modern day story. Obviously, I watch Korean dramas, Japanese stuff. There's plenty of stuff out there. But yeah, it's like there's some countries, and so I didn't even know Scandinavia, like because they just don't get worldwide distribution, so you just don't know if they have
really it, right?
an industry.
It's like with some exceptions, that's what you get, right? But there's some really cool shows. Like Scandinavia. I mean. I'm no expert on any of this, but from what they have some really cool like crime, like they have their own sort of like genre almost, or at least that's how we look at it in Germany. Like it's kind of like a very dark, realistic type of crime shows or thrillers, if you will, and some of those are really good, yeah. But part of it is also that the industry isn't as big as it is here, right? I mean, the only country I think that has a bigger one is India, right? And yet we never see Indian movies, right? But they have a huge movie industry, right?
Well, there was an Indian movie. I can't remember. It got a lot of hype, but it was like an action movie, like almost like a Rambo thing where he goes in there and I can't remember the name of it. I think it was like one word. It was like short, few letters. But anyway, it got really big. It did play here, and it was very popular. But yeah, you considering how many billions of people, it's like we're not seeing a whole lot of output from them.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But speaking of output, though, we are getting some from Denise here. She's got some big bodies on the board, and it looks like she's going to close this one.
Finally getting the game to cooperate with her. Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of a fair shake. All right, so I don't get this reference, but you might. Well, first of all,
I didn't either. The Michael Kirkbride thing.
Yeah. Zen, what is that? Like, I love when people whip stuff like that out, like it's just a household name. I was like Michael. I'm like,
probably is, and we probably look pretty dumb right now, but I can put that person anywhere either.
Let's see. I'm thinking. I'm delving into my own brain. I'm certainly not looking it up on Google. I mean, did he create his own language? Maybe is that what it was?
I don't know. I wonder.
Video game designer, writer, and artist who worked on Redguard, Morrowind, and Oblivion.
Oh, okay.
Does he not speak English? He's the guy who wrote that really crazy lore of Elder Scrolls. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Cool.
See, that just, and then I do like that though. He's like, I was there, 1,000 yards stare. Yep, I was there the day of strength of men failed. The sermons of Vivek.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, it's the same thing. Like, I don't know how much is lost in translation and how much of it, but like the Dark Souls lore, I cannot. I've like, and I feel vindicated only in that. Hey, there we go, got the W.
Not yet.
Because they're like, well, you have to piece it together, and there's like people that like there's so much of the lore that is subjective where they're saying, well, they say this and this, and so I think that means this, but it's not definitive. It's all not all, but a lot of it is speculative. I'm like, I don't want tell me a doggone story. Don't give me hints and allusions. I want to know what the heck is going on.
But people love this stuff, right? I mean, I know so many YouTubers that their business is basically built on just discussing the weirdness of Elder Scrolls lore, right? And then they go into specific, okay, let's like hyper deep dive on the Dwemer or whatever, right? And it's a lot of people like it, and there's some good ones too, where they have if they have a pleasing voice, you can just listen to it and it's relaxing, and
Yeah. No, I like deep dives on lore. I just, when it's abstract, almost in its nature, like the way it's written is abstract, and it leaves so much room for interpretation. Versus, like, I want to know, like, if somebody's like, I have scoured the internet and I have delved into 75 different texts and this and that and the other, and it's like, so they've compiled and they're now, kind of chewing my food for me and then regurgitating it into my mouth. That sounds disgusting, but like, I'm down with that. It's just. Like I said, the Dark Souls stuff is just janky, weird stuff. But
yeah. No, and oftentimes they still don't have the answer, right? Because there probably is none, right? And But yeah. Yeah, crazy. How big a game still is, and I still have it I still installed on my system too, a modified version. And yeah, and how old is the trailer now that they brought out for the new one? I mean, that's already older than I had hoped the game. I had hoped the game would already be out now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, apparently they're working on it, so that's good. I guess at this point it is the main game they work on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just there is. I would say on the whole, at least, I mean, for me and then the few people that I've talked about, like the idea of it being developed is exciting, but the faith that it's going to be good, like after what we've seen in the recent history, it's like, maybe we should wait for better hands to be handling this IP right now, because I'm not sure you guys know what you're doing.
Maybe. I mean, they have a lot of pressure, right? I mean, you cannot possibly have more expectations for a game than that, right? I think. Right. And in a way, maybe it's good that Starfield wasn't so great. I tried it out, and that was actually the only game ever I got my money back from.
Whoa.
Yeah,
wow.
Because I really did not like it, right? And so even though I've been told I should have given another try, and they're probably right, but maybe that was a good lesson for them to kind of see, okay, we can't just have a bunch of worlds being AI generated and then, not have anything happen there. And, maybe it is a better idea to at least have a good portion of dungeons and whatnot that are not AI generated. And yeah. So, and they probably learned a lot from all the mods out there, right? I mean, there's mods that are basically, that are going into every list, and there's a reason for that. So there's probably things that they can incorporate from there, right? And there's even now mods that connect to AI, so that you can have full-on conversations with NPCs. Right?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. There's mods that connect to like OpenAI, and then your NPC will basically connect with that, and if you ask it whatever question you want to ask it, it'll respond to you differently, right? And stuff like that. Jeez. So that's all stuff that I could see in theory happen, right? To really talk immersion, right? Obviously reining it in somewhat, but yeah.
That is, and I mean that's the kind of stuff like I would say tentatively dreams are made of, where it's not even so much that you like, oh, you have to choose this line of questioning. It's no, you have to make sure when you ask him, you make it clear that you're on his side, like preface it and say, hey, like this is a great thing you're doing. Now tell me, who is this person you were talking to or something like that. Because if you don't butter him up a little bit, he's not gonna open up, something where it's like it's the how versus what, which is cool, but it could also be a complete nightmare. I mean, it's just
I hear what you're saying. Oh wow, Zen's guy's throwing more words at me that I do not understand. AE Gartok Homa. Yeah, I know this. This is from Skyrim, I guess.
5-cost mage support. So that's gold and blue.
5-cost mage support. What was that? Like the thing that would allow you to draw actions?
Oh, the College of Winterhold?
Yeah, that's what it's called, I think.
That's the only one I could think of, because I almost never saw it played, and I never played it, so Yes. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Nicely done. Yeah. Pad home. Like I could do this in the typical American Southern. A Gahartok Pad homie. A Altadoon. The hell is that?
I know, right?
There's probably a way to make that sound sexy, but
but now that he said that, I remember. I remember the cadence of it, anyways. Like,
Tadoon, because it was a chant.
Yeah, a chant. That's the right word. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wow, Zen's guy digging deep and pulling it like those are like that's like the what was it, the something librarian, where it's like it was a very niche card. I mean, I guess it got more played than that one, but it didn't get played a lot. I'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Like Orb of Vermina got played a lot more than that one.
There were a few funny ones, right? I always liked the line of that 6-3 card that would reappear in the other lane silenced.
Oh!
I don't know what he said, you know, but...
Oh, yeah.
What was his name?
Yeah. Yeah, Ulmir? Yeah, something.
Yeah. He was hilarious. There were a few lines that were pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
the 2-1 that would, if you exalted, I think would cast a bunch of like 1/1 guards. And when he would come in, sometimes he wouldn't exalt him, and then he would just be a 2-1, and he would go like, "Hiya!"
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. In endurance, yeah,
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 exactly.
yeah. I wanted to clip that as like and just have it be one of those things that I popped in when something crazy happened, but I forgot to do that. Hopefully, he'll be in the rebirth version.
Yeah.
What a goof.
Yeah, I thought that was amazing, the stuff they do now. I mean, that was really interesting to hear how much work really goes into this stuff. And now watching videos, including yours, just to see if it's acting the right way, right? It's pretty insane.
Yeah, it's and that to me that is the like a nightmare. Just the idea, like first you're looking at code, so it's not like a pleasant interface where you've got you need to move some graphics around or you move a button over or something. You're just looking at lines of the matrix essentially, and somewhere in there you did a thing that does work on its own, but as soon as there happened that one card with that one effect is on the board, it has a ripple effect and tears everything to pieces.
Right. Oh, no. I mean, just imagine creating that Excel he was talking about. He said he has an Excel where he basically records what card was played or what effect was played in what video at what timestamp. I mean, just creating that, right? Okay, in Incarnate's video, series 31 at minute 5:18. This support is down, and then this effect has happened. It's working, right? It's like, wow.
Yeah, and then you get like when you talk about sports, I'm thinking about all the different interactions you can have with like Renian and Mira, where it's just like all the different ways for that to trigger and when does it trigger, and like remember there were some things like the Relentless Raider Wismother deal where like that you couldn't, if once that combo went off you couldn't get out of the game, like you had to wait for it to finish. But there were some other ones that you could cut it off in the middle, but some had to finish executing before you could leave.
Yeah.
And can I just say, when did Jennifer Lopez get into this card game? Like, her opponent is Jennifer Lopez with a bunch of scars. I don't understand. It's cool.
Yeah,
don't look at me like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a perfect like this. Oh,
yeah.
Yikes! She ain't pretty no more.
This is Gauntlet she's playing now, so this is the AI, the Steel Warren's Defense, and that's actually a pretty good deck already. So that's not that easy to beat.
Nice. Zensei says, I'm a Morrow boomer. What? Now, I will say that was something I was a little, not 100%, but just a little disenfranchised by. Like, so sometimes the TESL art was so good that I would look at the character and be like, oh man, I totally want to see this character. And then I go see what it looked like, and because, some of these games are really, really old, it's like, it's like a hexagon with eyes somewhere.
I couldn't do Morrowind. I mean, I know so many people that say it has some of the best like story and whatnot, and it seems like that's true. But I played like the very early ones, like Daggerfall and whatnot, but then I didn't until Oblivion came out, and I got this package where I got Morrowind and Oblivion at the same time. And I started with Morrowind thinking, okay, that's the older one, I'm going to play through that first, but I just couldn't do it because it was too old with regards to the characters, the facial features and whatnot. And it's funny to say now because Oblivion seems ridiculous now too, but back then when I did it Oblivion was relatively new. Maybe it was new. That probably was the deal. And so at the time, that was pretty good. But I know a lot of people that swear on Morrowind being one of the best with regards to story and no fast travel or very limited fast travel. And stuff like that. So if you're really into that immersion and you can take your time there, then that's cool. I had to learn that later on. Initially, when I was younger, I just played through them and did the quests were like chores, and and now I'm taking my time. Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of my and I hate to say it sounds spoiled, but like if the game is about exploration, it needs to be a place that I want to explore. And it can't be a thing where like, okay, it's browns and blue blocks or browns and black blocks and like it's just not fun. Like that's why I like Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, even though it wasn't like the best graphics, it was like walking through a watercolor painting, and it was like I didn't mind exploring because I just like being in the environment. But if you're talking really old games where it's just really poorly done, or I mean, they did the best they could, but it's polygons with these really crappy skins on them. It's like I can't do it. I just can't.
Not anymore, right? It's just too old. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Right? At the time, it was probably fine, but it's different now, right? But then you have games like Starfield that has great graphics in comparison, but you still don't want to explore because nothing is happening on the majority of those planets, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
and
a few things that
might be more true because if most planets are probably just dead or not much is happening there, but that's not the purpose of a game, Yeah. You want to run into something and find something.
Well, and from what the bits that I've seen, I mean, granted, the channels were making a point that like this particular aspect of the game isn't great, but like I'm seeing some of the dialogue, some of the interactions, and it's like, oh gosh, like send me to a deserted planet, please, because these people are insufferable.
Yeah.
Winds protect me.
Yeah, then it's saying, it's confirming Morrowind was the best story. Hobbit was D&D dice rolls, which is cool, right? I love that they did this in the new Baldur's Gate, right? That's still in there. I think that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's I think it's all right what you're saying there. I think for me that was just a timing thing, and I think right now it would be hard to sell that to a younger audience. Yeah. But maybe they'll remaster it. I think they did a really good job with Oblivion remaster. I was very surprised for how good that turned out. So I replayed that a little bit, but I played that so much that I couldn't. I guess I'm a Skyrim guy at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I'm playing that also with hundreds of mods. Tried different lists, and it's just too good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the level of immersion, because it's like I like the idea that you can just get lost in the world doing fun little side quests, meet different characters, build a house, level up and everything, and in the back of your mind there's a story out there that you can tap into when you want to, but you don't have to. Like you can just live this virtual life here, whereas some of the games it's like you pretty much have to go through, it lives or dies based on the strength of its story, which is a little more precarious. Because Skyrim, I don't even think I've never beat it at this point, but like there was nothing necessarily that compelled me to beat it per se, but I love just spending time in the world.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly the magic of Bethesda. That's what Bethesda is known for, right? Yes, you can follow the main quest, but you can also completely ignore it and still have hours and hours and hours of fun, right?
Yeah.
And even just in theory, to be able to do whatever you want to is just an amazing concept, right? I think and what's amazing is there's a video of why people haven't really copied that, because how it goes. Like when Skyrim is one of the most successful games ever, right? I think it's in the top 10, and if you look at its genre, it's definitely number 1. And yet very few have actually tried to copy it fully, like this concept. And there's an interesting YouTube video, I forgot who that was by, who's trying to answer that. So whenever there's when Hearthfire came out, a bunch of other CCGs came out. When Dark Souls came out and happened to be successful, there tons of Souls-like games came out. But there aren't tons of Skyrims, right? And so that's an interesting question. And check out the video. I mean, he has several theories. I won't give it away here, but it's I think one part of it is that that's not easy to do, right? To create a world like this, and that's in part why it takes so long to create these games, I guess.
Well, I wonder. Well, I lost track of what I was wondering.
Yeah. Baldric saying you love the ambient sounds of, I think we're still talking Morrowind here. Yeah, because he's talking about Silt Striders. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And I just ran into one in Skyrim. And I'm not sure if that's a mod or if that is actually part of the original, and I just haven't run into it before. On what's the expansion, that island that's all deserty? What's that expansion called again? One of the main expansions. I think it's the Dragonborn, where you fight. Jesus, my brain. Starts with
That's right. You're not alone.
Like the other Dragonborn. Not Mini Marco, but is it? No, it's not Mini Marco. But something with an M.
Yeah,
Marak. Yeah, Marak. Thank you. You fight Marak. So on that island, there is that mage that has its tower that you kind of like telenet. You just move up on it. There's no stairs or anything. I don't know if you remember that, if you played that. But close by it is a dude with a big Silt Strider, which I thought was, that's super cool. Yeah, Solstein. Thank you, Baldric. That's what the island is called. Yes. Wow, it's amazing how many words you lose. Yeah, I mean, I spent so much time on that island and I couldn't remember the names.
Right. Yeah. Well, Baldric seems to have a vast. I don't know if he's just hardwired into his computer or whatever, but he has flash memory when it comes to a lot of stuff. I think most folks are like you and I, where it's like got to dig it out from the recesses.
Yeah. Hey, good night, Denise.
All right, Denise. Yes, indeed. Thanks for playing. Appreciate it. And yeah, you can be dreaming about the Thorana premium you'll have probably in the next few months.
My understanding is she really does not like Thorana, right?
No, that's
okay.
Like she loathes entirely.
Yep.
Oh, that's what I was wondering. Like, did you play Skyrim before all the mods? Like when it first came out, did you play it? Okay.
Yeah, I played it. That was, after playing Oblivion for so long, I played Skyrim pretty much on day one, I think, as it was available.
Okay.
And so I played it all vanilla, and then got all the expansions though as they came out. And the cool thing with the mods now is that, and that's why it's still enjoyable, even after I don't know. I have over 2,000 hours on Skyrim.
Golly day.
So yeah, I mean, this is over years and years now, really, when you think of it, right? It sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but it's not like I have played it all the time. It's just it's sitting there since 2011. I think it came out, right? 11, wasn't it? And so that is, what is that now, right? 15 years soon, or 14 years or whatever. And so that's not that hard to do.
Yeah, no, that's very true. That's very true. It sounds more intense until you consider that it was spread out.
Yeah.
But
my point was like, even after that many hours, it doesn't get, you just know all the quests basically, or most of them. And the mods are so great because most of the mods that I've installed are story expansions and land expansions, right? So new quests, new lands. I started my latest Skyrim run, for example. I started in Cyrodiil, right? Mm-hmm. So Oblivion territory, because there's now expansions that allow you to do that, right? So instead of going for the usual startup sequence, you just start in different roles. In this case, in Cyrodiil, and I run around in Cyrodiil and Bruma and the old towns that you know from Oblivion. So it was pretty fun.
Nice. So but safe to say then that while the mods have done a lot to keep it relevant and fresh, the magic of the game was there without them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the mods just helped a lot with bugs, of course, initially. Now they do tons with regards to looks, right? Keeping the game looking much better. If you ever bored, just type in beautiful Skyrim into YouTube and you can see some of the things that are possible that they're doing with, shaders or ENBs, basically fine-tuned filters, the ray tracing and whatnot, right? So it looks, completely transformed if you add high-resolution graphics to the mix, right? Textures. So it's quite amazing what's workable there then these days.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's hoping mistakes of the past and successes of the past will give us an Elder Scrolls game that will. Because I'm afraid that I'm with you, like that I'm just going to be it's just going to be Skyrim. That's just going to be that nothing's going to quite top that for me in that genre, and it's just I don't want that to be the case, but yeah.
I think for a lot of players like that were younger when they started this, there's also a lot of like
keep to the alleys.
What's the word? When you remember things fondly from your past, what is that called? Like when you are, sometimes you like something just because you were young at the time, right? It's like certain songs you keep listening to because as a kid you really loved it or whatever, even though it's an embarrassing song. And I think it's the same. The same is true for some games. Nostalgia. Thanks again.
Yep.
When you're nostalgic, I often joke. Nostalgic is when you remember how it really wasn't. And I think a lot of that is true for Skyrim too, right? There's such nostalgia around it that it would be very hard for any new game to surpass that, right? I mean, Don't you have a game that you remember when you're like, I don't know, you were 12 years old and you played it and you were completely immersed in it, and that's an experience that is virtually impossible to recreate these days, right?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I will say, I was actually watching a video myself that was making a claim that like certain games, like retro games, certain games, it's not the nostalgia that there are some games that actually are legitimately more or less timeless, and I think that can be true, and that's pretty subjective, but the nostalgia helps. Like for Zen, who played, the Morrowind back when it was the thing, he has nostalgia glasses on, so he can see it in the way that he did when he was younger, in a way that you and I can't. And since I haven't played it, I can't say one way or the other, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it has aged out of excellence. It just means that it's harder for people to get into it. But
I think that's exactly it, right? I think there's little doubt that Morrowind is an excellent game. I don't think anybody would seriously argue that it's not. But what you said is true at the same time, right? That it is simply, I think it came out in 2002 or something, right? So at this point, that's very hard to do, right? It's like, Pong was excellent for its time, but it probably isn't anymore. Not that I want to compare those two.
Right. Well, wow. That's my first loss. Ted wasn't really in the game. That's all right.
Yeah, Eternal takes some time to really dig into, but you did good. Look at you. Yeah, you just didn't win against the end boss. Those are hard always because they put in extra rules for them that usually play to their decks, right?
That was one thing that I wasn't thrilled with. Like my least favorite thing to do is to play like solo Gauntlet in Legends, because it was like you never knew what janky, like your opponent starts with 12 units on the board and twice the health, and you can't draw anything you want to draw, so let's see who wins. Like, screw you, dude.
Right, yeah.
Planescape Torment. Now, that was a really good story. I'm not familiar with that one.
I don't think I'm either, but we missed here. Baldric was, nostalgia is a large part of it, but I like Jesse says, some were really well written, not just Morrowind, but Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
And that too, like I think there is something to be said for remaking games. Well, put it this way, not remaking. I just call it like updating games, where like they try to do it with Warcraft 3, which I was so excited because when I played Warcraft 3 when it came out on the Battle Chest, so it had already been out for like 3 years, so it wasn't quite. I don't quite have the nostalgia glasses, but I remember playing it and enjoying it and not really being too thrown by the graphics. But when I tried to play it again, like 5 years later, it was like, oh gosh, like this is just like, polygons out galore. And I was like, you know what? I could probably get into this if they just updated the graphics. And then they announced Reforged, and I was all excited. But instead of just it being a 1-to-1, it's the exact same game, exact same everything. We're just upgrading the visuals to make it more accessible. they tried to do whatever, and it face planted.
Right.
So it's like, give me Morrowind. All you don't mess with anything. Don't mess with the story. Don't modernize it. I hate that term. Just give me the exact game, but just make it visually updated to this time. And I think you can make a crap ton of money. And I got to believe that would cost less than like trying a whole new game.
Yeah. No, I think they did just that with Oblivion, right? Oblivion Remastered is pretty darn good, and I think was a huge success for them overall.
Yeah.
So I think I will get the numbers wrong, but I every once in a while look up the Steam numbers, and not only did a lot of players play it, but then also Skyrim got another boost through it. So yeah, it's doable, and it's easy to say bad things about Bethesda, but in this case, I think they really succeeded.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and the same thing with Diablo 2. What was it called? Resurrected, I think.
Yes.
Now again, both of them have made, I would say, unnecessary changes that I think, without going into detail, it's very much a product of modern time. Well, we've decided this is a little problematic, so we're going to change this. This doesn't fit in with our whatever, so we're going to change this. But overall, like, they kept the general feel. I mean, I know they aged all the characters. I'm like, you like, if you're my age, you're 40, your prime athletic time, like the best time for you to fight something is, or to do anything physical, is in your late 20s, early 30s at the latest. I don't need to see a barbarian who's 75 years old and his knees are blown out and he should be arthritic. Like, that's not realistic. Like, your heroes should be, and their voices, they kept the voices, and their voices all sounded 20s and 30s, but then they aged them all up and made them all battle scarred. I'm like, you'd be arthritic and paraplegic and your back would be thrown out. Our athletes cap out at like 30 years old, but stuff like that where I'm just like, but it didn't affect they didn't change and we got the bigger stash. I like the bigger stash. That was nice. I like collecting stuff. So, some quality of life changes.
Planescape Torment was a world of D&D like Baldur's Gate, but another plane world. Okay. I seem to remember Planescape just as a role-playing game. I said that because the name, the Torment piece, I don't remember, but I remember Planescape. It sounds like one of those RPGs we used to play when we were young. I don't know if it is that old or if I get it wrong, but the name seems very familiar. There were a few games besides D&D we got into later, the world of Lord of the Rings, like Merce and Rollmaster later, and I don't know if you're familiar with Elric of Melibone. I know you're not. I brought him up before, but he has his own role-playing game called Stormbringer. That's quite good. And
Torment. Yeah, it is Planescape Torment. Set in a peculiar planar world. I mean, that's not Baldric written all over it. I don't know what is. Oh yeah, no, I'm seeing it. It's I mean, maybe Divinity would be kind of, Divinity Original Sin looks a little ish kind of along lines, but it's got that. Yeah. Enhanced edition. Wait, so I guess that's a game. Yeah, so that's available to play.
Yeah.
Is that? Oh.
He says it was the golden age of D&D-ish games until Divinity Original Sin and Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 certainly left an impression, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, that was big, and what was it? I think a lot of the, I mean, don't want to call it controversy, but part of the stink was like you started hearing video game companies going, "What? You shouldn't expect that level of quality from all games." Like they really did a good job on that game. You can't expect us all to do good jobs, and it's like, do you hear yourself? Like they didn't have a magic wand; they just worked their butts off and put quality into it. I mean, if you compare that to the Dragon,
oh dear,
what is it called?
Dragon Age, Veilguard.
Dragon Age. I loved the first game. I played the first game over and over. The Blight, I remember, I really loved it, and I played the second one a little bit, and then they lost me when it got. I know other people liked the third entrance too, but that was too console-ish for me. I think they tried to make it, they changed the whole concept. So that wasn't for me. So I was hoping that the new one would be better, and oh boy, no.
Yeah, they went off a bit of a deep end with that one. But I mean, I mean, just like anything, like it's funny because people will, I have to remind myself. I try not to remind people because it's never flattering, but I remind myself like there were people who like Gigi, or I can't remember I don't even know how to pronounce it. But it was like this Jennifer Lopez debacle. What was it? It was her and Ben Affleck, I think. Film.
Hey, I.
I mean, I only remember it because it was like one of the worst rated. Yeah, it's a 2003 film. It got like a 2.7 out of 10 in IMDb.
Yeah.
So it's like horrible, but there were people that like that movie. So it's like,
oh sure,
there's gonna be somebody out there, maybe even dozens or perhaps even hundreds of people that like a thing. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that it's like you if you're gonna spend that much money on it, you definitely want to make it appeal to hundreds of thousands of people if you can.
Yeah. No, I know. It's I mean, there's always a hardcore group that likes it, and maybe we are that group for TESL, I mean, I like to believe that more people would have enjoyed it if the marketing would have been better on it. I know I've heard in I think it was Night Dark Wolf who had a conversation with one of the guys that was involved with the marketing, and they said they tried and had their ad budgets and all that, but for somebody like me that plays Skyrim all the time and all the stuff, to not hear about it until I got to it late, right, in 2020, like many COVID, and I was starting to look for other games. And even then, I didn't find it initially. I found Blades first. I don't know if you know that. It's another Bethesda mobile game, which is okay. And then eventually I found TESL, and we were just talking about it. Origins was a great game, and then kind of went off the radar a bit. Yeah. And you were asking, I see here the interview with Renian, when can I play TESL Reborn? I think he said, we learned it's a lot more involved than one would think. And but I think, Schwartz, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said he's hoping to, they're starting alpha testing now, and he's hoping to potentially have a version by the end of January. So basically the date it stopped a year ago. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah, which would be because that was the thing. He thought he had 2 extra days because, logic would dictate either you do it on a Friday at the end of the week or you do it on the last day of the month. And they did it like on a Wednesday or Tuesday, the 28th or something.
I think it was January 30th during the day, if I remember that right.
Oh, right. Yeah. So almost the full.
Yeah.
Yep.
He probably thought he had the whole 30th and the whole 31st.
Yeah.
And ended up not having it. Yeah.
Yep. So all the cards are in. But yeah, he still has to make sure he has to get them all to work. So yeah, exactly what B will said. That's his hope. He would like to do that. I just, but like he said, there's a long path forward he's not quite sure about, but, and yeah, we're just hoping like also we don't get because obviously for us, hopes are crushed, but I can't imagine even putting the amount of work that he's done so far in, and then Bethesda going, nah, I don't want to. I just don't like the idea. Because they could, and you're just like, damn it.
Yeah, I think it's wise that they're trying to get in touch with them now.
Yes.
And get a sense for what's going on. And I cannot imagine Bethesda being against this, right? Because the game is gone, right? It's not an emulator like in some other cases where there is still a paid version. Then obviously that would be a problem. But they have very little to lose by, some people still play TESL. They have a lot to lose if that would make the round, right? And people say, wait, what? So I can't imagine that they would do that. I would even hope that they may support them in some way and say, hey, here's, he talked about the technical aspect of everything, right? The communication between the server and the client, and having to listen to every little piece and then figuring out, what the right responses are. Maybe they even support him a little bit in that way and say, here's some pieces you missed or whatever, right? I don't know.
Yeah, because if they could give him the mechanics, this is the script or this is the whatever, then it's a done deal.
This is what I would be hoping for. But if there even is still anybody there that was, involved in this, who knows? And it's been some years now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for them, as he said, the last 5 years, it was sort of just on, they kept the server alive, and then we had one guy doing like the minimum maintenance and setting up the events and whatnot. And so who knows if at this time there's even still anybody there that could answer these questions. But yeah.
Well, and that's the only thing that makes me pause a little bit was, now granted, I don't know how businesses work in general at that level with projects like this, but like there was just, you know, it just didn't see, it almost seemed, to me, it seemed like, now I know he said it, you know, it was out for, you know, they kept it around for 5 years, but it was like, it was in maintenance mode for that long, which in theory could have gone in perpetuity because it wasn't, like you said, it was just, you know, an event here and there, but it wasn't like there were no new cards, there was no new development for it. And the fact that there was no, it just seemed to be real. It was just like, it's happening now, we're done. It was like, just, I guess the reason why it was clipped as abruptly as it was, and not, you know, not like from day one, but it was like, you know, they said you got this amount of time, but it was like, it didn't matter if people were going, hey, we'll pay you $5 a month. Or, I mean, which may not have been feasible. Maybe they like business, they can't operate off of people saying they're going to do something, but it just seemed like they wanted to close the book really quick on it and like with finality. Yeah. So depending on what the reason is
money,
for that,
right? It wasn't a whole lot of money on the server, and for a company like Bethesda, I would imagine, but it was still money.
Yeah.
And coming up with a new system where people could donate and whatnot, that effort would have cost money again too, and time. Right. And so after 5 years, they were probably just saying, okay, right? Or maybe there was still, you know, some VP there that was involved back then and was like, no, we're going to keep it alive. And maybe that person left. And then now all of a sudden there's just people that have no skin in that game. And then they're like, why are we paying for this? And it's only a few hundred players. What are we doing here? Right. So they are a company. And so we can't really, I think in this case, blame them for that. And keeping it alive for 5 years is much longer, I think, than anybody would have expected when they first stopped development on it, right? So in 2019, I believe that was. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's for me, it's more about like, so right now it seems very obvious, but when I was younger, I didn't understand why Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was not available anymore. Like you couldn't buy it on the store or anything. And then you find out, well, Capcom lost the licensing for the, you know, the Marvel characters when the movie, when they had to re-up it, it wasn't worthwhile. So like there's a very obvious and, you know, logical business reason for it. But if you don't know the ins and outs, you're not sure why. So it was more like, it wasn't a Bethesda being mean. It was just like behind the scenes, was there some reason, something specific for TESL, whether it's the card game or some rights or something, where it was like, oh, we need to nip this in the bud because we don't want to be paying royalties or whatever it was, that we're not going to find out unless they say we need you to stop because of X, Y, and Z. I'm just hoping it's not something kind of under the, you know, something that we don't know about that is like, yeah, from a business standpoint, I get it, but it sucks.
Yeah. I just want to address Io's point here real quick because he says he'd be down to sign up for the alpha test. Renian was mentioning earlier that they started alpha testing, but they do it at a very small amount right now. I guess even the testing costs them money that they're currently paying for by themselves. So they handpick a few people. That may change in the future, but if you do want to you know, make yourself known or available for that, you can connect with him on Reddit or through Discord.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah, and Zen, I know you said JK at the end, which has saved you from being perma-banned, but yeah, but putting "I can't wait to invade" out there is just kind of a, it's like saying Beetlejuice. Well, I don't know, maybe some people want Beetlejuice here, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't want to invoke invade, you know, especially not in chat, not in these hallowed grounds. So the JK saved you, sir, but be careful. But yes, you were correct about Jiggly or Giggly, which I'm hoping you know because a former girlfriend dragged you to see it. Because yeah, apparently it was like one of the worst movies in the entire world, which is saying a lot.
I haven't watched it, so I can't say, but yeah.
I mean, 6% on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't know what the lowest. What is the lowest? I'm curious now. What is the lowest rated film on Rotten Tomatoes? Okay, so there are some that got 0, which I don't know though. I think that means they weren't reviewed at all. Yeah, no professional critics, which that doesn't mean anything because there are critics that refuse to review video games or movies for a bunch of BS reasons. So I would say it's got to be the lowest ranking that was actually reviewed because I don't know. But apparently, I guess you could go as low as 1%. So there may be something worse than Jiggly out there. I kind of want to watch it now, just out of morbid curiosity. Like, how could it be? Because it's a rom-com, and those typically they don't do very well in general. Like, how bad do you have to be to get a freaking 6%?
Yeah. And there are some movies that initially got really, really bad reviews and have sort of a cult following now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's out there, yeah.
How you doing, Mark? The Room.
Yeah, I see Zen was talking about Pete Hines, and maybe that's the guy I was thinking about. But he heard a rumor that Pete Hines left TESL, and him leaving, causing the game to fall under the fire of the other developers and Microsoft. Yeah.
That would make sense, because that was my hypothesis from the beginning. Not I didn't know about Pete Hines, but I knew, or it seemed to be, that there was somebody who really cared about it, who put a lot of effort into it and everything, and then something happened, and right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say, you must believe so if they keep it alive for 5 years after development stops, right? Right. You must think that there must have been somebody that said, because normally when you stop development, you maybe, if you're generous, you keep it going for a year and then you stop it, right? But apparently there must have been somebody that says nope, and it must have been somebody with enough weight in their decision, making. So it's very plausible to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Which. Yeah. I mean, that would be cool. I mean, it would be nice to have do an interview with somebody like Pete, just somebody who was like. There's not a lot of times where you can assign one name to any game or anything, because there's just so many people that work on it, that direct it, that write it, and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But if you have one guy who essentially, once he leaves, the game just is pretty much kicked out. It's like he was pretty much, the driving force behind it. It'd be cool to hear just what made him want to go after it, in a CCG. I mean, I know CCGs were the hotness, 5 or 6 years ago. Like, everybody was doing a card game, I think, because they thought it looks like it would be something that's pretty cheap and sustainable until you get, I don't know. I feel like if you have anybody doing research on it, they'd be like, yeah, they have to create, X number of expansions each, year that have to be balanced, and I don't know that you could do more than give a game like that a cursory glance and not know that it's going to be pretty update heavy to keep it alive.
Yeah, that's actually my biggest worry with this whole Reborn thing, right? I don't think Bethesda is going to get in the way. I also have full trust that in the competence of those working on it. They seem to be doing a great job. My biggest worry is that they'll find out it's going to cost more money to run this than they had anticipated. I mean, they're already putting their own money into it at this point. And once it gets to a certain level, they would have to figure out a way to get it financed. And then at that point, you have the issue of legality, right? So this is where Bethesda could then help and say, hey, if we have to do this in order just to run the server, nobody's getting rich here. Would you send us a cease and desist, or would you be okay with it, right?
Right.
That's what, as Renian said, that changes the whole legal thing of everything. Right now, there are just a few dudes that built something, and they're not promising anything to anybody, and they're not taking money for it, right, from anybody. So, if that has to change, then I don't know how that will work. Yeah.
Because I feel like there's a big middle ground or no man's land of, okay, not making any money whatsoever. No money is changing hands to money is changing hands, but it's zero profit. Because you do have nonprofit organizations, or if it's literally the server costs $200 a month to upkeep, and so we're not even sending the money to them. We send it to the money gets sent to the people hosting the server or whatever. So it's it's being done, but there's still no, you could say we're going to sue for 50% of your profits and go, okay, we have none. Yep. We don't make a profit. It literally is just there to keep the thing alive.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have legal stuff seems to be ridiculous most of the time, so I would assume that's also naughty, but I don't think it should be. If you're not making any money off of it, it's different than I'm giving you money, but you're not taking 10% for administrative fees.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's that, and he made a very good point as well by, saying also the people like us that are looking forward to play it. Mm-hmm. If you would start taking donations now, that would create expectations, at least for some people.
Yes. Yep.
Right. And right now we can just say, you really can't bitch about anything because you just get it for free, and maybe you do, maybe you don't, but it's not like I made you pay for anything, right? And that would change too the moment people would start donating, and they would, if it then doesn't happen for one reason or the other, you would start pissing off people, right? And so
Yep. When I mean, because we got guys in the community like, I mean, I don't not to call anybody out, like IOs, and like they're bloodthirsty. Like if they give you money for something, they're gonna come after you if you don't have it. It's kind of like Mafia, where it's like, we'll break your fingers if you don't bring us the product. So
no, I heard of IO's ring of blackmail, and Yeah,
he's particularly rough. You think Canadians are all nice? That's a stereotype. That's how they get you. You're like, oh, these guys, they don't know what they're talking about, and then it's like, oh yeah, come here, I'll show you a little something, eh?
Yeah, buddy.
All right, buddy. But I mean, it's and that is the one, I guess, like as small as the community is, there are still people that are like, there are still Invade players. That's the thing. They're out there. There were people that were playing Invade until the last day, and so it's very wise. Like it's hard when you have a lot of people that in the community, you just assume that that's how everybody would be. So yeah, if we all chipped in $10 each or something like that, just to do X, Y, and Z, none of us are going to come for that. Nobody's going to pester or anything, as long as it's just not completely absconded. But they wouldn't do that. But there are people in the community that aren't being talked about enough that would be like getting on Reddit and like, hey, these guys, I haven't seen anything yet. What do you guys think? Should we dox him and stone him? Like,
right.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly right. That's why it's wise to just not take money and then bring up the game exactly as it was. No balance updates and whatnot. And like I said, personally, I never got the Invade stuff. They were annoying at best, but in most cases, that really didn't bother me. What bothered me way more is the the Telvanni stuff, that just because it was so common, especially once you got into that little bit higher ranks, it just got boring. Okay, we're the same fucking mechanic again. And I gotta say, the whole Empire, New Era, Alien stuff was also like, oh, come on,
Yeah.
Because that would really just change the game, right? With if you played your cards right with Invade, you almost always had a chance, right? And yeah.
Well, to me, Invade always depended on having Invade party on turn 4. If you had that on curve, you were kind of screwed. And the one thing I didn't like about Invade, the reason why I had beef with it, is because I did, and I think everybody did actually, there were cards that you would rather, there were slots that you'd rather use for something else, but knowing that Invade was out there, you had to have a way to get rid of gates.
Sure.
And so you had to start, like at least with Telvanni, I didn't have to put any cards in there to beat Telvanni. You had to get underneath of them. Whereas Invade was like, if you don't have these gate killers,
the same function, really. I mean, with Telvanni in the higher ranks, you either played the same bullshit or you had to play aggro. That was one of the things I didn't enjoy on the ladder later, right? Especially once you got to Legend, it's like, okay, I either play the BS2 or I have to be so aggressive. That's why I gave you the Assassin deck that you got to Legends with, right? And that's also, by the way, why Hatchery Meddler was in there initially as an answer to Invade, right?
Right.
And later found out that card is actually quite good outside of Invade too, right? There's a lot of times where it came in really handy. But yeah, so I just don't like it when certain mechanics, right, whatever bothered you the most, but they like you said, they force you to either include certain things, and I guess to some degree that is natural, right? I mean, if there are supports, yeah, you need to put a douchnik in there, or but I think the bad kind of Telvanni, right? There were good Telvanni decks, but we all know what I'm talking about, the boring Telvanni or the absolute control Empire that for a while were just really dominant. That I think took it to another level where I was like, okay, that's just yeah. But even there, same thing. I was forced to play aggro or play the same, right? But my favorite decks were always the mid range, right? And with those, you would usually not make it. I mean, sometimes you would, but
Yeah, if you were mid-grow, if you had a little bit more of a low end that you kind of race them, get that last little burst before they started doing the shenanigans.
Yeah.
But But that's I got to the point where I think I started hating New Era more, just because even if you wanted to do, if you weren't playing that yourself, you couldn't go, okay, I'm going to start flooding the board with these certain creatures that would survive all these other things, because they could just pluck them off.
New Era was coming up. Eventually, exactly. Yeah. No, I agree.
But other than Todd Howard, old Bethesda is mostly gone, though. They kind of coast off the work, so those no longer there. Yeah, what do they call that? Standing on that. That's true for a lot of developers, though. A lot of people will be like, the studio that brought you this game, and this game, and then you look, and none of the people that brought you those games are actually there. It's just the name. Yeah. And so it doesn't mean they can't be good, but it also means that, and a lot of them will outright say, they're like, we're going to do it our way. We're going to take the work that they did, and then we're going to do it our way. And it's like, but their way was the way that worked, and your way so far doesn't seem to be doing that as much. So maybe do it their way. I don't know. It's not ubiquitous, but it's not consistent. But there are like the latest Dragon Age, Veilguard. Like that's a home run. I'm the same thing. Assassin's Creed. Like I've never played those games myself. That's not my jam. But like there were people there that were asking for that exact setup pretty much since the series started, and they somehow managed to do it in a way that the game, I'm pretty sure it lost money. It sure didn't make much of a profit. It's like, just do the thing that you've always done. Like just do that, and don't mess with the formula too much. But it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I remember, Zen, you were playing a lot of New Era. I've been rewatching Jesse's videos a lot, and I see you were doing this. There are a couple of, I think it was you, and then there was also Mark, right? Mark Sis. He played a lot of like the Telvanni stuff, right? And I was being completely honest with you, right? I don't judge anybody. Their legal cards are totally fine to play, but I often was like, oh, okay, when Schwartz plays against one of those, he's totally bitching, and then now when a friend is doing it, it's totally fine, right? But these are all personal preferences. They're all legal cards, and that's why and I tried all of those out too, and at some point, actually, the only thing I never tried out was Invade, because that was early on, very quick. Okay, this is just poison. But I tried out New Era, I tried out Telvanni, and just to understand kind of, okay, how is it? And it's a good idea if you want to win against those decks to understand how they work, right? And the best way to understand how they work is to play them. And hi, Vincenzo.
Drink when this guy says, challenge impossible. Well, I mean, there's one shot, but I don't, do I say that a lot? Are you talking about you? Who's you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe you already had a drink.
Vincenzo's probably toasted right about now. Maybe he meant himself. He's just gonna say, he's like, challenge impossible. Okay, I'll hear another shot. Never seen it, just knew the drama. Same Zen Sky. I kind of want to. I need to get some alcohol and then watch Giggly or Jiggly or whatever it's called. I can't even pronounce it correctly. Who is this? And no, I haven't drank yet. I just got back. Oh, I know you just got back, Vincenzo. I was just wondering who you were talking about. But this is Beowulf.
Yeah, I'm just joking around here.
Just talking about waxing nostalgic about old legends, and Zen's admitting that he played New Era. He says he's sorry, but I don't know how genuine that is. It seems like it's not I'm sorry or my deepest apologies. It's kind of like a casual, like sorry not sorry kind of thing. So I'm not sure how to take that exactly. I see. When this guy says,
glad you make me aware of that. Yeah.
Well, no, Vincent, here's the thing. I'm right about a lot of things, so when I'm talking to somebody, it's natural for them to say, yes, he's agreeing with me because what I'm saying is true. What is he going to say? No, you're wrong? No, that's not a thing. I'm never wrong. So, good luck to you having a conversation with me, not saying yeah.
But let me ask you something else, Vincenzo. I think you mentioned earlier that you're actually one of the alpha testers for Reborn.
I remember him saying I thought he was saying that he wanted to be, but we'll see. But I remember him saying
like he said he's looking forward to testing tomorrow.
He is awesome. Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay, he is in.
Oh, sorry, I
Nice.
keep saying yeah again, but you said it
That's
too
right.
now.
He did it too.
I don't feel so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you definitely have to report what you're seeing there. That'd be cool. A little jealous.
Indeed. Yeah, that's. Oh no, I'm doing it. Screw it. We agree. It's fine. It's better than screw you or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yep. All right. I'm going to challenge myself right now not to say yeah for the next 10 minutes or so.
Well, there was a
Yes.
There you go. You could say yes. Yeah, exactly. Change it up a little bit.
Yes.
There was an interview with a guy. His name's I think it's Josh Tobias. Tobias is his last name, but he was one of the guys with Ed Boon who made Mortal Kombat. Like he was like pretty much the guy behind most of the characters, the story, all that kind of stuff. And they had an interview with him, and it was like I was so excited to hear it. But I mean, it was like I'm gonna say 45 to 55% of his words were and I couldn't do it. Like I was listening and I was like, there's no possible way you can. I mean, he may have been nervous. He may have been looking for stuff, and nothing against that. But I was like, dude, you need to get an editor in there and chop out those because that's all I can hear. It's like every once in a while I get a word that reels me in. We were developing the characters in this. I'm like,
in my
no,
defense, English isn't my first language, right? So
there you go.
The German yes is ja. Right, as many know, and in the north where I come from, you commonly say our yeah kind of sounds like the American, not yay, but if you say yes, yeah, like yeah, it's very similar. So that's why I say it a lot. But I can totally see how that would feel, funny. But I think that's where that comes from a little bit. Like then you're just saying those words.
Well, and you don't.
Go ahead.
No, keep going.
No, I was saying there are other words like this, like I would say like a lot, like this or like this and like that. And it's actually, I actually appreciate when people make you aware of it because how else are you going to notice, right? So. Yeah.
Indeed. Well, right now we've got the affliction of the comma right, which is when people, right, they start talking about something, right? And then it's like they say right to make sure that you're tracking with them, which is okay. You do that one time, right? But then I keep talking, right? And I just keep adding right as if I need, like I'm trying to affirm that I'm desperate for you to nod along. I know that's not what they're doing. It's a filler. It's just like, but it's the same thing. And it's like that I noticed more than, like I didn't notice the yas myself. But I will notice.
I'm going to rewatch all of Vincenzo's videos now, and I'm going to pick one where he's doing a lot of
A lot of English speakers say like all the time. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if that was always that way or if that became something. Because I feel like when I was growing up, that wasn't a thing. We never put like in our sentence unless it was referring to I like this or I like that. As you say, the Valley Girlism of it, I think that came out, I want to say in the early 90s that started happening. Maybe it went up with Clueless. I don't know. But I genuinely don't think I remember hearing that common usage back then. But it's ubiquitous now. Everybody says like a lot.
Right.
Like. I say in my video.
Yeah, I think we all have those fillers, and depends who we talk to. I think you're right. I talk a lot with clients on the phone, and I do a lot what you describe with the right, especially when it's on the phone. You're trying to verify that they're with you, they understand what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, there is the legitimate call for affirmation, but then there's the filler instead of saying it's right. So it's like, okay, you're not saying but you are saying the word right so many times. We've made too many rights here.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a good challenge.
That's pretty normal. I find it funnier when people use like specific phrases just a lot. Like, I email a lot too, and I have a lot of people. I have not a lot of people, but there's some people where I notice they say certain things all the time, like excellent or in writing, and it's the cool words, better than awesome. Like some people always say, I don't like that either, right? Because you're probably not in awe of all the things that you think are awesome, right?
Right.
But we all have them, it's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. The one I'm trying to, I'm pretty sure. So for me, there's a YouTuber named Maximilian Dude, and he primarily does like fighting video games. But he's the first one that I can remember that would say, "Let's go." Like he'd be fighting, doing whatever. It's like, "Oh, here we go. Let's go. Let's go." It's, instead of like we won, it's like, "Let's go." And his video intro starts off with "Let's go." So as far as I'm concerned, he's the father of "Let's go." But everybody says that now. It's if they're playing a game, you watch a YouTuber or something. It's like, "Yeah, let's go. Let's go." And I'm like, no, let's not go anywhere. Let's just stay where we're at and stop saying "Let's go."
Yeah,
please.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's good and bad ones, right? I like whenever you open your videos, right? Like the thing you do, I like that, hello, or whatever you do, and I like the at the end, they keep playing. There's those things can be cool,
right?
But yeah, there's probably some people that don't like that either, so can't please them all.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, signatures I'm cool with. Like if that's how they want to start their video and they're like, let's get, however they do it. It's just that's kind of like it's instead of saying awesome or it's just one of those things where it's said a lot and it's like not everything is that, like you were saying, not everything is awesome. Everything is not that hyped. Like, okay, you opened up the menu. Let's go. No. Save that for you beat the boss. Okay.
Yep.
Or bro's become a new one too. I think people say it ironically or started saying it ironically and then they just stopped being ironic. So it's just bro.
And you know what is strange? These things come over to Germany, but obviously in the German translation. So we have a lot of people saying this too. They say Bruder, which is like literally the German translation for brother. And I wonder where the heck did it come from? And then it's funny when you have that here, because I noticed this too, brother, or for a while it was boss, hey boss, and like okay, yeah, that's true. I think every generation had their words, right? Radical dude. Yep.
Look, I mean that needs to be brought back. Like Turtles lingo, Ninja Turtles lingo. I think that needs to circle back around. That's a tubular, bodacious, radical, tubular. Did I say that already? I did. Heinous. Like there's just fun words that we just don't get to use enough anymore now. But,
yeah. Well, bring them back.
I'm trying. I want to know what the magic formula is. Like, who is it? I mean, sometimes, like with Will Smith started saying, getting jiggy with it. He invented jiggy, so like you can trace that back to a certain person. But like, what does it take for a word to gain that much traction? Like I would love to if you had a omnipotent way of looking at the world and trace back who was the first person to use it in a way that made the next person want to use it too, that got it to spread. Because I've tried to start a whole bunch of cool words and none of them, like I'll try to I'll try to use them a month or two down the road and see if they come back to me and somebody's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you've never heard of tabulasoid? No? Okay, well, I guess it didn't catch on then. I don't know why. It sounds so great. Nobody says wizard anymore. I'm bringing it back.
Oh, it's waiter. But
wizard.
Ask Renian if you can record, because I think that'd be awesome. Now I say it too. In this case, I really would find it awesome if we could see some of that.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that would be. And because it's not, there's no like NDAs or anything. I don't imagine there's a hard compel. I feel like that's like the default if it's a company thing. Like you don't release anything to anybody until X time. But I feel like this one, there's probably a pretty good likelihood that would be available. I mean, since we already know what the cards are.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like we see anything we wouldn't know, right? If anything, we may catch something.
Yeah. Actually, that's a keen idea. That's a good point.
Right. Yeah.
Especially with Vincenzo, we know he's probably going to miss half the stuff. So yeah, it's probably good that we'd be.
Yeah, I think even earlier we saw what's the card called? That shackles one and you pull an action. It didn't look like it was shackling.
Oh. Wait. What was it? Which one?
It's that 4/6 that Telvanni players always use, and
swims at night or poops in the storm.
No,
or
it's
something.
not swims at night. That's the 0 cost one. It's
I mean the Argonian. Yeah.
Hand something, or I don't know. Yeah.
Let's see.
One of the chat, Zen will know. He's Googling it right now.
Yeah. Well, I was about to. I know it's an Argonian
Yeah.
gal. I just don't know what her name is. Oh yeah, no, Vincenzo, definitely not. No, not opening the door for other people to do that. It's just it would be more like it would be if you did the video, it would be in the comment section, like somebody going at this time code. I don't remember that being a thing, or that looks like a hiccup there, or something like that. Not them reaching out to him directly. Yeah, we don't want to encourage that because that's the last thing he needs. That's why he said I'm reaching out to people as is needed, so we don't want to encumber him with having to.
He probably gets a lot of that anyways.
Yeah, which I mean, it really is. It's awesome that people want to help. It sucks when you can't, but also I do know from my own stuff, there are just times you're like, no, don't worry about it. I'm not a control freak. Let me just handle it. It's just going to be a lot easier than trying to explain it and do this and there's a lot of, in fact, right now I'm spending too much time explaining this. I need to be back what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I might just make the video private and only share the links in my server and yours. Oh, there you go. That could work too. Yeah. Yeah. So you don't have the wider population, because I mean, I don't think his channel is even that old. He's like 700 subscribers already just for those 7 videos. Yeah. So like that's why I think he'll be pleasantly surprised at how many people want to be playing this game again. He said a couple hundred, maybe 300. I'd like to think it's at least 1,000. I could be wrong, but I would like to think that if it comes back, the player pool would be about that big, if not a little bigger.
Yeah. The card just came back to me. Sun and Shadow. That's what it was.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good call. I'm surprised, but yeah, Baldric or Zen didn't jump on that. But well done, you dug deep.
Well, I'm not. I think somebody else in chat noticed it, and that's only when I saw it and looked, and I wasn't sure if I missed whether that Checkle creature had somehow disappeared, or whether it really didn't Checkle. I don't know.
That's one of the more complicated ones. I'm glad he's got it. I mean, like Galeen, he got that one done. I figured that would be a pretty tough one to code in.
Yeah. Yeah. You mean, yeah. I always call him Galen, the shelter. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, so but that was the thing. So the actual name is like I think it's Gay.
It's weirdly spelled, right? Yeah.
Yes. So I don't know because I've never heard it actually like officially. Yeah.
I haven't either. Yeah. Yeah.
So it looks like Galen, but yeah. I always said Galen until I saw that, but it could be Galen anyway.
Yeah. I mean, this is just like saying like, what do you call the undead? Like dredged?
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah. Droff, Dreg, Drew.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dreggy. Can we get an official? And then you got like Larian. What was it? They're pronouncing stuff weird, like Lich. I've always heard it like the Lich King, from Warcraft, but they call it Lich. It's like, oh, the Lichs are here, but they also say comrade, so I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, well, Lich seemed more normal to me because that's the CH sound in German.
Ah.
So, but yeah, I would say Lich now too because of being here for so long. But yep.
That's just the flavor that makes things fun, It's I always wonder when it comes to like voiceover lines that it seems like there are some times that the line was done when the director was not in the building because they're mispronouncing like you'll hear, I mean, not so much like an anime, but it's like an episode and it's a season regular. It's somebody who's a main part of the cast and one of the guests is mispronouncing the actual name and you're like, how did you not catch that? Like that's a proper name of a character. It's like it'd be like calling him Darth Vader or something weird like that. It's like, but who knows? Production is a wild and crazy organism.
Yeah, Zen, you're right. Draugr is correct for the undead. I said undead and I was wrong. I meant like, what are those called? Like that support removal 3/4 dude, neutral.
3/4. Oh. Oh, the drag. Yeah.
Is that what you say? Yeah, that's what I meant. Like drag or druid. How do you say that? Because the Draugr makes more. That's how I would pronounce that too. You're right.
Yeah.
And Vincenzo just gave the reason why we have the CH as a sound, that's because Larian is European. That's probably where that comes from.
Right. Which, I mean, that makes me wonder though, because like I wonder if the voice actors are there. Like, so in other words, does somebody come in and say Lich, and they're like, no, you have it all wrong. You must say Lich.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? What, you want me to say what now? I don't know.
Well, it sounds more exotic, you know.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
But it's funny because it's coming from that the gal with the white hair, and she's got the southern accent. She's like, comrade, we got to come up in here, comrade. The leaks are gonna get to us. What are you talking about? I have to bathe my son. Be right back. Oh, that sounds like a impromptu bathe, which is like a bidet. It's the baby bidet, I think, is what Vincenzo's got going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Always gotta love those. Let's see. I think a couple hundred people asking to help is just a small amount of people who want to help but actually had the balls to ask. Yeah, well, I mean, I would love to, but I just know you would have to teach me how to do X, Y, and Z before I could be helpful with that at all. Other than, because I think he put out the call at one point, and I think it was either Denise or maybe it was Zen. Somebody, in the community was able to pinpoint exactly what he was looking for in one of Daroloth's videos. It's like he put it out there and said, if anybody can find this interaction, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm sure I have that in one of my videos, but I have no clue where. Yeah. And then was like 20 minutes later or an hour later, somebody's like, oh yeah, here it is on, at this point in Daroloth's video. I'm like, how did you find that? How in the world? I must
assume by accident, right? Yeah, that reminds me of the earlier conversation with Renian, right? Like him trying to reproduce all of that. That must be crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I have these 3 effects and a prophecy hit. Now, is my stuff happening in the right order, right? Sometimes the effects happen before the card draw of the prophecy, sometimes after. Now I need to find a video where this exact combination has happened to verify it, right? That's basically some of the work he's doing, and you go like, wow.
Mm-hmm. And then even then, because I know there was a really I remember watching Monsters Inc., like how they made, like making of it, and I remember they were talking about Sully's fur. He's got this really long fur, and I don't remember the details at this point now, but pretty much in order to avoid having to like try to animate every individual hair or sections of hair, they gave it a behavior that wasn't wind. It was like a water ripple. There was something they applied an effect to it that made it move as if the wind was blowing, but it wasn't. It was like it was a hack. They found a way to shortcut it. But if so it was like when he was talking about I need for this effect to happen, but I can't necessarily just tell it to do this thing, because if it does, then it's going to screw with this over here, or it's not going to recognize this. So it's like the creative ways that you have to program with what you have to get the effect you want, even though it may not actually be the way you would think to make that effect happen. It's very fascinating.
No, I think this is exactly the kind of stuff they're trying to test for now, and hope to get the feedback, because I can't even imagine how many possible combinations of scenarios are there, and only one of them has to not work, and it could break the game, right?
Yeah.
But or even I gotta assume that, like, in this scenario, like, let's say it came out and then these bugs are found, I don't think anybody's going to be upset over it, right? Because we're also happy to just play it again. So I think it would be more like, hey, let me report this one, and then you can fix it. I don't think anybody would be like, there's lots of games that come out very buggy, and then people are rightfully not happy about it because they've usually paid money for it. But I think in this case, it's great you do the testing and you want to avoid this, but I would not be upset at all if I found out, oops, this is not working as I'm used to it. And
oh, like, look, I just discovered that. I don't know if you can see it. I think it shows up on there. Even on this here, the portraits on some of these shields doesn't go all the way to the end of the frame, and you can see the stuff happening behind here. So this is shoddy work. Like, I need to contact these people and say, look, you didn't extend the background up high enough, and now it looks tacky, and people are laughing at me for having something. But yeah, I agree. And the other thing, like failing a crash, it could also just not work, and so you have a situation where you have lethal on the board, but it doesn't trigger the way it's supposed to, and you miss. But again, nobody's going to be getting
that's
cheesed off
thinking.
over that.
Exactly right. It's just there's so many so many combinations possible, right? Maybe it triggers, but it triggers in the wrong order, right? Or anything like that could impact this. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the good news is, I mean, whenever it does, quote unquote, launch, there will be so many people playing it, at least initially, like volume wise. If there are any bugs, they'll quickly come out because people will be playing everything left, right, and center. And
I just can't wait. I just really can't wait. It's so nice to know that there's a real possibility of just playing TESL again. It's so cool.
Yeah. And I'm intrigued what he was saying with Maker, I think his name is, when he said that he's ramping up. I'm trying to imagine a world or a reality in which I can play against an AI control or mid-range deck, because we don't have that. We have like AI was always aggro. It may have been slower aggro, but it was always get the points in fast. I can't imagine like a turn where the computer actually hands a turn over to me because they're not trying to break a rune. Like that would be amazing and scary at the same time.
Yeah. No, I definitely thought the same thing when he was saying this, and I would welcome that as well. Absolutely. That's one of the things I mentioned earlier I like about Eternal, right? Once you get to the higher levels of Gauntlet, so the AI, it's actually really quite good. It's still not intelligent, but you will lose,
right.
You know, and so the opposite to like not the opposite, but much more so than in TESL, where you would basically always win unless you get super unlucky with something, right?
Yeah. Yep. Zen Sky, we got a lick. A what? Yeah, exactly. See, that's where I say anytime there's ambiguity when because we have a lot of words that sound the same or even are spelled, well, they never are spelled the same, but they look the same or they sound the same, but the context can pretty much let you know. But if you say, well, I guess if you were to say look out a lick, you wouldn't be like, wait, somebody's gonna lick me. You'd be like, wait, I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it's something worse than getting somebody's tongue on you. So I guess maybe context would make that work too, but it would still be confusing initially.
Oh, there's a lot of words that are confusing for anybody. I mean, that's when you learn any other language, there's confusing things, right? Like, I know English speakers or Americans that are trying to learn German, and there's some things where I just have to say, yeah, that's just how the way it is. Even though lots of things are logical, then there's others that are not. With English, I found the difficulty comes because so much is coming from context, and oftentimes you use the same word for very different meanings, right? Like, I can run, but you know, my faucet can run, or my I don't know. There's you know, there's different things that confuse you like this. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, but when I first learned it and I came here, what made it even worse is that in Germany we have English words that are commonly used but are not actually used in English-speaking countries. I'll give you an example. We call a cell phone a handy. have I told this before? It's called a handy. Yeah, it's because it's the thing you always have in your hand. And if you're in Germany, it's not uncommon for somebody to say, hey, give me your handy or your handy number, right? So now imagine me coming here, and it was like in 2000 and I don't know, in the mid 2000s or so, wanting to buy my first cell phone. I walk right into Best Buy and I say, I would like to get a handy. Can't imagine how that went, right?
Oh my gosh.
The lady looked me up and down, but then must have decided, okay, this guy said this so innocently, and then she just made that phone gesture with her fingers, like, do you mean a mobile phone? It's like, yes, of course I mean a mobile phone. What were you thinking?
right. Yeah. At what point did you realize what she probably thought you meant, and
she turned out to
delayed
be a real
embarrassment?
nice lady, and she then, you know, cleared things up for me. How this term is used. But see, this is another thing, right? Handy is a legitimate word too, right? Like,
right,
you're
you're
very handy, right? Or this comes in handy, or, you know, and so yeah, it can get confusing.
Yeah. When I'm trying to think if we have an equivalent with, like, I mean, the only word I can think of that gets used regularly is like blitz. But that's even, does that have its, like, without blitzkrieg, without the krieg on there, does blitz mean anything?
Yeah, it's a word. It's the lightning, right?
Right, okay.
So Blitz und Donner is lightning and thunder, right? And so blitzkrieg literally means lightning war. And in this case, the context is lightning happens very fast, right? And so that's hence Blitzkrieg. But there are German words that get used a lot, right? Gesundheit, when somebody sneezes, some people say that. Kindergarten is a German word. You hear Zeitgeist a lot. That's a German word. Doppelgänger is a German word. We know that from TESL.
Right.
So there is German words for sure.
Oh no, I just meant German like that are the equivalent of what you're saying. Like if I were to say that German word in Germany, they'd be like, wait, what? Like I was trying to think if there was anything like that. I couldn't. Yeah,
I would have to think about that now. We have much less so. It's just I think this is funny how language is much more than just translated words. It says something about the culture, right? Here, a lot about is context, and it allows for a lot of irony and funny things. That's why I think English is a great language to sing or in comedy and whatnot. There's a lot of things you can do with that. In the German language, it's much more straightforward in general, right? I'm generalizing. And there's much less to context, right? It's usually pretty clear what we're talking about. So I would have a hard time, at least right now, coming up with a word that you could misunderstand that way.
Right.
Because the whole language is made to not misunderstand, basically, right?
Which I appreciate, and that's partly genetics probably, but I do like the less especially with the purpose of communication. I mean, obviously there's like secondary. I would say secondary stuff, like you said, that you can do comedy, you can be artistic or whatever, but the primary thing is to get an idea across, and you want the least amount of ambiguity. I mean, how many times even sarcasms can be easy to miss, but like you see in the comment section, people will say something and the guy's like, no, I'm agreeing with you. And it's like, what? And you're watching, like, how did you not see that he was agreeing with you? He said this, but you took it. So having a little more direct communication, I think is by and large a good idea.
Yeah. But I just could think of one. It's actually a famous one. You probably know Rammstein, the band.
Yeah. Du hast mich.
That's exactly it. So when you say du hast mich, if you don't see it written and you just hear it in English, it sounds there's two different words and they both sound like hast, and that's what they play with in that song. In fact, I believe, because it can mean you hate me or you have me. You have me is spelled only with one S, and you hate me is spelled with two S's. So if you read it as a sentence, then it's very clear what it means. But if you're just hearing it, it could mean either. And you have me is sort of a synonym for you love me or I love you, right? Yeah. So the opposite of I hate you, and that's kind of what they often do this, where they kind of play with these words.
So that's intentional. So they know that.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have me or you hate me, right? It's like
that's okay for something that's supposed to be so clear. That seems like a very precarious balance to have. Where
in this case, it really is, right? Yeah,
right.
That's true. But again, it's only if you can't see it, right? If you see it written, it's very clear. But if you cannot, then a different meaning could be derived from it.
I will say that if that is in fact a love ballad, I feel the quality of the song, not the quality, but the way the song sounds definitely does not make me think of any kind of genteel or love that I might be interested in being a part of. If somebody was saying I love you in that way, I'm going to still run just as much as they're saying I hate you.
Yes.
Don't love me hard.
You're probably right there. I think most people will feel that way. Yes. I don't understand it. I think Germans are known for their lovely and kind nature, right?
Right. Well, but that's the thing. So, I mean, I gotta believe that put it this way. So America can be a little tricky because, I've got my mother's side is German. So I'm like a quarter German, and with a little bit of Austrian, but then my dad's side is Scottish Irish. So I'm a mutt in terms of I'm not going to, there's not going to be a, where you say, he sounds very this, or he talks in this way. So qualifying that in Germany, I'm guessing that's much less the case. So do you have more things there's still going to be generalizations, but the idea, like you were just saying, like Germans are known for this. is it where that's the stereotype because, you know, there are instances out there like that? Or is it like, no, in general, if you were to take, you know, the whole of Germany, you're going to have people that are not more severe, but just more serious, for not trying to make it sound negative? Or is it just like here where it's like, you know, 50% of the time you're going to find somebody who's goofy and 50% you're going to find somebody who's severe?
Yeah. I would say most stereotypes have a kernel of truth in them, I think. And I think in the example that you're asking about, it is similar. I think there's nuances too, right? So as we just talked about the language, and I think in Germany, it's all very clear and straightforward, even just the language. We have few examples of the one we just discussed. Whereas in America, for example, that would seem colder, right? Even though we're not trying to be colder, but it's just very direct. And especially where I live here, it differs in America, right? In New York, for example, they're much more like Germans the way they talk. They're very straightforward. And even here in America, the New Yorkers have a bit of a reputation of being rude, when really where I come from, that's not rude. They're just straightforward and clear, right? And but here in Washington State, for example, where I live, initially I had to learn, especially in business, to soften my edges, right? And there's certain things in Germany, it's not a problem to say when you see a piece of work and it's shit. You can say that, no, that's shit, let's redo it, right? It's not a problem. It's just, you're just saying it like it is. Here, if you say that, you'll probably get sent to HR, right?
Right.
And so, these are just all things you learn and pitfalls you walk right through when you're not from here and start learning it. But I would agree that Americans are generally warmer, right? And it's actually a quality I find that I like. And when I say warmer, I mean like friendlier, at least from the get-go, right? Some people argue, in Germany, some people would argue, that's because they just stay on the surface. And there is some truth to that, but there it goes the other way around, right? When here somebody just says, hey, how's it going? And a German then, by nature, if they hadn't spent time here, would then start to tell you how they're doing. When the American really just wanted to say hello, right? Right. But if you don't know that, it confuses you at first. And now all of a sudden, that American seemed rude to that German, when really he wasn't rude. He was quite the opposite, in fact, for America. He was saying, hey, even though he doesn't know you probably, and he was just acknowledging your presence, basically, right? So understanding these things just takes some years and some time and exposure to both countries. And then it actually kind of all makes sense. And if you ask me, I prefer the American way in this case, because initially it is friendlier, and you can then take it as deep as you want the conversation, or you don't, right? That's totally up to you. Whereas in Germany, I think it's nothing or boom, right? It's very, it's like, preference, I guess, right? But I always like the American approach there, and I don't know where that comes from. I think maybe from the Wild West or whatnot, you just try to be a friendly guy because you knew everybody, I don't know, but it's,
It is, well, that's from, because I was watching, for a while I was watching, there was two channels, they're from the UK, but they ended up in Russia. One of them within the past year or past 2 years, and the other one like 20 years ago. And they just talk about like what it's like in Russia, because we don't hear a lot from Russia for a variety of reasons, but it's the same kind of thing. It's like if you say hi to a Russian and you don't know them, they're going to look at you like you're a crazy person. Like there is no being nice. Like you keep your eyes straight, you just do whatever. And it's like not like you could be talking and laughing with them 5 minutes later if you get to know them or whatever. But if you just you're walking around, hey, what's going on? Hey, how you doing? They're going to be like, what is wrong with this dude?
So that's similar in Germany, I would say. Like here, if I go into an elevator and there's just one person and you exchange eyes, you say something usually like, how's it going? Or you just at least nod your head, or you acknowledge the person, right? And that's just what I think will be considered a good education. And that would confuse most people in Germany and or I assume Russia. I don't know Russia at all, but I assume so.
Which I guess that's just a when in Rome kind of thing. Like, and I think that's it's just being mindful, because I could see it working that way. Because like there's times for me where I'm not being unfriendly. I'm not in a space where I just like even like expelling anything at all, and I don't want to no eye contact, whatever. But I know that if I don't do it in this particular situation, it's going to seem like I'm being a jerk, or whatever. So I give the nod and the little wave, and then as soon as I'm past them, my face drops back to being depressed.
And that is that surface thing that some people criticize, right? And saying, oh, he wasn't genuine, right?
Right.
But like I said, I always hold against that. Well, the alternative would be that he wouldn't have done nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that have made you feel better? I don't know, right? So, but yeah, I guess everybody errs on their own way there. I mean, but even in the U.S., it's different, right? I mean, if you send like an L.A. guy to Brooklyn, they're gonna not like each other either on this level anyways, right? I'm generalizing, of course, but on this level that we're talking about, as in the Brooklyn guy will seem super straightforward and the LA guy will seem super bubbly, or I don't know,
Right.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think it like ultimately just kind of comes down to because you can have somebody who's very bubbly and very nice, almost all the time, but they're having a bad day today, and so
that's true.
They don't do anything mean, but they're not their normal stuff. And you would say, well, in my experience with Americans, they're not all that friendly, or this guy wasn't. And it's like, so you just have to. I guess the whole thing is just not to take it personally. Either if somebody says hello to you, as long as they're not coming at you with a gun, or they're making some threatening gesture, just go, okay, I don't get it, but okay, whatever, hello back. Or if you say hello to somebody and they just keep walking, you go, okay, it's nothing personal. They just have places to be, or they just weren't looking to have a interaction. That's fine. Just don't insist on it being that way.
You're absolutely right, and we're stereotyping anyways. But it's interesting to see those things. But I would still argue that by and large, I don't think I ever, and I live here for 20 years now, have met like a really unfriendly, where I was in a situation where somebody was really unfriendly in that way. Americans have always been quite friendly to me, and so. I think that's the better approach.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's definitely more inviting.
I think part of it is also that Europe is so much more populated, right? So if you said how you're doing to everybody, you'd be busy doing that. You can't, right? Like where I'm from, Hamburg, Germany fits into Texas 2.5 times, and we have 85 million people living there, right?
Holy cow!
Yeah, so you can imagine that part of it is also just by nature, right? It's like you can't do that. And I would argue you even see that here. Like if you're in a very populated area, like New York or whatever, downtown, I bet you people say less how you doing just on the street than they would if you're somewhere in the country, right? And you happen to walk by somebody. So there's that too,
Well, and there's also, I think, and this is something I was being somewhat critical of city life in that because things are more convenient, people are more inclined to add things to their, because they're like, well, I was talking to somebody about the city and he said, well, the city people are that way because they're so much more busy than everywhere else. I'm like, I don't think it's inherently more busy. I think there's a capacity, there's a capability of piling more things into your day because everything is much more convenient. So you've got 25 things that you've scheduled, not that just are there. Right. You've got your job, but then you've got all these other things. Whereas here, I know I've got to drive through 2 hours of traffic to get to this point. So I've only got 2 extracurricular things. But you've also got, like in the city, everything is on a schedule. The train's on a schedule, bus is on a schedule. You've got to get point A, point B, move around, or you're screwed. Whereas if you're in a place where it's more spread out, you're driving you're your own transportation. It's a little more lax in terms of where you need to go or how soon you need to get there.
I think you're 100% right. I mean, I used to live in the city and I moved out of it, for that reason and others. I wanted more peace and quiet it's very true. I often wonder why people are so busy, and it's also true what you said, that most people make their own lives that busy, right? Of course, there's some things we all have to do, right?
Sure,
if you have work and if you have kids, and there's stuff that there's actual real busyness. But there's a lot of people, I think especially at our age, when things calm down a little bit and other fronts, that just make their lives very busy with all these activities and all this stuff. And I often wonder, like, why do people do this to themselves? But everybody likes their things,
Yep. Well, I do believe, like, it's kind of like, I don't know if the percentage breaks down exactly this way, but I have a feeling that the amount of introverts in this world are roughly about the same as the amount of left-handed people in the world. because it just seems like the world is designed and the expectations are for people with extrovert energy. You know, people who do like to get up and go. They like to be around people. They're quote unquote social creatures. You get an introvert like me, and it's like not my happiest time, but like I was happy as a bug in a rug during the pandemic because it was like nobody was around. I loved being on the road all by myself. I was like, I'm driving through like a post-apocalyptic war zone, and it's just me, and it's wonderful. Not because I don't like people, I just like me time, but that's a minority. I think most people like to be out.
I've been changing that way. I was probably always more of an extrovert, at least in my behaviors. And as I get older, I become like you, right? Right now, I spend a lot of alone time, and I enjoy it. But I do have to have like my certain interactions, right? Like I have certain friends that stop by, certain rituals, so to speak, right? Where we get together and play a game or cook something or whatever. And those are important to me, but I don't care. I really much enjoy my alone time after that again. Very, very similar. Yeah. Agree.
Well, and you got Vincenzo, who's a lefty and an introvert. That's a handicap right there. I mean, you've got no chance. I'm surprised you've made it this far.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Trying to use the scissors and not interact with people, like that's.
But see, look at you, two introverts, right? Doing YouTube channels and furthering the game. You know, I mean.
Well, it really is. I'm sure there's have to be studies on this where it's like a lot of it is literally, you know, they say like our bodies are like batteries, you know, they put off what I think it's being in proximity of other bodies that is part of what drains it. Because I mean, I can do this interact now. Granted, I could sit down with you one-on-one and we could talk for 12 hours at a coffee shop. I'd have no problem. But when you start multiplying by a factor of 3, 4, 5 people, then it starts to wear on me. But like this, even when there's like chat and everything, now granted, it's not everybody talking at once. That to me is infinitely easier to handle, and the energy is still there versus if I was just in a room, now wasn't even talking, but if I'm in a room with 20 people, I'm going to be gassed by about the 2-hour mark, just being around that many people. It's very strange.
No, that makes sense. And I just read what Vincenzo wrote. That makes sense too. It is it's interesting. I never thought about it this way, but it's very interesting. The form of communication plays a big role, right? Or the how it is communicated, whether it is online or one person versus three. That makes sense.
Yeah. That still doesn't explain how you can use a mouse properly, though, Vincenzo. I mean, you're a lefty. Like you should be. I guess you do this. You know, you just have your arms crossed in front of you like that. That's the only way I could think to do it anyway. But that's I'm an old righty, so you know what are you gonna do? I'm stuck in my ways.
Yep.
But well, man, I think this is the third time that the last like 2 hours of my stream has just been these two bulls going at, or what are they called?
Minotaurs.
Minotaurs, yeah.
Minotaurs.
I mean, it's not a bad screen, really. It's just I'm like,
no, it kind of works. There's some movement there, but it's not annoying.
Right. Low key volume.
Right.
Oh man.
Oh, ambidextrous. Okay, I always thought that's cool when you can really do it with both. Like I broke my right wrist once. That's in fact that was COVID time, and I started. That's when I got an iPad because that was the only thing I could kind of use with the left hand. It's like, man, I wish I could use my left hand better. So definitely an advantage. You can use them both. Yeah, ambidexterity. Like I don't know if you. I mean, I'm guessing you can teach it to some degree. Obviously, there are people that just naturally, but I'm wondering if you, like it's like a foreign language. If you start a kid off young enough, trying to teach them to use both hands, if they can be taught to be ambidextrous at least to some significant degree, or if that's just something where, because like anytime I try to throw a football, like that's when I'm made painfully aware that I'm right-handed. Like I look ridiculous, I feel ridiculous. Now, obviously, trying to write is even worse. I can't even make legible words. Yeah, no, neither could I with the left. Yeah, but I think you can teach it. They used to teach people the other way around, right? Trying to turn lefties into righties, and some are. I mean, they can still do the left and not the right because they were forced to do it when they were younger. So I gotta imagine it gets harder as you get older, like most things that you have to learn. Yeah. But I must imagine it's possible. Yeah.
That would be, yeah. I feel bad because my stepdad at one point was, or ex-stepdad, I guess. Anyway, but like he was born lefty, but yeah, his parents tried to make him a right hand, which I kind of understand because like there can be that good place of like, look, it's a right world out there, you know. It's a cruel place for someone who's a left-handed person. Like I want you to have the best things in life, but the shifter is always going to be on the right side unless you go to Europe, in which case it's switched the other way around. But which is weird. I just thought of that, like. If
Our
you were
shifters are on the right side.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. You're talking about England, right? Or Great Britain.
Yeah, where they drive on the left.
Yeah, but that's just Great Britain.
Oh,
Europe
you drive on the
Europe
right?
is a lot bigger than that. Yeah.
Right.
Most of
Okay.
Europe. Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I can't think of another European country that drives on the left. I think it's so Great Britain as in, you know, England, Ireland, and I'm not even sure if the Republic of Ireland is on the left. Maybe they are. But outside of that, like mainland Europe is all right hand. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
So I guess that makes sense. Like with BMW imports, they don't actually have to do a conversion. They just bring it right over.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they built it for the British market, that's all right hand. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Australia apparently it doesn't. So the British
Australia
and their ilk.
does, India does, like I guess any other country where Britain had a big influence, you know, ex-colonies probably do it. Yeah.
Which is funny, I guess. I guess we had that influence up to a certain point, and then we bucked it. And so since they weren't around when the cars were being made, we just did it. That always makes me wonder. Well, now I'm really confused because if the UK was the only one that was doing it, like in other words, was it a German or French or like manufacturer that first started over here, which is why we have everything on the right hand side? Or or did we just go whatever the Brits are doing, we're doing the opposite? Like how did?
No. I think. I mean, somebody would have to Google it, but I'm pretty sure the Germans invented the car, at least the first like actually working cars, right?
Right.
Both the diesel motor and the Benz motor, you know, were German inventors. So my assumption is that England just decided, no, we're going to drive on the left for some reason, and I don't know.
Right.
I don't know why. It's a good question. I wonder. Somebody must have gone like, oh, this is stupid what everybody else does. We got to go and drive on the left.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know how that works. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I want to go. Well, I don't want to.
I assume they always did it that way, just with like horse and carriage before, and that's maybe they just continued that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe it is just like being left-handed or right-handed, that whatever you are seems like the most normal thing to you.
Yeah.
And just for the other person, it's like, whoops, I don't know. If you've ever driven on the left side, if you've been to a country, it is very confusing. You know, not to mention when you actually have a manual and you have to shift that way. I mean, in an automatic, okay, that's okay because you only have to shift a few times if you want to go back or park or whatever. But in Europe, we still have a lot of manual cars. Now try to shift with your left hand if you used to shift a manual car with the right. That's really confusing. Yeah. You are, you know, you first is up left on the right. If you do that on the left, you know, it's just weird.
Yeah, goodness gracious.
Yeah, I mean, Chancellor says New Zealand too. I think that's correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the fun things of different countries, different people. Yeah.
I'm still wondering where we got the imperial system from, or why we kept it.
Yeah, as far as I know, that's also comes from England. A lot of the stuff you use is English, and I think most people know that the metric system is easy. I mean, that's why the military uses it here. Medicine uses it a lot, and I think in the 70s there was an attempt to change, but I think at that point it was too complicated for people. But that, for example, I somehow gotten used to Fahrenheit from Celsius. I kind of figured that one out. But like even though I lived here for 20 years, I still get confused when they talk inches to me. Like I did a lot of work on my tiny little house here, and when you have workers here, and then they say, yeah, it's 8 3/4 inch, right? or they say 8 3/4, and then sometimes they say things like, you know, like short or wide, as in like just a tiny bit more than 8 3/4. Like, so what exactly does that mean?
Right.
So, what's tiny to you? What's tiny for me? And it's like, yeah.
Yeah. Why I find so I had I've been cutting my hair since college just because I didn't want to spend the money and sit in a chair for that long. So, but like the first 3 sets of clippers that I had, all the guards were in 3/4, 3/8, whatever. And so I'd have to sit there. Like there were times where I'd sit there and go, okay, wait a minute. All right, that's 3/8. This one is 4/16. So which one's actually longer? Which is embarrassing, right? But it takes a little bit of time to convert that.
Yeah. No, that's true. And obviously in the metric system, everything is divided by 10 or multiplied by 10, or wherever way you want to look at it. So that's just much easier, really. I totally understand when you're used to something different, then it's, Same with Celsius. I think it's a better scale, to be honest. I got used to Fahrenheit, but Celsius just makes sense. 0 freezes, 100 boils, and then everything in between, right? But,
yeah. The only bummer, I do think when it comes to heat, it does feel good to say it's 98 degrees, like because 98 degrees is hot, like it's uncomfortably hot, and I feel like saying it's what in Celsius, it's like what 60 or 50 or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it's like that doesn't sound hot to me. That sounds
it's very hot, yeah.
Right, yeah. It's
not 60, but it's like 50 something, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just probably because that's what I grew up with. But in my mind, it's like. But I guess that sounds like an exaggeration. You're like, it's not 98 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius.
Right.
It's only 50. You would be boiling. Your blood would be boiling if it was that hot.
Yeah.
But
this guy loves driving manual cars. So do I. Though I have to admit, right now I don't have one, but I love him. What's
no. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
He likes driving Manuel cars. Me gusta Manuel cars también, señor.
Oh wow!
Grammar.
Talking so much about language, we're becoming language snobs now.
I know. I did that. I don't. Somebody else I was on Discord with. I did the same thing. Oh no, is Carlos. He's one of the guys that we do the streams with, and he was like, something like, what was it? I don't know. He was making a joke about being, doing something manually or whatever, and I was like, he's like, that's my middle name. I was like, Manuel. I don't know. It was funny, but I can't relate it. But yes. Yeah. Adios mio. Anyway, you were saying something?
I love manual cars too, for sure.
Yeah.
It is more engaging, but it really is only when you're not in traffic. Otherwise, it is really just annoying, right? And that's why I have automatics right now. But I used to normally always have like a secondary little fun, manual car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I grew up. My dad had an '83 Corolla hatchback with his manual. And I loved it. I loved the mechanics of it. Like it looked like it was really cool. But he would get so pissed off sitting in DC traffic in a manual car. And he said, son, whatever you do, do not get a manual car. So I've never had one. But when I learned how to ride a motorcycle, most motorcycles are still, the standard is still manual. And you feel like you're actually engaging with the process of riding when it's a manual. So I got to imagine the same thing with the car. You feel like you're actually driving versus letting the car just take you somewhere.
Yeah, there's some. I would say the engagement is it's another piece to the engagement, which is really fun if you're on an empty country road, like I said, and then it's the constant like. I mean, my left foot just gets tired. And, like the constant clutch pushing, and that's where it gets okay. No.
When in cars, if I'm not mistaken, I've only driven a manual car like one time. It was a gal in college was trying to teach me, and I think I learned well enough because I did test drive one off of a lot, but I don't remember it. But if I'm not mistaken, it's a dry clutch, so it's easier to start. Like you can't really do like with a motorcycle. You can give it all the gas you want and just ease off the clutch, and it's going to be fine. I mean, you got to be smooth about it. But I think cars, it's a lot more. You need to be letting off the clutch while you're hitting the gas. Like it's got to be a nice even transfer, otherwise it stalls out.
Yeah, it depends on the car, right? I mean, they've come a long way, but the older cars, there were some cars where, the clutch or the gas pedal would be very, sensitive. And I think that's true to this day. Some clutches have a lot of spiel, so you have a lot of room to do it. Others do not, especially like sporty cars often have like very little spiel, and then you have to give it more gas and make sure it doesn't die. And and then of course you jump the car sometimes. So yeah, it's, I think it's still there, but probably not as sensitive on motorcycles. I have a motorcycle license, but I'm not as experienced on motorcycles. But I would say it's somewhat similar. I think motorcycles are probably a bit more forgiving. I think you're probably right. Yeah.
Now you just used the word twice that I know, because like I said, my granddad's German, so I've heard it. But usually it's when I hear spiel, it's like, oh, I'm going to go off on this long spiel. It's like a
That's
essay
German
for it.
word. Yeah,
it is.
You're right. Yeah.
What does it mean when you're using it like that?
It literally means game. Game.
Oh, okay.
Like,
okay.
Yeah, like TESL is a spiel, is a game. Right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, it's the noun to spielen, which means to play.
Okay. Now, can it have a negative, like, like if you like don't play games with me, like, you can say something where it's like game as in like you're messing with, like girls are playing games. Can it have a negative connotation, or does it always mean kind of in the good sense? Like,
we have exactly that saying in German. You could say, "Du spielst nur Spiele mit mir." You're just playing games with me, right?
Okay.
And that is one of those exceptions that can be funny or good if you're just joking about somebody, or it can be negative if as in somebody is trying to manipulate you.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. It was just funny you use that very casually. I was like, wait, do you realize that spiel is not a...
I did not. It's funny you pointed that out, because it's another one of those words that we missed earlier. You're right. Yeah. That's. I think I just adopted that because I heard people use that here, and it was like, oh, that's German word, so I can use that.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's a West Coast, Northwest.
You have that here quite a bit. I would say at work and stuff. Like I mean, I wouldn't say it's common, but it's not uncommon either. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I've never, aside from my granddad or my grandparents saying it once in a while, I'd never heard anybody say that to my recollection until you did. Like, whoa.
I think you're probably right. It's probably like an older term, like that I don't know. But I heard developers use it, and I work with a lot of developers and whatnot, and so I do hear that use when they mainly like when they're just trying to summarize like a process quickly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, I'll see if I can make it a thing. So if you come to the east side of the country and you hear people using it, just know that I was the one who started using it and making it common out here.
All right. I forget where are you located now? Which state are you in?
I'm in Texas, in the about as far south, and then almost as far east as you can get to. It's Houston area.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it's
gotcha.
Which kind of sucks. I was like, huh?
It gets hot.
Yes, and ridiculous. Like the because I went up to visit a friend in Dallas, which is about 4 hours north, and the temperature went from like suffocatingly humid and sweltering to I could actually have my window down and didn't have to have the AC on, and it's literally just a 4 hour difference. Which, I mean, I guess that sounds like a lot, but in Virginia, you go 4 hours, you might lose a degree or two, but the weather doesn't change that drastically. Yeah. But just being that far from the coast in Texas, it went from unbearable to almost a darn nice day.
Yeah, and it's a huge state, right? I mean, it's, no wonder, right? Vincenzo said, swamp. Where are you from, Vincenzo? Which state are you located in?
I was waiting, Michael Bailey. I missed the end of the interview, Michael. And you'll never be able to see it, Michael. Yeah, you bailed on us. Your power died. I mean, you need to have better power. That's all I'm going to say, Michael. That's horrible.
I got backup batteries because I got so tired of the power going out. Where I live here, it takes a while for it to come back to, and it's like, man, yeah. Ooh, California, but from Texas. Okay.
Yeah, San Antonio, I think, is where it's...
Oh, that's funny. I have good friends in Texas, and they told me I would like San Antonio the best when we were talking about... I never been to Texas, even though I have a niece living there. And, my brother's daughter lives in... what's the university city in the West?
University city.
Texas
like
A&M?
No.
Why can I not think of it now?
Austin?
Austin, yes. Okay. Austin. She lives in Austin, and so, yeah. But anyways, we often talk, and this guy's from Houston area, and he's telling me, like, as I was trying to learn more about Texas and blah, blah, and he said, you know, the way I know you, Marco, you probably would like San Antonio the best. It's like, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I mean, it's hard, especially because, you know, if you work from home, kind of like I do, like I've gone out maybe 10 times since in the year and some change that I've lived here. Like and so it's like, for me personally, like I wouldn't know what part of Texas I'm in other than the temperature wise, but it's like, I'm kind of, it's kind of a bummer because I'm like, I feel like I should be able to go out and say, oh yeah, I like the vibe or I don't like the vibe or whatever. But right now I'm just like, I don't know. It's hot and sweaty. That's all I got. It's because that's all I know. But
yeah, that's one of the main reasons that kept me back, because these conversations happened because I was considering, I mean, very loosely, but considering maybe moving there. You know, my niece living in a state, and my brother's favorite state always was Texas. He lived in the States. He's back in Germany, but he used to live in the States as well. And I never been, and I get along with the Texans that I know here very well. They became good friends, and so I was like, okay. And then that's why I was asking, but it's the heat and the humidity that, wow, I don't know if I could take that, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer we'll be here, to be honest. Whether it's definitely not in this part of the state. If we're still here, it's probably going to be migrating north-ish, northwest. But Colorado is a possible likely destination. But yeah, unless you've got really strong, but I will say our neighbors, literally in the same development, the husband is military. His wife is from Germany. Like she's, you know, she just came over with him, I think like 5 years ago, like straight out of Germany. So Germans can survive here. But it is not a, it's not a, I don't know. For me, it's, if I had a choice, and I didn't come here against my will, but it was like there were circumstances that made this a favorable move for the time and makes this the right thing. But were it not for that, Texas is not a. I have nothing against Texas itself. It just the weather itself. It's not. I'd rather deal with the snow on occasion, which you don't have that in Northwest. It's pretty much just rain, right?
No, we have snows. I mean, obviously it's elevation, right? You got to go up there, but each year the main highway, you know, going west to east is getting closed, right? So we have the passes. That's one of the things I love about Washington State, right? We have a lot of water, obviously, but then you have the mountains, and when you cross the mountains, so when you're talking like Spokane, Washington, you actually have desert-like landscape. So it's you can get a little bit of everything if you feel so inclined, right? I got here because my ex-wife is from here, but I like it also because it is fairly comparable to where I'm from, right? Northern Germany, where I'm from, is, you know, not as known as Seattle to be rainy, but it is, you know, it's not sunny like the South is more like Northern California, I would say, but the north of Germany is not known for its great weather, right?
Right.
But it is mild overall, kind of like Washington State, where we have winters, but they're usually not that hard unless you go up in elevation. We have summers, but they're actually really enjoyable. That's what we all live here for, is the summer, right? They're really nice here because they don't get too hot, and everything's green, right? Because of the rain before, so it's quite nice. Vincenzo says he's over hot states. The marching band in Texas heat, wow, that would be exhausting.
I don't even like being out in shorts and a short sleeve shirt, let alone a wool band uniform. Good.
Northern California weather, that sounds perfect. Yep.
I mean, and honestly, like, Indiana wasn't too bad. I mean, it did get kind of chilly, but it was kind of like, it was just like Virginia, but just 10 degrees cooler, roughly, which isn't too bad. You know, you feel like you get all 4 seasons, whereas Texas, you get balls to the wall. It's hot as hell, and slightly less hot.
People always, it's funny with Indiana, people always chuckle, or Americans always chuckle when I tell them that was one of my favorite states. And they're like, Indiana? Really? Like what? But I did a big trip, an RV trip, you know, from up here all the way to Kentucky.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, kind of through the north there and then through the middle back. And so we went from Indiana, and I absolutely loved it. It was perfect weather. It was warm but not too hot. But they had fireflies, and I had never seen fireflies in my life. Right, so and the grass was high, and it was like a layer of fire that you could see above, and I was just fascinated by it. And then the people were super, super nice as well, at least the ones that we interacted there with in the restaurants. And we did like the KOA thing, right? The Campground of America thing. And everybody was super nice. And so, yeah, that always sticks in my memory is that stay left a very good taste in my mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a similar experience going through, I think it was Vermont. I was on my way from Virginia to Maine. And so I was going through, it was either Vermont, I mean, I hate to say it, but they're all kind of, it's these itty bitty little states are all kind of clumped together. So it's either Vermont or Rhode Island or something. But like up in there, like that's kind of like went through on just a nice fall day. The air was crisp, the leaves were falling.
Oh yeah.
So, you do get these.
That's an area I really like to see. I haven't, like New England, any of those states there. I would really like to check that out, but never gotten to it. I've seen not all of the states, but a lot of the other ones, at least driven through them. Mostly the West and all the desert states, a little bit of the South, but the deep North, or the high Northwest, I guess you should say, Northeast, I'm sorry, I haven't really seen. Yeah, I've been to Boston, but that's it. Yeah.
Okay, and see, and that's where I would have thought. Cause, I mean, I've never been to Germany, but like when just watching documentaries and stuff, it seemed like that would be more akin to the weather over there. That more, a little bit more northeastern, not up in Maine, New England exactly, because that can get a lot of snow. But it seemed like that kind of weather would be right in there. I mean, that's if I could, that would probably be my druther. I just don't know. There's a lot of other stuff that comes with where you live other than the weather, so there's a lot of factors involved. But like weather-wise, I think that would probably be my jam.
Yeah, no, that's what they tell me. They tell me that the Northeast is not only weather-wise very similar, but also culturally, apparently. Again, I haven't been there, but from what I've been told, very European-ish. I guess just because it's one of the parts where they settled first, I guess, right? So it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Vincenzo's asking how many states we have visited. I never counted it. But if I need to look at the map roughly.
Yeah. I visited, I don't know. I've lived in 7,
that's a lot.
Minimum of 6 years, 6 months. Let's see, 7.
So I'm gotta look at a map here, and I know we drove. So let's see, 1, 2.
Me, I would say close to about 18. Like where I stayed in there, but didn't really spend a lot of time. It's like California, Tennessee, Kentucky.
I counted 17 for me here, at least at first glance. Yeah.
Okay. So between the two of us, we probably have the whole country covered, just from different directions.
Well, like I said, mine was very focused. A big part was that trip. So we went, we started in Washington, we passed Idaho technically, even though it's only that tiny little tip up there, through Montana, then Wyoming, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, and then Kentucky. And then back, we went kind of through the middle. So I saw Missouri, Kansas, Colorado, Utah, and then Idaho again. And then on previous trips, my brother used to live in California, and he was a big motorcyclist, and he loved the desert states and doing that thing. So I joined him there a couple times. So I've seen basically all of them: Nevada, Utah, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico. But I haven't made it to Texas, and in the South, I've really only been to Georgia. And that's not true. I've been to Florida too. So 18, Georgia and Florida. But I've never been, for example, the Carolinas. I hear they're beautiful. And I also haven't been to the Dakotas either. It's another thing. Actually, I think South Dakota we drove through, but so if you want to count that, but that's it.
Yeah, actually, that's about the same. The Dakotas and North and South Carolina. I've been through those quite a few times, but the Dakotas, not Utah. So yeah, I think if we're just talking like driven through and like maybe stop for gas,
Yeah.
there's a lot more for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't get to know most of those, but yeah, those are definitely ones that I still have not really spent any time in.
It's more than one thing. So as Vincenzo's pointing out, when you start thinking about it, it's actually more than you think. And I missed actually Massachusetts for Boston, so I guess it's 19 in total that I counted now. Yeah.
Right. Well, and you got Michael doesn't have the longest list, but I would say, I mean, as Hawaii, went to Hawaii and Maine are two of the more extreme, or in terms of like location. So he's got the biggest spread.
Yeah, and I would love to go. I've never been to Hawaii, and as I said, never been to Maine, and I also haven't been to Pennsylvania, which is one state I'm interested in because apparently that's the state with the highest German heritage. So it's kind of interesting, and I believe they have a language. They call it, I think, Pennsylvanian Dutch.
Yep.
But it is actually understandable supposedly for German because it's a dialect of German. I don't know what they call it, Dutch. But even the real Dutch, a German, I can't understand it when they speak it, or very little, but I can read and write it all. So I can read the language. Like if I go to a restaurant in Amsterdam and I see the menu, it's all perfectly understandable to me. But when they speak, because they speak with such, like they speak very differently than the way it reads, kind of like French, right? And why is moi moi, or oh, why is we? It's like, I don't know if you've seen how they spell we. I'm probably would butcher that now, but it looks very different than the way you say it, right?
Yeah, it's like O-U-I, I think.
Yeah, something like that, right? Okay. And but yeah, that's one of the reasons I wanted to check that out. And then Wisconsin is the state I learned that has the highest percentage of German heritage. So while Pennsylvania has the most in absolute numbers, Wisconsin has the highest percentage if you look at all the state's inhabitants, citizens, Mm-hmm. And no one wants to count New Jersey. Yeah.
I'd actually forgot about that one. That I actually, that's one of the places that I live. I didn't just go through.
Let me ask you about that, because I of course heard of this, like I remember watching Big Bang Theory, and they make fun of Leonard coming from New Jersey, and I know there's a famous South Park episode on that, but where does that come from? What's the deal with New Jersey?
I don't fully know, because How I Met Your Mother did they had like several episodes that were about that as well. The only thing, because I lived in Newark, which is like right across the river from New York, and I mean it just seems to be, from what I can tell, what I can gather, it's all the crappiest parts of what New York is, or like New York City, without any of the cool stuff. Like they don't have, the Eiffel Tower, or not the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, no. There, all the stuff that's in New York, like Statue of Liberty, all that kind of, all the cool, like touristy things, or the culture, like Broadway, all that kind of stuff. New York or New Jersey doesn't really have that. They do have a beach, but it's not a great beach. They do have a casino, but it's not Vegas. It's just kind of like,
they got Princeton, right? That's definitely a good university.
Yeah. Do they? I guess I didn't know they did, but I'm
pretty sure Princeton is in New Jersey. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, then was it Hoboken, which is Frank Sinatra, where he's from? So I don't know. I think you have to know New York better than I do to really truly understand like what it just, like, I know for us, like the only reason I ended up in Newark is because we were trying to go to New York, but that was before MapQuest, and so even though we had about 10 different apartment complexes to scout out in New York City, we only had directions to one. So we had no clue on how to get to the other ones other than just drive around, and you don't want to just drive around New York City. It's not a great idea. So we ended up on our way out going, well, last ditch effort, if we want to be anywhere close to New York, we're going to have to try to find something. So we went to New Jersey, Newark, and that's where we found the Colonnades, which apparently back in the day used to be a nice apartment deal, but it was kind of run down. Anyway, so it's even then it was our second choice. It was like if you really want to go the distance, you really want to do the thing, you go to New York. If you're in New Jersey, you just didn't quite make it. I don't know. That's the only way I could think of it. But It could also be just one of those things where it's, like, we joke about pineapple on pizza. Probably most of the people that either like it or hate it, or like it or not, they don't hate it or love it. They're just used to saying I hate it or I whatever. So I'm guessing there's just kind of a general perception or vague thing. It's just kind of habitual. You just make fun of New Jersey. But
I was just looking up some things about New Jersey, like just trying to like figure out what the deal is. There's some interesting trivia. Did you know, for example, that all the properties on the U.S. version of Monopoly are named after streets in Atlantic City, New Jersey?
I did not know that.
I did not know that either, right? And it's like, I played these actual streets apparently in Atlantic City. Yeah, it's also the most what do you call it? Has the highest density of population of all states in the U.S.
New Jersey, really?
Well,
you know what I bet it is?
Right? Yeah.
Like that is the ultimate commuter state. Like, because I know, when I used to live outside of DC, it was about 40 minutes outside, so not like immediate, but the amount of people, the sprawl, like people that would commute into DC from where we lived, and then it started backing up even further. So you got people driving an hour and a half, 2 hours to get to DC. I think New Jersey the population is so dense because it's the cheaper version to if you want to work in New York or New York City, you live in New Jersey because the cost of living is probably I don't know about half, but it's probably significantly less. So you have the people that normally just be in the state, and then you got a bunch of commuters. Like, I'd venture to guess half that population actually works in New York.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be
they
wrong,
have a
but-
few things, like the first baseball game was organized there in 1846.
Huh.
Yeah, the first cheerleaders were at Princeton University in 1869. That's all the things you find out. Yeah, it's interesting. So, and apparently it has no self-serve gas. It's one of only 2 states that prohibits self-service.
I was saying that just the other day. In fact, people didn't believe me, but I was like, yeah, it's weird as heck. You pull in, you can get out if you want to go into the gas station, but you are not allowed to get anywhere near your gas tank. And it's weird hearing like gas being pumped in your car while you're just sitting there. It's like somebody, it just feels like your pants down. It's very odd.
I wonder how often people mess that up because you just don't know, right? I mean, I wouldn't have known that. If I would drive there, I would just do the normal thing, and somebody would be, hey, no, you can't do that. I'm not sure I would believe that person.
No, well, it's one of those things. It's kind of like that surreal moment in those horror movies when somebody tells you something, you hear that music and the dramatic like Dutch angle where you're looking up at the person and they look around and like you look and you see every pump, everybody sitting in their car, like being held hostage, their hands gripping the wheel, and you're like, oh my God.
Would be like, I'm driving to the next station,
Well, and I think I said that. I was like, is there anywhere I can go to pump my own gas? And they're like, nope.
Yeah.
New Jersey is jug handles, potholes, and no self-serve gas.
All right.
Like, no.
Yep.
Have you ever been to Adriatic or Adriatic? I'm guessing that's to you. I haven't even heard of those mountains. Where are those?
I have not either. Adirondack Mountains. That's in North America.
Okay. Oh, Alaska. Well, that.
No,
New York.
Just certainly a dome of mountains in northeastern New York. No, I have not been there. Yeah.
No.
Looks beautiful.
That's the crazy thing. Like, when I hear New York, I think of New York City, but it's like there's an entire freaking state that is not at all New York City.
Yeah. And he has German and Scottish heritage. That's a pretty explosive mixture.
Yeah. Volatile.
Those are, in Europe.
Well, you notice.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you based on exactly what you're saying, you skip down. He says, very, very quickly. But they've been here forever, so I know nothing about my heritage and don't care. So it's like he just owns it very quickly. Like, no,
actually, I don't think that's something to disown. I mean, I'm probably biased because I am German,
right.
and the Scottish are also considered. I would, there's some that would argue the Scottish and the Germans are considered to be like the, it sounds weird when you talk about yourself, but like. Let me just put it like have strong personalities. Let me put it that way.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, I think it was probably less of a disclaimer, just more of like I don't really know much about it, so it's not like much of an impact. Which I mean that's the interesting thing when you talk about the concept of melting pot. Like when my grandmother came over, they didn't. Her and when my great grandmother came over, she's from Ukraine. She became a single mother within, I think, a few months. Dirt poor. Grandmother grew up dirt poor. Had to learn English the hard way. Kind of, going through school, was called all kinds of names and everything. But by the time I got around, it's my granddad went in the Air Force and became. I don't remember. He retired somewhere higher up there, but he also came over with German-speaking parents. But it's like by the time it got 2 generations removed, you wouldn't know any of that. They could tell me that, but I didn't experience any of it. Had no clue.
Right.
And the amount of imprint that it has on my life is very small.
I know. I often think it's crazy how little we remember. I always find it great when people do some research into the history, because at best we really have an idea about our grandparents still, if you're lucky. Right. But if you move one step further down, how many people really know anything about the father of their grandmother, right? Or that's where kind of like, wow, Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he says, talking about the mountains, the largest continuous protected land area, not actually a national park. Okay.
That's interesting.
I mean, I saw some pictures that looked gorgeous. Yeah.
And that's the thing, I think, because like New Jersey, if you see the license plate for New Jersey, it says the Garden State. And it, like where I was at, like I'm like there couldn't be a dumber name for a state. But apparently, if you go further enough east, kind of similar with Pennsylvania, you go far enough east, out away from Philadelphia, from the big cities, and it's gorgeous, like just rolling green hills and all just all the stuff. And apparently New Jersey does have a good chunk of it is gorgeous, natural, whatever. But if you're in the eastern half by at least 2 or 3 hours, you're not seeing that garden. You're seeing asphalt and yeesh.
Yeah.
So Michael should be able to answer that then. Michael, why is New Jersey so besmirched? Giving hot dogs for Halloween, huge W. That is awesome. Ooh. Wow.
That sounds really good. In fact, that means I'm going to have to barbecue some sausages now.
So this is the first time that Chad has suggested a food. I have a tiny little micro fridge that I keep just a few drinks and stuff in. I actually have 3 or 4 bratwurst with sauerkraut already made.
Yep. Oh, nice. See, I just took them out. I got these Costco sausages, and they're actually really good.
Oh.
And I'm not a cook at all. Who was it that always cooked and made my mouth water when we talked earlier? Was it Antoine? What was his name?
Yeah, Ametista Dorada.
Yeah. I'm like, now I need to get this food. And this was one of those situations where I guess we all know it, right? You're sitting in front of TV and you're seeing a commercial for Burger King, and now you have to go get one. And so, that was just that moment. So thanks, Vincenzo. Now I'm going to have sausages later. Not that that's a bad thing at all.
No, and that's, we never got like nutritious, like somebody might give out apples or something and everybody avoided that house, but hot dogs, man, that's a...
How cool is that, funny. Right? Yeah.
Huh?
How cool is that? That's something for the parents, I guess,
Right. Yeah. Yes. Keep up your strength while you're walking the kids around.
Yeah. That's great.
It does remind me. So I think in general principle, I think it was not a bad idea. In fact, I would call it a good idea, especially depending on what area you're in and how dangerous, it can be out there for kids and whatever. So there was a church that I went to, and on Halloween night, they used to have a thing called the Holy Ghost Wiener Roast. And it was literally just, because it was a huge church, and so they just gut the whole thing, and they would set up like games and stuff, and they would have hot dogs, like just like that was the. It was, they would have candy too, but it would be kind of like an indoor, amusement venue, and it wasn't amazing, I'll certainly say that, but it was, you could dress up. Now typically, again, it's in a church, so you're not doing the ghoul and stuff, but you could Darth Vader or whatever. But it was a nice alternative, but at the same time, like as an adult, like, and I was young when I went there, so I was like, this is cool. As I got older, I'm like, Yeah, I can see why some of my friends didn't take up that invitation, but
Yeah.
Holy Ghost wiener roast, hot diggity dog.
And it's funny, you know, because that's sort of a reverse of what we talked earlier. Remember when it talked about like English words in Germany that are not really used here, like the handy, the cell phone, right? And wiener, when you read it at least, it's just, and that it's called wiener because it's originally from the city of Wien, which is the how Europeans say Vienna, right? Capital of Austria. And so when I read Wiener, yeah, it's a sausage. And then later I learned, oh, it has also a double meaning. And I guess in this case it makes a bit more sense.
Right.
But yeah, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, good thing you didn't try to combine that with the handy bit there.
Right. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's funny.
Most of Western New York is wetlands and farmland. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's, you don't think of. I mean, like Buffalo. Buffalo is in New York when they're like.
He's talking about New Jersey, right? Or is he talking about New York? I guess. Yeah. No, that's right. Yeah, but we're talking about the mountains. Yeah.
We only trust it because it's military housing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot has changed. I mean, the place where I used to live, I mean, right up until we moved, it was, we thought it was great. But the year after we left, the bus stop that I used to go to, which was about 50 yards from my house, there was a drive-by. And a girl got shot and killed on that bus stop. So it quickly quickly went downhill. So I'm that to say, I don't think anybody goes trick-or-treating in that. But which sucks because it was like 100 townhouses in this one very distinct development because it had woods around it and a creek before you got to the other development. So it was kind of isolated. And so you got 100 houses, that's prime, and townhouses, so they're all stuck together. So it's like you can go to one to the other like that. And we'd all meet in the park and, they'd have like a little powwow meeting, safety, whatever, hand out the little glow rods. And then they just turned you loose. And a lot of parents went with their kids, but a lot of times the parents just hung out in the park, let their kids go and, and then come back. But you really don't hear about that happening anymore. That's kind of
yeah. No, I used to take my stepson's trick or treating. I thought it's a neat, but even back then, this is many moons ago now. I always went with them, which is why I think it's so cool that they're offering sausages because that's definitely for the parents. As Vincenzo was pointing out too, that's really nice. Yeah. Funny, and now Halloween is huge in Germany too. My sister was sending me pictures earlier, and they do the whole shebang there at their place too. And it's when I was young, it wasn't a thing. We had like Fasching where we do the same thing, kind of not the trick or treating, but we're dressing up. But I thought that's always a pretty neat thing. Of course, it's sad when bad things happen, but the tradition I think is neat. Yeah.
Well, sounds like the Holy Ghost Wiener Roast needs a resurgence here. Now it's needed now more than ever.
Yeah. But, I see what Zen's guy. That's interesting. He asked Grok why New Jersey is the butt of so many jokes, and apparently its tradition goes back to the 1700s when Benjamin Franklin portrayed the residents of the state as comically backwards. That's funny. Yeah, there's often little things like that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, which is weird because I would have thought it would have came. Like I said, we were talking. Like you were saying, Monopoly. There's a lot of Monopoly places named from there. There's, like I said, Frank Sinatra was from Hoboken. Like there's a lot of stuff. It almost seems like New York was getting a little jealous that New Jersey was trying to rival. Maybe that was it. Maybe they were trying to rival it at some point. I don't know, but I wouldn't have guessed that it went that far back. But I mean, that's Grok. I'll take Grok over my hypothesis. I'd be curious as to why Franklin said that. I mean, he was in Philadelphia. I don't know what's he doing all the. And that's not like a short hike there. Oh well, he said lots of things. Less people can afford kids, or candy, Michael, or candy. I mean that's an expense. Who can blow all that much money on sugar?
True.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's definitely.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just musing.
Yeah, I was just reading, having an armed guard right outside the fence line is definitely a benefit. I think that's very true. Yeah.
Yeah. That'll $60 on candy. Good gravy.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, I think it's cool when people participate, but it is spendy. And where I live here, nobody is knocking here. It's just too far removed from everything. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice that when people do it.
My only thing is like I guess it just goes on as long as you keep the light on. But like my concern was if you set a precedent that you're one of those houses, like you're gonna have people knocking on because kids. I mean, that was the thing when adults went around with it. You know, they'd look at a house that had no lights on and be like, all right, we're not gonna, just walk past the house. But you got kids that are either mischievous and they're just gonna try to make noise or do whatever, or well, if this person's not giving me candy, I'm gonna bang on their door. But it's like you just want to be as least noticeable as possible. So I don't want to start it and then like run out of candy an hour later and have kids coming back around trying to, until midnight. But
even I put some of my own candy out just in case, one or two kids find their way here. I doubt it, but just so I would be empty-handed. Yeah.
Appeasement.
Yep.
Man. Yeah.
No tricking, please.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I'm glad I can happily say I was never alive when. Cause even in elementary school they'd say when did anybody ever trick? Like what was ever the trick? And I'm obviously that has its place in antiquity, but even as far back as I go, we never had the trick. Everybody just wanted the treat.
Mm-hmm.
It says it kept this reputation by focusing more on blue-collar jobs as the other states moved towards service industries, viewed as the grime left over past economies. Huh.
Well, then they're going to be the future millionaires. I'll tell you, all the trades and like the real jobs.
Right.
They're going to be making money.
Yeah. It ain't glamorous, but Zen showed us the picture. He's man of worked with his hands and does the work that the last work that it will be replaced by AI. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You gotta have robots. It's nice since most of us work in the same base, so we see each other a lot. It's like a little village. Yeah. That does sound really cool.
That's super cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed some of that. I was in the military too, like most Germans were, and then also later at university, like community I always liked. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a former first lieutenant, right? Sit up straight.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Were you ever now military service isn't mandatory, right?
A part of it was. So they got rid of it in 2000. Well, they didn't get rid of it. They paused it technically. And in fact, they're now talking about unpausing it with everything that's going on. Mm-hmm. But they paused it in 2011. But obviously I'm old, as you know. So I was in the military in the late 90s. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you went in, was there a thought or a possibility that you'd be a career man in the military, or was it always get in and do your time?
There was I had a really, really good captain who was, my, not to sound like melodramatic, but my dad died when I was very young. Mm-hmm. And he was sort of a father figure, and he really wanted me to stay. And this was one of those old school captains. I don't know how it works in the U.S. military, but if you don't start out as an officer, so if you start out as an under officer, the highest you can go is a captain. Mm-hmm. But those officers are often, at least in the German military, the most respected, because to do that, you have spent at least 20 years in the military, if not longer. And he really wanted me to stay, and so I was looking into avenues of doing that. But I had an in into school, and a good school, and I wanted to. I just felt like I need to take advantage of that. And then initially I thought maybe I'll go back and whatnot, but that never materialized. So yeah, but I'm a fan of people spending some time in some service. Doesn't have to be military, but some service to your country, as weird as that may sound to some people, but I think that is it's just a good exercise for everybody, and spending a little bit of time when you're young on doing something for somebody else, basically, right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, the service and also a greater appreciation for the people that do it. I said college, there should be a semester of college where you have to work. You spend some time working, fast food, retail, like all the places that typically the people who are employed there get crapped on the most. Like work these jobs so that you understand. Like hopefully, if you're,
Yeah, I had to do it because we had no money, and so I that's exactly what I did. I was at university, and then I worked at a video store for a long time, and drove food to people and all kinds of things. Yeah, good discipline. He says that's true. That's another thing, right? Military really. I think you learn about the discipline, and then the camaraderie is a real thing. I still have friends to this day, in and out, that are really, really, that stay lifelong friends. So. Yeah, totally.
Heck yeah. I actually
joined, but we were pushed dressage if they got. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea.
So I got bored with college after my sophomore year, and I did actually apply for the Air Force because I wanted to go military, but I didn't necessarily want to,
for anybody that's been in the military, you're just inviting a lot of jokes right now.
I know. Trust me, it's the chair force. I get it. I'm not proud of it, but
I was Army, just for the record.
Say what? You were. I love it. But is it still called the Luftwaffe, or was that only the Air Force for a specific time? It's called the Luftwaffe.
No, it's still called Luftwaffe. Yeah.
Hey, cool. All right. But yes, the Luftwaffe. I'm going to say that instead of the U.S. Air Force. I would try to be a part of the Luftwaffe, but. Oh no! I thought about it at like my sophomore year, but it was like my parents and were like, "Look, you're halfway in. You might as well stay." But the end, I was going through my senior year, and I tried because I wanted to go in as an officer. Which I mean, like kind of to your point, you don't get as much respect necessarily if you school into it. But anyway, I had to take the ASVAB, which is the Air Force officer, whatever test. And in those tests, you can't average. I think it's like it's either 1,400 or 1,600 is the passing. You can't average that though. You have to have that your math and your English side, or your language and your math side, both have to be at that average or above. My English was off the charts. It was top. I mean, it wasn't like perfect, but it was that was good enough to bring my math, which was absolutely horrible. Between those two, I was a passing score, but my math was so ridiculously low, and I was like. But when I went in to take the test, there were like 20 other people there. Half of them couldn't make eye contact. The other half looked like they were, on death's doorstep, just like, just not. I mean, you don't have to be a physical specimen, but like, it was like these are the people I guarantee you that are going to pass the test. But what about that says leadership or anything that you want an officer to be? Just especially I wanted to be a comm officer because. My strength, I know what my strengths and weaknesses are. I'm not going to try to come in as like some engineer, but it's like the primary thing you're looking for is leadership. You're not going to get that from a test. So I don't know. I when I failed, part of it was sour grapes, admittedly. Part of it was relief in retrospect because, as to Vincenzo's point, I don't think locking me in at 4 years with you have to do what we tell you to do. I don't know that would have worked for me. But the other part of it was. But God knows if I were to go in there and the officers in charge of me are just people who pass that test, that's I don't want to be subjected to that kind of leadership, quote unquote, where it's like I can ace a test that doesn't anyway. So it worked out for the best that I wasn't. I would not have punched an officer, but I probably would have chafed at some point if I don't know, but I could say, but to your point, I do think I would not mind, even if I had to go back and do it again, like 1 to 2 years of required military service. You don't necessarily have to be boots on the ground, fighting through the jungles, but to actually be enlisted, like you said, as an act of service, if nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely its own world, right? And it really depends also, what company you get into, who are the people you're working with, just like everywhere else, right? I mean, people tell you they work at some company like Amazon or Microsoft or whatever, and some have really, really bad experiences and some have really, really good experiences. And a big part of that is, okay, what team are you with and who's doing what? I spoke about my captain before. He was really, really good. He was old school. He was very, what's the right word? He was very strict, but he was very fair, right? And once you prove to him that you were willing and you brought the discipline and the knowledge and all of this, and you were willing to follow his lead because ultimately he wanted to have the best company there. then he looked at you as his son, basically, and that was for me a very important experience. Yeah.
Yeah. That trust.
So yeah, exactly. And Vincenzo was talking about it similar in Germany, how you have to prove you can do the tasks and responsibilities of the next rank up before you actually advance. And it's funny, you see actual normal civilian companies do this now as well. I know Microsoft does it this way, where, before you become a VP, you're still a director, you have the responsibilities of a VP, right? And it seems unfair in some way, but you're basically, when you become a VP, you are ready, right? And you are deserving of being a VP. And then when you're a VP, you have the responsibilities of an SVP, right? And so forth, right? It's,
Yeah. Well, so apparently I failed just the pre-as. I wasn't even good enough to take the real test. I got the pre-test and I couldn't even pass that. Like I said,
some tests just because I could that I failed but I didn't do them seriously just because I knew people there. And like I did, for example, the Army helicopter test.
Oh.
And they had 3 different tests, and one of them included basically doing math at the same time in what looked like a computer game, right? You had to calculate the height and at the same time not get shot basically in that game. I'm giving this the wrong description, whatever, but I completely sucked at that, right? Not because of the math in my case, but because of I was not good at using that joystick, right? I didn't even quite understand how that worked. And so I hear what you're saying. There's just some things that you're not suited for, but I believe that at least back then that is one of the things they need from future helicopter pilots, that they're able to figure this out on the go and quickly.
Right.
And so, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, in theory, that would be an upside of it as well. If you take a test and you fail it, you have an innate appreciation for people who pass it. It doesn't make them better than you or anything, doesn't make you feel lesser than, but you know what they had to do, and you're like, hats off to you, man. That's a skill set I wish I had, but
see, this is again exactly like in real life, right? I grew up in a big city, so I was not handy at all when I started out. I learned a lot over time from people that were, but I still have huge respect for anybody that can build stuff or have a neighbor that's an engineer at Boeing, right? And this guy tells me stuff where I go, this is freaking amazing. But then, if I talk a little bit, I work a lot in data and computer stuff, and then he looks at me like a deer in the car lights, right? So it goes both ways, and this is the nice thing. I think the mistake some people make is thinking that just because you're good at one thing, you're good at everything, right? Yep. And that's always where things go haywire. And I think I try to think the opposite way, as in, I'm really an idiot about most things. There's a few things I'm not, and they're pretty niche in all reality. And if you make that clear to yourself, you automatically come with more respect and appreciation to people that are good at stuff that you're not, rather than thinking, oh yeah, because I have figured this one thing out, now I can explain life to you. No, you can't.
Yeah. Yep. That's as I refer to, the brainy people who can do like engineering stuff or whatever. I say the brainy, even though you have to be brainy to do other things. An author could be brainy, but to me that's a different kind of brain that I wish mine worked that way, but it just sure as heck don't.
Everybody has their thing, right? Like I always worked good under pressure. That's why I was. That's one of the qualities I had in the military. I work well under stress. I don't stress out. And that's still good even today in my work area, to the point where sometimes I don't prep meetings until I absolutely have to, because the deck will turn out better than if I prepared it 3 days before.
Right.
And that's good, but then there's other things I completely suck at, like saying too much.
I'll take that trade-off any day, though. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Bailey. Yeah, you're one of those brainy people. I consider you one of those brainy people. Like you said, unit conversions is just when you can say a sentence that is technically all English and I only understand about a third of it, and it's not because of grammar. It's just because I don't know what most of the words you're saying are or how they relate to each other. I consider that to be a brainy person. But
Yep.
yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah, from what I understand, obviously I didn't go through it, but my understanding is a lot of times parents would send their kids into the military or say, hey, you either have a job or you're going to the military, because it's like a crucible. Like, you will learn discipline, because otherwise, like, you're going to be doing push-ups for 3,000 years, or whatever the disciplinary action was, you're going to learn very quickly to be disciplined and to be up on time.
My mom had that policy. She said, you're either in school or in the military, otherwise you have to pay rent once I turn 18.
Yeah.
Right? And okay, I would lie if I say that wasn't a consideration in my thinking of what I would do next,
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Gallons confuse me too. I think it's like somewhere around 4 liters. That's at least what I do in my head. I don't think that's accurate. It's either a little bit more or a little bit less, but yeah.
Yeah, I only know because I get milk in gallons, so like I just picture literally a gallon of milk. That's the only way. Like, I don't even know how much actual like water that is. I can picture, like, okay, it's this big, about that big around, and it's that much. So I have a vague sense, but not really. All I know is I just remember seeing gas prices, and it's like, okay, we're paying $2.69 a gallon. They're paying $4.69 a liter. And there's many liters in a gallon, so it's like they're paying like 5 times the amount for petrol, as they say.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's still true. Yeah, that's all the taxes and all the stuff where I don't, but people that live there pay.
Yeah.
Vincenzo said, "Man, I was on my own. I was tired of struggling." Yeah, I mean that's obviously even worse, right? Yeah. That's another thing, right? There's always somebody that had it worse, and so, yeah.
Oh gosh, California. I'm gonna say 6.59.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Okay, there, Michael goes a little less than. So yeah, I had like 4 liters in my head, so I figured, yeah, there you go. I don't know. How much is gas in California? You're in Northern California. I have no idea.
I'm guessing 6, easy, because it's 2.59 here, or 2.30. Oh, not that high. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, it's $2 more than here, but still.
Well, but that's about comparable. I mean, are we talking regular, or what are we talking here?
My assumption was regular.
Yeah.
Hey, Yum, what's going on? I love that. Comes out of nowhere. Coming out of left field, it's Yum with a question about electric cars.
So that's very similar to Washington State.
Oh, really?
Like the 430. Yeah. Washington State has gotten really expensive, man. That's, I mean, and I already moved out of like the super expensive areas, but it's gotten nuts here. Bellevue, which is like what we call the east side. It's its own city, but it's sort of the east side of Seattle. And that at times was more expensive than Manhattan.
No kidding.
Yeah. It's all the, Amazon is here, Microsoft is here, Google has a lot of their engineers here. So outside of the Bay Area, that's where a lot of, all these people make a lot of money, and that drives prices up. Yeah.
I was going to say probably not like supply isn't an issue, but demand is higher than it is in New York.
Yeah, we are relatively close, Vincenzo, but I bet Oregon is cheaper. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oregon average gas price.
Are electric cars taking off?
It's also similar. Yeah, I guess it's just expensive on the West Coast.
Yeah. It could be supply, like how it's like it has to be trucked out that far. Like there's not any, like there's no place, like maybe there's a bunch of places on the East Coast or close to the East Coast or the center where it's being produced, and so it's less of a trip, transition. Transportation is not an issue, or not as much. I want to think
that, but I have a feeling it's just the state grabbing more money. To be honest, I don't know.
Well, there is the state tax. State tax is a big deal. Because you can get taxed, 40 cents on the gallon. Certain places. That's
the main reason gas is so expensive in Europe. It's all going to the state. Yeah, I mean the vast majority. And yes, Yum, I think that is one of the reasons that electric cars are taking over or off in Europe is high gas prices for sure. I mean, if you imagine I would have to look up what it is now, but it's like just under I think €3 or so, but that's per liter. So if you do that roughly times 4, it would be like paying $12 a gallon here.
Jeez.
And so that's expensive. Also, I think they just ended it, but for a long time, I mean, Europe is very much more populated, and having an electric car lets you don't have to pay for parking in the cities, which is a huge deal.
Jeez.
If you have an electric car. Yeah, they do that. They try to push it for like environmental reasons, right?
Right.
And then you got a huge tax credit. I think like you did here too for a while. If you bought a Tesla, you could, deduct like $5,000 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, all of those are reasons that was pushed quite a bit. Though that's been changing a bit more recently. I think because there are more and more, and then I think some of the manufacturers are pedaling back. A lot of the manufacturers said that we're going to go exclusively electric, and are now. I know that's true for Mercedes. I think also BMW and Porsche. That said, we're going to continue doing combustion engine as well.
Yeah, there was a plant, I believe it's in Canada, but it was like all EVs, and they like their lot is full. Like they've just got, and so they shut it down. They're like, because the government essentially said, hey, we think EV is going to be the future, and so they gave the companies money incentives to create the EVs. They're not selling, and so they've got a lot full, and they said we have to stop production. Like we can't move these. And I think a part of it, I don't know all the ins and outs about electric, but I know, like I think in places where the weather is good, that's not a problem. But if you start getting cold weather, I don't think batteries do great. Or like battery life in like freezing cold weather, and a lot of Europe is kind of chilly, so I just don't know. And like Canada, northern part of the country, so I just don't know if they ever got to the point where they were that practical.
Yeah, it is a factor. I mean, cold does impact battery life, but at this point, I think that's not the main thing. And Europe, really, with the exception of the high north, is really pretty mild time-wise. So I don't think that's the main thing. I think it's I don't really know. And I don't know much about EVs either. I'm a car dude, right? I love cars since I'm a little boy. So I'm still very much into an actual engine and the way it sounds and all of that. So so I haven't gotten there. But my brother is different. He has an EV. And but it also makes so much sense in a big city, right? And it's it's just small little trips and blah, blah, blah. If you live outside, it's different. And in the US, I feel one of the biggest things is that everything is so far away from here. It's not like, where I live now, basically wherever I go is at least half an hour away, right? Yeah. And so, okay, you can do that with an EV, but it's kind of like, Also, they haven't built certain EVs yet that, that are really rugged for like real winter time and whatnot. I mean, they're starting to have exceptions, but I guess hybrid is the way to go then.
Yeah.
I read that too, Yum, that hybrid cars are more efficient in many ways. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually for a brief time, I had a RAV4 that was a hybrid, and it was great because it was when you started off the line, which is a lot of times, as you know, if you do a bunny start or a rabbit start, I can't remember which one it's called, like that burns a lot of stuff. But like just going off the line, and then if you were under 25 miles an hour, I think it was running off the battery, and then as soon as you got on the highway or whatever else, it would kick over into gasoline. So it was really good because like it averaged out. I think I got better gas mileage on that than I got on my Corolla. That's just a straight, gas. Even though it's a much smaller, lighter car, the amount of times that the battery could kick in and cover that was pretty significant. But battery and engine functionality preserve their lifespan.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Michael.
Yep. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Well, we've also seen though, because they aren't run at the same time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it seems like the best of both worlds. And then when you need that extra horsepower, which I think that's the thing. Like, the electric, the motor can get you 0 to 60 in like ridiculous time, but your top speed and your towing capacity. Like you're not going to be able to tow what a Hummy, or what are they called, Hemi, whatever the big trucks. You can't tow like that yet. So, and arguably, like trucks are probably the biggest. It's it's like the same thing. Like airplanes, trucks, like the bigger vehicles, do have a lot of you put a lot more miles on those. Going back and forth across the country and everything, and those really can't be replaced, at least at this point, by electricity. But yeah, I actually had a discussion. It was actually a very cordial discussion, which was nice, because a lot of times people come, when they come on, wherever they're talking about, whether it's an American talking to somebody in Europe or vice versa, even if it's coming from a good place, if you come out there saying, well, you all just do this and you do this and you don't get this, it can come across as kind of abrasive. This guy, he's from the Netherlands, which Jonas is from out that way, which, he's part of the community, but, he was coming from a really nice place, but he was like, we have local grocers. We bike there or walk there 5 to 10 minutes to pick up our food every day, and goes through this whole thing. And he's like, and people that come from America are very, impressed with and like that. I said, I absolutely agree. The problem is America was industrialized during, with the automobile. So all of our cities, towns, and everything outside of the major cities are built with the car in mind. So like you were saying, I was like, it takes me, it's 1.5 miles just to get out of my subdivision. Like just to get to the main road, it's 1.5 miles. That's that's already your 10, 15-minute walk, plus another 5 miles. Some of that has a bike path, but some of it can't, because then you have to pay to have the road expanded, and that goes into somebody else's yard. So it's like,
riding a bike in the U.S. seems kind of dangerous to me, because there's so many drivers that are not aware of that, right? Whereas like whenever I go back home for a while and I drive there, I have to go really slow and look for, because there's bikes everywhere, right? And when you turn, it's super easy to miss them, right?
Right.
Plus, what makes it extra complicated is that we don't have a right turn on right? So you have to actually stop. So I always want to make a right turn when I'm not allowed to. Right. And our traffic lights, you actually stop right at the lights, not like here where you stop and then the lights are across the street. Like if you're at a crossing, right? They're a good chunk away from you. So that's actually way better here than in Germany. That makes no sense, because oftentimes if you're the first, you have to kind of look down to see the traffic light. Right. And but I end up, when I'm driving in Germany, I end up stopping way early, because I think I must be stopping now. But no, I got to keep going. And the guy behind me is honking. It's like, why are you not going over the traffic light? Definitely car dependent. That's very true, right? I mean, and it's nice to have to be able to walk everywhere, for sure. But I got used to the car piece. But the other piece that you said that I do miss is all the individual stores that we still have, at least in Germany, and it sounds like in the Netherlands as well. As in, like, you have a dedicated butcher or a dedicated baker or a dedicated, whatever it is. Whereas here you usually have like these huge stores that have some of that in it, and that's fine, I guess. But there is something about, we talked about sausages earlier, buying it from the guy that killed the animal, right? And you know exactly where it came from, and and that's, I would say, out of all the things, like it can be easy, especially with a lot of like D&D stuff, to romanticize or to make, to think greatly about like the past, the days of yore, without thinking about like indoor plumbing and all the other kind of conveniences that we have now. But like, I think one of the things that is a legit yearning is like what you said, the where the butcher, his name, whoever, like you've got those locals, what it is, and like you said, you're getting it right from them. I do think that's a rightly romanticized idea that does exist and still exists in some places, that I do wish we could have, but it's just, I mean, kind of like Vincenzo's saying, it's not set up that way. Like the amount of restructuring you would have to do, and you got people, I said there, a lot of people, they're only able to live in the house that they live in. Like a lot of people, they say, hey, if we're gonna have kids, we're moving out of the city. I don't want my kids growing up in a city. So there's no way you can keep your job and live, and not live in the city unless you have a car and you can travel. You can live 30 minutes away. You can live in the nice place you want to live and then commute into the city. So there is some flexibility there that I think you don't have if you're, but in a lot of places too, I mean, because I talked to the guy, said Netherlands, you've got 19 million people, and
you're 1/3 the size. No, 17 times smaller than Texas. So one state, we've got over twice the population, and you know, because he was talking about safety and everything. I said, and I mean, I'm curious, I said I don't know because I've never been there, but I'm guessing it's a little more like you're not having an influx of people. I said, like here, it's kind of considered taboo to say everybody here should speak passable English. Like that's considered, you know, what racist or whatever. I'm like, but that's basic, like common sense. Like you need to be able to speak the language of the land, and having like multiple languages on one sign, you're like, but it's like, but over there, I'm pretty sure you don't have as much of that. So you've got this very, I mean, for lack of a word, diverse population. You've got 340 million people versus 19. I was like, you can do a lot of things on a smaller scale that doesn't scale up. So you can do things at 19 million people that you can't just say, well, they just make it, you know, 5 times bigger for 340 million people. It doesn't work that way. So I was like, I said, trust me, it's, I envy you. And I've seen, you know, I have a friend who lives over there who sent me pictures, and it looks amazing and it sounds idyllic. You know, I have heard some other things, but overall, all the points that you brought up, I said are great. It's just not feasible without some serious overhauls.
Yeah.
Over
I
here.
think most people just underestimate, and I don't even blame him, because I remember talking about that RV trip earlier that I took cross country, right? One of the biggest realization and takeaways, besides the awesome fireflies in Indiana, was how huge this country is and how much just country there is, right? And you don't think about it this late, but really, the United States is a few very large, you know, cities, metropolitan areas, and then it's a bunch of country. And that's what I realized driving through. Like if you drive through, you know, Indiana as an example, but same is true for Wyoming or Kansas or really any of those. I think it was Michael earlier that mentioned New York is mostly wetlands in the West and whatnot. And so, and Europeans, I think, often think of America, they think of America in ways like they think of the big cities, New York, LA, or Chicago or whatnot. And they don't see, but in between there is so much wide and open. It's crazy. And to your point, you know, that's why you have to be car dependent. That's why certain things that work with smaller distances don't work here, right? Like best example I can give is I often bitch about how the power goes out here, right? Like I didn't know what a power outage is basically before I came here, right? In Germany, the power never goes out because it's all underground, right? You couldn't do this here because it would be way too crazy expensive, right? Because the distances are so huge, right? So it has to be above ground. Yeah, and the disadvantage of that is that it'll go out. If you know, we had not a storm, but a Friday here, power went out because it was, you know, it was too windy. And so, those are just differences that come. You only understand when you actually travel to those countries and live for a while. And that's my favorite thing about, you know, being in different places. And I'm sure you could tell stories just from living in different states and how they differ. And, you know, Yeah.
Well, I mean, heck, and Michael said he lost power today too. That's what cut him off from the stream. So yeah, it's one of the, it's kind of, there's pros and cons for pretty much everything. There may be an ideal way. It's like if we could reset, how would we want to do things? But it's kind of like you work with the hand you're dealt kind of deal. And things that we can implement, because that was his thing. He said, you know, I didn't say any of this. And he did. I mean, that, to exactly what you said. You know, he said your cities are in decay and are you know, started listing all this stuff. And I was like, I think one that can go for a lot of cities worldwide. But I was like, but I absolutely. But the people in those cities, the way of life in those cities is vastly different, even 20 miles outside in the suburbs. Like I've lived outside of Indianapolis, I've lived outside of DC, I've lived outside of Atlanta, and like I've had to drive in there, and everything is drastically different just 15, 20 miles outside of those city limits. So, I mean, I would agree that, you know, the cities are overall kind of a bummer spot in the country. Like if you want the best that America has to offer, I wouldn't go to a city, but that's not indicative of the entire country.
Well, one of the reasons I moved to the country is exactly right? Because, Seattle got to, you know, it's well known, it has a homeless problem too and all that. And I was like, you know what? No, I didn't. And I was working there and couldn't go have a cigarette without being talked to, right? And it's like, man, I just want to have a cigarette in peace here. And yeah, no, so I get that. So I moved to the country, started working from home.
It's the way. This is the way.
Yeah.
Heck
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Zen Sky says the Bulls got to be getting tired. Well, first of all, again, Zen, that's a slur. These are what are these called again? Shoot, I want to say matadors. Huh?
Minotaurs.
Minotaurs. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they don't want to be called bulls or cows. They're minotaurs, mighty minotaurs. Okay, so you got to start with that. But look, I think they got another couple hours in them. Either that, or I'm just waiting for them to turn to the screen and say, "Piss or get off the pot, kid." Stop. Go into the menu or leave us alone. But they're mighty boys. They're mighty boys. They're furries. I don't know about that. I wouldn't say that to their face either. Although they probably wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But fairly dense enough to walk and take the train around because it was pre-suburbs. Right? Yeah. Yeah. That's what I told them. I said, there are plenty of places that you need to go, whether it's the grocery store or to your job. There are no buses or trains, and feasibly no way to reroute them. I remember there was one, I think it was in Virginia. I can't remember where I was living at the time, but they were trying to get this thing where it was like, we're going to build a transit system. And if it was Virginia, I know I already poo-pooed it because they did this stupid thing. They spent 15 years. 15 years we had construction in Northern Virginia that was ridiculous. And what they did was, they created a high occupancy vehicle lane, a HOV lane, that went from downtown, like Northern Virginia, where all the craziness is, and they built it all the way out to a place called Stafford, a quiet-ish, essentially, and then the HOV lane ended because when they started building it 15 years ago, that was kind of the furthest that the commuters were going. But by the time they finished it, the commute had gone an extra 20 miles down the highway, so all they were doing was taking a crap load of people off of the main highway and then dumping them back on and bottlenecking it 20 minutes before everybody else had to get off the highway. So my faith in public transportation and how they sort all this stuff out has taken a hit. But they were trying to get people to pay more in taxes to develop a mass transit system that still was too centralized. It wasn't going to be able to help all the people that were 20, 30 miles west or east of this line. But it was like, we want to tax you heavier for 15 years for money for this project that won't be done for 15 years. When it's done, its efficacy is going to be limited, and it may not even be adequate for what we set out to do at this point. So it is, it probably can be done in certain places. It just, there's a lot of moving parts, and it's really hard to sell people on, until you can sell your car because you don't need it anymore because of mass transit. And until you have proven out that your mass transit is reliable and it's accessible and all those other things, it's going to be hard to get people to abandon the car.
Oh yeah, that's the same even in Germany, which is so much more densely populated and smaller. But even there, the same is true. If you live a certain amount outside of the big cities, the buses will stop at a certain point or come so infrequently that it's just not practical, right? Or it takes even longer to get somewhere, and people just can't spend that much time, right? It's just not a focus, it seems,
Yeah. There's, to be fair, there are a lot of there's a lot of rough edges that need shaken out as it is to then add on. Hey, let's convert over to the metric system. Let's revamp our transportation systems. Like, wait a minute, just wait a minute here.
Yeah, the thing is, the problems are very similar, no matter where you go. Like what we're talking about, whether it's mass transit or whether it is, the problems with cities and all that. We have all of that in Europe, and so it's I don't like when people play the blame game when it comes to countries and places like this. I think overall, I think this is still one, if not the greatest places to live. So
yeah, that's what that was the great thing at the end, because again, the guy loved it. I said, hey, the great news is you're living in a place that you appreciate incredibly. I live in a place that I appreciate incredibly.
Yeah.
So life is good. It doesn't get much better. Like, you're where you want to be. I'm where I want to be. And, if there's things we can learn from each other, if there's it's something to aspire to, say, hey, things either used to be this way or things could be this way, and go, okay, is there, like, I like that idea. Is there a way we can, like, move in that direction? You know, like, I would like to see certain things that I've heard about in Europe or whatever done here. And it's, you know, can it be done incrementally?
Yeah. I'm reading about trolleys. You got to explain what that is. Is that what I think it is? Are those hand pump like things you put on oh, what is it? What's a trolley?
So you're not too far. I don't know if you ever saw Mr. Rogers. They're kind of like one car trains, for lack of a better word, but they're a little more open. You can kind of just jump on and jump off.
Okay.
But they're like I think San Francisco is like has the last trolley system or the major one or something. But
okay. That's a word I did not come across yet, even in all my time here.
Well, because they're really not all that frequent anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
But
cool.
Yeah, it's
electric train car. All right, makes sense.
Yeah, so it would have been a good way to, and like I said, if I'm remembering correctly, back in the day, like I said, they were kind of open, so you could just like kind of hop. And I don't know how they handled fees or anything, but it didn't. Well, I don't know. Maybe that wasn't even safe. I don't know. I've seen people just jumping on them or jumping off, but I don't know because they didn't go that fast. But I don't know if that was, that was acceptable or those are just hobos. But
yeah,
merry-go-round for a transport. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool.
But wow, and that's the other thing too, though. Like I remember we tried to take what we did actually do it. It was the worst day and a half of my life. But we took Amtrak, a train from Virginia down to Florida because we wanted to visit the parents, and we brought the car along to go back, but we wanted to experience the train ride. It was barely faster than we could have driven. It may have even been longer, and it cost like 4 times as much as an airline ticket. So it's like right now where railways are in terms of travel, they're more expensive and they're slower than pretty much, than the main ways that you would go. So if you just want to kind of chill or you want a scenic route, like there's a train in Colorado that goes up through the mountains. You go up there when it's snowing during Christmas time. It's gorgeous. But as a point A to point B, like I think European, you have the light rail, or the bullet trains where it's like you're going 0 to 1,000 kilometers in like 2 seconds, and they ride on magnets or something, and I don't know. I've heard there's these amazing trains over there. We don't have those. We're still running on, you shovel the coal into the burner thing and try to get it up to 88 miles an hour.
Trains are different for sure. Yeah. He says they had a trolley system, but General Motors bought them out and dismantled them. I mean, that's crazy. Wow.
Big auto.
So, yeah. When was that?
I mean, it had to be a while, because like right now it wouldn't matter. Like I said, it's so ingrained that you could have a bunch of public transit. Nobody, people aren't. I mean, there may be some people that would say, okay, great, I don't need my car anymore. But I imagine it had to be back maybe when it was still a viable alternative to a car. Like right now, it's like I would take all the public transit I could if it could get me where I needed to be reliably all the time. But never even taken an airport rail. Well, now, yeah, I look at those a little bit differently, but yeah, like monorails, because you take those in the big cities all the time. Well, I don't know about all the time.
I think it was referring to Vinny saying, "I want to take a train one day."
Oh, well, that's what I mean. Like, there's a difference between an Amtrak and a monorail. The experience. Sure. The cars are very, 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 or the berths where you spend your time on a train is incredibly tiny. We joked about it. We're like, don't throw that wrapper on the floor. We don't have room for it. And it's also littering, but still. A long time ago. I would imagine so. It would have had to have been when they perceived it as a threat to their dominance. But yeah, who knows how much kind of got short-sighted. But I mean, again, it does afford you a lot of flexibility. And I mean, I don't know. I guess it probably isn't that hard if you just want to take a vacation or travel through Europe. There's plenty of ways to do it. But like, I do like the fact that if I wanted to go visit somebody, and I have done it, it's like, all right, I got the time. I'll just drive, 17 hours to visit so-and-so and drive back later on. I don't have to worry about like organizing, figuring out, okay, I need to get a train to the station and then go from there. Like my friend, when we lived in Newark, he had to take a bus. He had to take 2 different bus lines, the train, and then I think the monorail to get from where we lived to Macy's. It was like 4 different, junctions they had to do to get there, which isn't the end of the world, but it was like a 2.5 hour morning commute. And it was to go, I don't know, 10 miles, 8 miles, something like that. It wasn't, it was crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. And I don't know, for me personally, in the morning, it's very hard for me to deal with like other people in public and just, I remember, I like I said, I can work from home now, luckily, but I remember back in the day, I would still drive just so it was quiet and I would have my coffee and cruise into work, right? And
yeah. Well, and I've discovered there are places where actually it was in London actually when we took the tube, as it were. I realized personal space is not a universal idea. So I was getting
there isn't enough space if that's the thing, right? It's it's the opposite of the problem we talked about here, right? Too much space, maybe. So yeah, that's why I think that's just something that happens eventually because everybody wants to take that train, and then you're gonna be pretty close at times at like the high traffic times, anyways. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it was literally like I thought I was being dry humped from behind, and I was doing all I could.
Enjoy it either. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you adapt, I guess. Like that's the other half of it. It's like, well, if this is what I have to do, it's what I do. But like you said, preference. Yeah, I like my space in the morning. Oh heck, I like it in the afternoon too.
Yeah, definitely.
But your boy slammed a beer or 2 on that 15-minute ferry ride. That I will say that is one downside. At least when I was never drinking regularly, but like, you have to be very conscious. If you're driving, you got to there's, unless you're going to be somewhere for like 3 hours, like after you're done, you can't drink anything because it's just you don't want to run that risk. Whereas. Yeah. But Uber's kind of taken up that call a little bit. It's pretty easy to get a ride almost anywhere you need to be if it's within 10 miles or so.
Again, that is if you are in a reasonably populated area.
Yeah.
So this is because even where I live here, which is really, it's like, without traffic, maybe 35-40 minutes from Seattle, but it's not always guaranteed. I have to wait quite a bit before I get an Uber here, right? And getting back is like a minute.
Oh wow!
Uber, right? And so that says something there too, right?
Yep. Yeah, I actually recently. I went to, gosh, I can't remember where it was located. It ended up being a 11-hour bus ride home. I went there with a group of friends. Things didn't go great. Not in any fault of theirs. It just didn't work out. So I grabbed a bus ticket home, and it was like 11 hours or maybe 13 hours. It's supposed to be like 11, but it ended up being 13 because I had to stop twice. And it was not bus. And I didn't have to use the bathroom the whole time. I purposely did not drink or eat anything so that I wouldn't have to because I didn't know what that experience would be like. But I would not recommend that experience to anyone.
Yeah.
She got kicked off? Oh, the hooker got kicked off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. See, I don't mind. I did a road trip from Virginia, and you probably, similar. Well, because you did the RV thing just from the other direction. I did from Virginia to Colorado. And there were some Kansas is notorious for like having nothing, but I had Star Wars book on tape. I had 9 hours of just listening to audiobooks on cruise control because, there's no traffic. It was actually kind of the chillest part of the drive. I loved it. But some people it drives them crazy. How was yours coming from the West?
Oh, I wasn't alone, so we were in an RV. It was my father-in-law, and so we always had something to talk or listen to music and whatnot. I remember the only time we really hated going from Chicago, we got right into traffic, and that's no fun, especially if you're in an RV and So, but like the big, when you got into the big emptiness, we did the same thing. cruise control, and then either some music. We didn't have audio books. That would have been actually a cool idea, but we didn't have that at the time. Yeah, I would say very similar. Otherwise, just enjoying it, Yeah.
Yeah, I thought driving an RV would be the biggest tease, because if you're in it, like, it's awesome because you get to sit in like a normal chair or lay down in bed. But if you're driving, you've got like the biggest, bulkiest non-commercial vehicle on the road.
Yes.
And you look back and you see everybody chilling and having a good time. Now, granted, those seats look pretty darn comfortable, but it's still like everybody else is like, you're playing Nintendo or reading a book or just going, oh, I love being on the road. And you're like sweating because you're trying to get a lane.
We took turns driving, but you're actually absolutely right. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was big. It was like a 30-foot RV. And but we took turns, so it's fine. And it really only sucks when, like you said, when you're in traffic and everybody is trying to like sneak in before you or whatnot, and you're just trying to like keep it together, and not run into anybody.
Yeah, that's one thing you learn when you're planning road trips, or you're thinking about road trips. Like, you look and see where the big cities are that you have to drive through, and just make sure you're not there during rush hour. Because it's when you've got all that momentum, you've been driving for like 8 hours, you've been just gobbling up the miles, but it's 5 o'clock and you hit St. Louis, and it's like you're there for like 2.5 hours, and you're like, dude, I should have covered 200, 300 miles by now, and I'm barely getting out of the city.
That's what we tried to do later, where we would foresee, okay, if we get into like bad traffic, let's take a break first and have some food or something and wait out rush hour. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, I like Michael Bailey's thing. It's almost sounds like a Bruce Wayne type thing. My plan is to get a decent lab tech position, get the parents' trust fund, and use it to help fund any civil engineering firm that's interested in improving infrastructure in my community. Yeah.
Started watching One Piece. I'm assuming that's a show. I haven't seen that one yet, but I know so little about TV for some.
Oh, it started off as a manga, which is Japanese comic. I think it's at like 2,000 issues. It's over I think it's over 1,000 anime episodes. So it's one of the biggest, most long running anime and manga series.
Didn't I recently hear you talk about that with somebody? Seem to recall just recently.
Yeah, because it's kind of it's the go-to, because we were talking about like it was like I wanted to get into that series, and then I realized it was going to take me like 16 years to catch up to where everything is, and it's like I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, or maybe it was on one of your previous streams that I rewatched, but I remember maybe that was Yum Yum. Isn't Yum Yum on too? I thought maybe that was Yum Yum that you talked about it, and he was talking about, it was one of your like highlight videos or spotlight videos.
Oh, okay.
And I think he was talking about, because I remember like, oh, I got to check that out. Like one of the oldest one that has a lot of them, but apparently the new ones always take a long time to come out, but it is so old that there are so many.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what reminded me of it.
Yeah, there's there's not a lot like that, I don't think, but Lagmeister's, hey Lagmeister, by the way, hello. Oh, I guess I was reading what you were saying, but I didn't realize it was Lagmeister, because I don't know when you just kind of slinked in the back door there. Sailor Moon is way better. Right. Have you heard of Sailor Moon?
I have not. No.
No, not even heard. Okay, well, you're not missing anything. I'm glad. I am surprised. Wow, that's well. When did you move over here?
When it comes to TV, or like specifically even like manga and all of those, I watched like the very early ones. I remember like Ghost in the Shell or Akira. That's not manga, but like anime, I guess you call it. I know very little, so maybe I'm butchering what these are called, but essentially adult cartoons or whatever you call that here. And some of them were good, but I could never really get into it. And I guess I watch very little TV here. I don't know. I just it's very common that somebody talks about some new show, and everybody's like, "What? You haven't heard of this?" I'm like, "Nope."
Well, that's so. So first of all, I think that's awesome. Like, I think honestly, a better life lived if you don't if you don't watch TV, like if you can help it. But Sailor Moon, that's another one's been around since like the 70s, I think.
Oh, wow.
Or the early 80s. That's what I mean. So it's a longer running one, like kind of like One Piece. That's why I was surprised. Like I wouldn't, if it was like the newer stuff, like I don't even know that stuff. But yeah, Sailor Moon was, and perverts watch it. Lots of perverts like to watch it because it's, it's a bunch of schoolgirls, twirling around in their little skirts and changing into superheroes.
Okay.
That was mostly for Lagmeister's benefit. But.
Yeah, I know. I got it.
But I'm not wrong. It's 5 like high school girls that I don't know much about because I never watched it. I never really caught my attention. But they transform and they do things with. I don't know. They're like it's kind of like Care Bears meet. I don't even know. Girls.
Yeah.
But.
I love South Park and Family Guy and those kinds of shows I watch, but haven't gotten into much else. And even those I don't watch recently.
Yeah.
It's because I have to watch all your streams, right? There's so many of them. So.
Well, and you know what? That is you have your priorities in the right place. You're getting you're getting high octane content here.
Yep.
I have not seen It's Such a Beautiful Day. I've seen The Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind, but I haven't even heard It's Such a Beautiful Day, Vincenzo. So, yeah, that's interesting. I'm not familiar. And I haven't seen Outlaw Star myself. The interesting thing with anime is it covers such a wide gambit. Like, if somebody says, hey, I've got an anime to watch, you could be sitting down and watching, like, a bunch of little chibi characters that run around and are saying, oh, yay, like Powerpuff Girls or Hello Kitty or something like that. Well, Powerpuff Girls are an anime, but, like, or you could do that, or you could be watching something that is, like, tentacles doing all kinds of nasty things to people, and it's like, you just never know. It's such a wide spectrum of the type of content.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just an art style I could never get into. That's the same when we talked about, like, that's why I couldn't get into, what's the biggest CCG called again? Hearthstone. The generally comic-y style for me was hard. So one of the reasons I love TESL so much is that it was more like real fantasy, And, or, I don't know if that's a funny way to say it, real fantasy, but like more realistically portrayed anyways.
Yeah, grounded. Grounded, but yeah. I mean, I like the juxtaposition of real fantasy or more realistic fantasy, but I know what you're saying. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I will say to that point though, I mean, I would not recommend this film personally just because it doesn't work for me and it freaks me out and it's whatever. But there's like an anime called Ninja Scroll, which is like there's anime where it is like the characters don't have big eyes; they have normal eyes. They have their normal proportions. And the violence is much dark, like it's darker, more graphic, whatever. But it usually those tend to also have a lot more creepy, things happening, bad things happening, really bad things happening. So they do have like a more adult, a more realistic, less cartoony version. Like Akira, Kuma. Shoot, do I have that right? It's been a while. I think it's Akira. That's been around.
A movie that one I did see. Long
okay, so that's the style I was thinking of. A little more realistic.
Yeah.
But
Akira, and I think the other one was Ghost in the Shell. Those I saw but that's like I said, I worked in a video store at the time, so I could see them. That's why.
Yeah. But yeah, I understand like the aesthetic. For the most part, you're more likely to get, like you said, the more cartoony stuff than what you're into.
Yeah.
Samurai Champloo? Oh, I remember you recommending that, Michael. I think I've only seen One Punch Man on basic. Hey, One Punch Man is great. Well, the first season is. I love the first season. Second, the animation kind of fell off. I don't know about the story. The manga's still pretty good though. Ghost in the Shell. I haven't seen that one myself. I'm familiar with it, but I've never.
No, I remember that was good. That's kind of what got me even started, and why I later watched the other one when it was Akira, when it was recommended to me. And I remember that was good. But I later tried some other things, and I just couldn't really get into that.
Yeah. Well, Akira is interesting. I found out later, like they kind of took like the middle part of a story out, because I watched it and I was like, I don't know what the heck is going on, and I come to find out later, like the chunk they took out was like kind of in the middle of everything. So it's like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. There's a lot of weird whatever. It all connects. It's all good, but there's a much bigger story around it. It's almost like Lucas taking his trilogy in the middle of his stuff, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It didn't try to stand alone. It was like, if you know Akira going into it, you're going to get it. Otherwise, you're like, what's this dude with a weird thing growing out of his head, and he's on a motorcycle, which is cool, but that's about all I understand.
Yeah.
But Ghost in the Shell is basically why Matrix was made. Is that the one you're referring? Oh no! Oh, Samurai Champloo is why Matrix was made. Okay, that was like what they're based off of.
Oh.
Interesting.
Huh.
Yeah, Matrix, man. I really wish. I mean, there was a bunch of ways they could have gone. I felt like they just took the weirdest way possible after the first. I mean, you could argue that there really wasn't actually a viable story to tell after the first one, but yeah, that was kind of a bummer.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I watched the third one, but I really liked the first one, and then the second one, they kind of lost me too. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, if they wanted to do like a bunch of us speculated that it was a second layer, like just, I mean, you know, the whole time they thought the Nebuchadnezzar and all the Sentinels and everything was the, you know, the real world, but plot twist, that's a second layer of the Matrix. The problem with that, of course, is then you never really, it's like, okay, we could have 30,000 layers of the Matrix, and what would real life look like? But it would still made things make more sense. Like, because I think Neo actually does something, he uses his powers in the real world somehow, and it's like, what are we doing here, guys?
How does that work? Yeah.
But that's all right. Oh, no, Ghost in the Shell inspired Matrix. Okay, gotcha. That makes more sense. You make more sense now, Michael Bailey, because I didn't misunderstand you. Okay, cool. Adult aimed Teen Titans? Ooh, I never saw that. I like the Teen Titans from like 10 years ago. I mean, they're definitely cartoony, but they were a lot of fun. Paprika? Why we got Inception? Oh. Well, I mean, you know,
I remember watching Inception, and I was really tired, and I must have faded out for a second, and then came back, and nothing made sense to me. It's like, okay, I have to rewatch that one.
Yeah, a friend of mine read, because we ended up having he was like, "What's your favorite Christopher Nolan movie?" And I said, "Probably has to be Prestige," but I also admitted I hadn't seen a lot of them. But you know, so I asked him about Inception, because I said, like, to me, like when I saw the Matrix thing, I didn't quite understand it, but I felt like it was going to be accessible to my brain, like it wasn't going to blow it out of the water. Maybe it was because Keanu Reeves was in there, I don't know. But when I saw the previews for Inception, I'm like, I feel like this is going to be like intellectual gymnastics and whatever else. Yeah. So I just never, and I asked him, and he's like, well, yeah, it's kind of that too, but it's, you know, you can figure it out. And I'm like, I still don't know if that's what I want to see, because I don't.
That was my follow-up, right? Because I did rewatch it, and I still didn't get it, and I wasn't tired that time. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, then I probably wouldn't. Yeah, it's, and I think he did Memento, which I liked well enough, but I don't remember anything about it other than the Post-it notes.
That was the one where everything goes backward, right? I think the whole movie is done backwards. Isn't that the one, Memento, and he doesn't remember anything?
Yeah, and it's got the Matrix girl in it, Carrie-Anne Moss.
Yeah. That one was definitely a mind bender too.
Yeah, and it also, I mean, I think it depends on what you look for in a movie. Where, you know, if you like, if you want to be, I don't want to say challenged, but like if you want like a mind puzzle like story, like that's its own thing versus just tell me a story. Like give me good fighting evil. You know, here's a guy doing a thing, here's a gal doing a thing, and here's what happens. You know, so I think there's.
I think for me it really depends on the mood, right? I mean, like I said, right now I don't watch much at all. But when I did watch more, like if it was a Friday after a long work week, I didn't want to exhaust my brain further, right? And I wanted to just entertain me, right? But I used to then call them off in Sunday movies, like, okay, I'm refreshed, I slept in, now let's watch something that is a bit more, I don't know what the right word is, sophisticated maybe, I don't know, right? Something that challenges my brain a bit more, and that usually worked out pretty well. So for me, it's a mood thing,
Yeah. Anime is really just an art form. Yeah. I just meant it's so varied. I think it's hard to like if you had to draw, if somebody said draw, and like, I don't know. I mean, it's to me, it's Japanese, it's Eastern or Japanese what we would call cartoons. It's their animation, very stylized, because you can't, if you were to say draw a quintessential anime scene, it would look different for everybody. Like some people would be drawing something like Dragon Ball Z or, Monster Hunter or what is it? No, Demon Hunter. Some people would draw, Titan or Ninja Scroll or Berserk, or, there's such a wide variety that, everything from character models to style, like how many frames, like it's very stylized. It can be very stylized, which is what I love about it. Like the energy, I feel like anime conveys energy much better than traditional, because it's just they skip frames. Like you go from bent over to rearing back to throw something in like 3 frames, and typically that should take, I don't know, 6 or 7. But yeah.
Yeah.
But
once you get into genre stuff, you always have 10 people and 10 opinions. That's like how it goes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's same like with music genres or whatever, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then what qualifies as, hard rock, and what is country and what is not. And the lines are blurry, right? And I think that's on purpose, and it's good as long as everybody finds their thing they like,
Yeah, I think when labels are used to hone in on what you're talking about, I think that's like too many times it's like, people arguing. It's like, well, like if I was going to describe some music and I say it's kind of country but a little heavier in bluegrass and maybe like a little bit of rock in there, like you kind of get an idea because what those genres mean. It's not necessarily about putting a label on it. It's using labels as a way to describe or to define something in a way that gives you that common ground.
Yep. No, that way it makes perfect sense. But, lots of people argue over is it this or that, right? And I go like, why? That's personal perception. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And why? It's not like one. I don't think there's any music that has a stink on it where it's like, I don't want my music to be known as classical, or I don't want it to be known as hard rock. It's like it's just music, so there's no. It's not good or bad unless your identity is somehow tied up in like I'm a rocker, so don't tell me that I'm listening to bluegrass because I'm not a bluegrasser.
Right.
I'm not walking in asking for a handy.
Yeah. Michael saying he's sharing some of his favorite scenes in Discord. That's cool because I'm always interested in seeing some different art styles there.
Mm-hmm. I really don't like country rock and yet love bluegrass. Well, they're very, very bluegrass, if I'm not mistaken, here we go. But like bluegrass, when I think of bluegrass, I think of like guitar and banjo more so than country rock, which is more, it's more the rock than the country, I guess. But bluegrass is a completely different sound to me than country rock. I guess they're probably more similar than like maybe alternative and bluegrass, but I still think they're vastly different from.
Yeah, but again, just like with the shows that you described, right? I could give you 2 different bands that would be considered country rock, and yet they're very, very different, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That's true. Yeah.
You have like a Lynyrd Skynyrd could be considered country rock, and then you have I don't know, somebody modern like I don't know, but there's a gazillion currently pretty hip, I think, like to have like country at sort of the base, and then you add rock or pop to it, right? And yeah.
Well, that's why like there's a band called like Dropkick Murphys, which was kind of like punk rock, but then it had like bagpipes in it at some point. It had kind of a a Celtish or a Celtic kind of vibe to it. I thought it was a nice combination.
Oftentimes something gets really good because it takes some elements of it without overdoing it or becoming something entirely new, right? And so, I can totally see that.
Now, this is coming out of left field, but this is, other than Das Boot, this is the only other German movie I saw. Run, Lola, Run?
Yeah, that's a famous German movie. Those are probably the 2 best known over here, I would say. Obviously, there's more. But yeah, Run Lola Run is a German movie that was decently successful here. There is one that I like. It's a bit of a you got to be a bit of a. It's also an artsy-fartsy movie to some degree, but it's called Himmel über Berlin, the sky above Berlin, and it's. You had an American movie that remade it, but very differently. But that was with, I think it was Meg Ryan, I believe. It was like where angels are real, where the guy turns out to be an angel. What was that called here?
Wait, what was it again?
Like an angel that's real.
Uh-huh.
Like basically, it's a real angel that ends up falling in love with a human woman.
Oh,
What was
that's
that
not
called?
the one with Mel Gibson, is it? Yeah.
I forgot who was in it, but what is it? It's City of Angels. Is that what it's called here?
That might be it. Yeah. Let me.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
And there's an original to that movie that tells that story, but in a very more poetic, very different way. And some people prefer that, some people don't. I don't judge that. I'm just saying that's another German movie that some movie buffs here know of. That is German. It was done before City of Angels, obviously, and it's called Himmel über Berlin. And I think the director is Jim Jarmusch, which some people may know.
That I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, and I might be wrong on that too, but yeah, The Lives of Others, that's a fairly well-known movie. It's
I've heard of that
one.
one.
Yeah, going on in then Eastern Germany. The Wave is another one. It's basically a teacher doing an experiment proving how easy it was to get people into to become Nazis, essentially.
Oh.
Yeah.
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 Wait, so now is that because I know in German? No, well, I shouldn't say I know, but I heard like in video games, like you're not allowed to have any, like they had, like in Wolfenstein, they had to take the swastikas and everything. So my understanding is Germany is very like anything pertaining to that, to Nazis or any of the visuals or anything that's kind of like verboten.
Yeah.
So is that did that take an exception to get that made, or is it okay to make movies about it? Because like even Das Boot didn't really even talk positive.
Right.
Okay.
If you're using it artistically that way, right?
Okay.
But it is true that it is illegal. Like you couldn't run around with a swastika on your arm in Germany.
Right.
I don't think anything terrible would but it is illegal. As in, yeah. I think that's specific to Germany and our history, obviously. Why that's a bigger deal, where normally you would say, well, everybody should be able to say what they want, and that is generally the same in Germany than it is here, but that whole part is a bit of an exception. Yeah.
Right. Oh no, I just meant how that parlayed into like being able to talk about it in a film kind of deal.
Oh no, there's tons of movies about this where this is used, and not just the swastika, but other insignia from those days.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually thought about doing something, of course, just no ambition, but of doing a movie where the main character was, made to be sympathetic, and he says all the things that, not all the things, but most of the things that Hitler did. It's just not him, and he's presented in a positive way, and the music when he's talking, the music swells. And again, I didn't know, because a movie has to be entertaining on its own merits. It can't just be wanting to make a point, otherwise it's just like it's boring. But like the idea of making an entertaining film, but where it's like just how easy it could be to be sucked into some kind of propaganda or some of the things that were said, and how because it's very, in retrospect, it's like, well, yeah, red flags everywhere, but if you don't know that going in, and you're in a certain situation and things are happening, like how much could you hear in a way where you go, yeah, that makes sense, like how easy would it be to get sucked in, but using that as a basis. And so you get to the end of the movie, and I think, movies are inherently manipulative. It doesn't mean that they're evil or bad. I want to make them myself, but they use music, they use lines, they use perspective, everything to make you feel things and think things that they want you to feel and think. So you can have a villain, but if you play this heroic music each time, or you have these tender moments where he's saying things and he's getting teared up, even if what he's saying is absolute garbage, your impression is going to be sympathetic. And if he's the main character in particular, there's going to be a desire to relate to or to understand that character, and but so to be able to take that and then at the end go, yeah, one of the most monstrous people in history, like that's this guy, but look, we were able to make you sympathize with him and think that he was awesome and that he had a just cause and his struggle was good. But again, it's lecture movies aren't great unless you have a good story, and that just happens to be the byproduct. So
yeah, that's kind of how I think about it. I think the best, nobody wants to be preached at, right? But if you have a message that you want to convey and you do it in between, you just, a good story and everything, sure, right? If that's what you want to do, and I mean, why not? But yeah, I definitely don't like it when anybody starts preaching in any shape or form, right? That independent of what I believe or not. It's like, hey, that's great, you do you, I do me, and let's just agree to the basics and everybody's good,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even like, so I mean, you have that, obviously that's a very divisive thing, but like what I have realized with small projects that I've done, but just even watching bigger ones, is you have a finite amount of resources. You have a finite amount of time, of words, of dialogue, of things that you can use in a film. Even if you can make the movie longer, but if it's a certain genre, a certain topic, you typically keep it within a certain range. You've got only so much time, and if you're going to spend that time getting on a soapbox or having your character, like if you've got this really emotional scene and the natural beats of that conversation are A, C, D, F, but you've got a point you want to make, and so you've got to work Z, X, and P in there. Now it's going to be bloated. It's going to be awkward because you're going to have to you're going to have to contrive transitions to get you to talk about that thing when it normally wouldn't come up. And so it makes for poor art. It doesn't.
It's especially, I agree. That's especially bad if there is an original that's different, right? Mm-hmm. Or like if there's existing lore where it was different, and now they're trying to force it into something different to make it work with their narrative. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's all cool, but I personally don't enjoy that then so much.
Oh, and I'd have to say, as a side note, did not expect it to be a Nicolas Cage Meg Ryan movie. I'm having a very hard time picturing Nicolas Cage as an angel, but
and that movie isn't great, I would say. But I'm just saying that's the American movie that they made after that German original,
right?
Which, I think it's called Wings of Desire in English. It's called Himmel über Berlin in German, but yeah.
So I'm guessing the German version is probably much better than.
It is. I mean, it is still I would say, not a movie for everybody because it's very kind of. It's a lot of it just happens through pictures and imagery. There is of course dialogue, but it is a lot less than in other movies, and it's a bit more poetic and so it's darker, right? And Mm-hmm. So if somebody likes those types of things, it's just one of those movies that is not commonly, but movie buffs here. This is one of the movies I ran into where they said, oh yeah, that's a German movie I like. And so, because you asked me what are other German movies that people may know, right?
Yeah. Well, and I found Run Lola Run purely because I liked, I can't remember the actress's name, but she was the one in the Bourne movies. So I saw her and I was like, what else has she done? And then I found out she's actually German. I was like, well, that explains why her accent sounded so good.
Yeah. Her name is Franca Potente.
There you go. Mm-hmm. Would not have nailed that on my second try. I remember the Franca part, and I was like, I think I got that, but the rest of it, I never.
Yeah.
But I do like Zen. When you play Led Zeppelin backwards, you get the devil. When you play country music backwards, you get your truck, your dog, and your wife back. Very true. Very true. Well, at least the second part. I don't know. I've heard some weird stuff playing records, but I think almost any song sounds really weird and kind of warped if you play it backwards.
Well, but you can interpret into it what you like, exactly. Yeah. Right.
But that is funny though. Oh gosh. Vincenzo, you mean how it totally is? Exactly, Vincenzo. Yeah, totally not. Like, and that's the thing. Growing up like in a religious, I shouldn't say religious, but yeah, I mean with a religious background, you learn very quickly how crummy things can be when it's like, okay, we're going to take a story, but we have to have an altar call because there's no point in telling a story if we're not going to have an altar call. And so there was so much, like, all the movies that I would watch, or not all, but a lot of them that were made, in theory, for me as the audience, I'm like, these suck because you're trying to pigeonhole your message into it, but you had a good story, you just decided you had to take it in a very unrealistic way. And that's not to down on, Christianity or anything like that, but that's when I started realizing messaging can be a poison to a story, even if it's something that I believe in. It's like I still want a good story, and that's kind of getting in the way. And so it happens all the time. But yeah, there's definitely stuff I think in media we see now that's. But my point is that it cuts every which way. Like you were saying, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It still is like I don't want that in my entertainment. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I want to be entertained.
I'm going to stay out of political conversations, but I'm just going to say that new Lord of the Rings show, I'm just going to throw that on the discussion floor and not say anything else.
Now, when you say throw it on the floor, do you mean bury it or?
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah. No,
I did not make it past 20 minutes or so, I think.
Yeah.
And then I had to stop. Yeah.
I just yeah. So it's interesting, like, again, so we don't even have to talk about like any like content wise, but like, so people would say like the backgrounds are amazing, the visual, like the atmosphere of the environment, which I heard was actually very good. And the little bit that I saw looks good.
The value is great. Yeah. But
then you see like the armor where they're actually wearing like chainmail, like a T-shirt with the chainmail print on it. It's like, well, you can't.
That, and they just went so far away from the lore. And if you like Lord of the Rings and you read the books, and everybody understands that you have to, when you adapt something from a book, that it's not going to be the same and it's going to be whatever. But they took it to a whole nother level, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even the first Lord of the Rings movies, that we all love, I'm assuming, had to leave things out. Like Tom Bombadil and whatnot, but they were still great. And they one of the biggest things they try to do is to stick as close to the lore and the story as they can. And I felt like that show went very far away from that on many different levels.
Well, and the thing was so the how far can be debated, but they during the interview when Peter Jackson was interviewed. He said, and I'm trying not to go into the accent, but he's like, we wanted to stay true to, Tolkien's lore and to Tolkien and the story that he wanted to tell and what he valued, and keep our personal stuff out of it. Like that was his approach. When in the interview, he was saying we were trying to just give it, be as faithful to it as possible. The Lord of the Rings producers said outright, we wanted to adapt and change it for modern sensibilities, for the modern audience, to make it something that we could identify with. And I'm like, so you got one guy saying, hey, I'm trying to stay out of it, and other people saying we're trying to make this what we want it to be. And I'm like, you're never gonna, you can't, like it's you didn't write it. Nobody's a fan of what you wrote or what you want to, the story you want to tell. We want to hear what the story that Tolkien told, not you. And that's a really bad way to approach an adaptation, is make it the way we want it to
felt, be. Right? I mean, it's fair if you say, I'm going to base my movie on this book, but I'm going to make it totally different because that's how I want to say it. Great. That's totally, you can do that. But yeah, I personally didn't enjoy that or don't enjoy that when people do that.
Yeah. And that we are seeing, it's interesting because sequels, like the whole appeal of a sequel, the reason why sequels took off was because you realize, as hard as it is to find the right formula, you're like, hey, we made this movie and it flopped. Well, did it flop because people didn't like it? Did it flop because it was released at the wrong time? It didn't have enough advertising. We don't know why it flopped, but okay, it sucks that flopped. Okay, we made this movie. This movie was good. This movie made us a lot of money. Let's try to just minimize the amount of variables we have to work with. Let's release something very, very similar, give them more of the same. And we already have a built-in audience. There's people that love that movie, so chances are they're going to give this one a shot just because of name recognition and everything else. We're going to change some things around, but you want to keep it, again, keep the variables down, but you have your built-in audience. And now it's like cranking out the sequels, which isn't anything new, but now they're altering drastically the approach, the characters, everything. They're changing it all, and it's like now you're starting yourself back at square one. All the things that you benefit from making a sequel are thrown out the window once it becomes clear that you threw the material that you're basing it on out the window. Now you're back to square one. You don't know if people are going to like it or not because it's a completely different story.
Right.
Which I don't understand the logic, but
yeah, no, I don't. I'm with you, man. Yeah. Vincenzo was mentioning Dogma. I remember that movie. That wasn't that. That was also about angels, but it was like a comedy, if I remember this right.
I think that was the Ben Affleck movie.
No, I think it's the dude that also did Clerks and.
I'm thinking of Stigma. Stigmata.
Yeah, Stigma was that was also a good movie. That's what's his name, Gabriel Byrne or whatever his name is.
We were both right. It has Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, but it also has Jay and Silent Bob. So it is.
Okay.
We're both.
All right.
We're both
there
winners.
You go. Yes. Okay. Cool.
Nice. Yes, I do. I haven't seen it in forever. Chris Rock was in that? Holy cow! I don't remember him.
Yeah, I think that's from like the late '90s or something. But I remember watching it and I thought it was good. But I can't remember it. But it involved angels too. That's why. That's why I think it came up. Yeah. Kevin Smith. That's the guy. Yeah.
1999. I tell you, man, the last 3 years of the decade, from video games to movies, were like crazy good. So this is 1999.
Yeah, a lot of good movies came out in the late 90s and then even into the 2000s. I think a lot of good stuff came out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then
or maybe we're just getting old and we find everything better that was from back then. It's possible too.
Well, now see, here's an interesting point. So I thought that too, and I'm willing to accept the fact that the universe doesn't revolve around me and my perspectives. But
what do you mean?
Like,
what do you mean?
What
do you mean? Of course it does.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to present myself as humble.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, historically we had Dark Ages and we had a Renaissance, and so the people that grew up with the Renaissance, if they were to say we had some of the best paintings and writings and everything, objectively they're right, because the Renaissance was head and shoulders above pretty much. And I mean, now doesn't mean for all time, but like within generations, like you went from Dark Ages of complete stupidity and whatever. Like they are genuinely experiencing, and then it kind of peaked and kind of simmered back down.
The medieval times, right, which were like 1,000 years.
Right.
So, I think I get your point. You're right, of course, on the general point. But there are some things that truly were better in the past. Like, I mean, there are certain techniques painters used in both the Renaissance or the medieval times that we cannot reproduce anymore. At least not a human, right? So they have no idea how they did that, right? And I mean, you can go even further back, and there's lots of speculation, and there's some reasonable guesses, but we don't know a lot of things, like how they built the pyramids. I think we talked about this, right? There's certain accepted, most likely scenarios, but nobody ultimately knows. And so, yeah, I think there's a little bit of both. I think, and this is also how it is for me to come back to what we talked about. I think there is a part of me that is a bit nostalgic about it, and therefore likes those older movies. And then it's also, I think, true, at least to some degree, that the quality of what has been published isn't quite as good in the more recent years, if that makes sense, right? So, or at least we're not seeing the ones that are better, are the rare exceptions or whatnot. I think everything has just gotten so fast, right? It's the same when you think about music. When we were young, there were bands, right? And they would build up bands, and bands were a big deal. Now you have more or less, I don't know, there's very few really big bands, and that goes, and stay out. Like, and if I think like I was grown up with the rock stuff, right? So there was like, I don't know, or you can even go later, like Zeppelin was mentioned earlier, or Van Halen or whatever. In the 80s, you had Metallica, and I don't know. And now you have a lot of single artists, and oftentimes it's not about the album, it's just about some single that they then make the money on. And I like the days where if I would get a new vinyl, and I would study every single piece of it and the inlay, and listen to it, the whole album, right? And
oh yeah,
it was so again, now I sound like an old person because I am. And but yeah, that's that's how it is.
Right. Well, but I mean, and the thing is, like, there's no, if anything, it's not even a bragging thing, because like you said, I mean, those bands, I had no control over them or whatever. It's almost like I consider myself fortunate that I was there when that kind of thing. But like, I mean, to your point, like the way we listen to music now is not by album. It's like Spotify. It's things that just pull a song from here, pull a song from here. So it's not even trying to replicate that at this point, and arguably to a detriment.
And I think the industry is just not trying to build up bands anymore, because it's much cheaper to just throw individual things against the wall and see what sticks, right? And so some of those things have changed.
One and film, I mean, you used to have to budget for film stock. Film stock was expensive as heck. So you shot. I mean, you still had directors that would, do 25 shots, and they only technically needed 2, but they're whatever. They're artistic people. But like it was like every time you did that, you knew it was going to cost you an extra $3,000 to shoot that scene again. Now you can shoot as much as you want, whatever. So I feel like a lot of the and that is not at all disparaging cinematographers or directors or anything necessarily now, although I do think it does allow, I think, the being able to shoot in RAW, where if it's underexposed or overexposed, you can fix that in post-production. Like there's a lot of things now that make it a lot easier for less skilled people to get into those jobs, and you may need more skilled people on the back end to make it all work, but like it didn't require as much money or as much expertise now as it did then. So it's you're not necessarily
good and bad with that, right? I mean, it makes sense why some of the quality will go down, but at the same time, it gives people a chance that didn't have one before, right?
Yes,
it's true for music too, and or even for games, right? I mean, the indie game genre is a big genre these days, right? And it started with games that became big and nobody knows why. Like I think Minecraft is the best-selling game of all time, right? And look at that game. I still wonder to this day why people are so into these pixels, but a lot of people really are, and I find that fascinating, right? And so there's good and bad. When it comes to all arts, movies, games, music, whatever, it's all subjective, and that's a good thing, right? And that's all fine. Can't really argue about it. You can just kind of talk about your preferences, and that's about it.
Right, exactly. And it really comes down to, okay, my question is always, what's the action item? So it's like, if I'm debating something for something passionately, it's not just a discussion. There needs to be like there's a reason for it. Like I'm trying to either get a point across, or I'm trying to reach a point of catharsis where I'm going, okay, so here's the change that needs to happen, or here's the thing that I'm going to try to do, or that I think should be done. But if it's just talking to talk, then it's like, just let it be talk, because if you start getting all angry about it or whatever, then it's like, all right, well, it's not gonna.
Right.
Why?
Agreed. Yeah, exactly. That's another part of getting older. It's like not wasting the energy on those things anymore.
Well, especially if you just don't have it. Like that's my thing. I'm like, I'm gonna fight you.
It's a finite resource at this point.
Yeah. And you like, I remember hearing and then even saying myself for a while, life is short. But I don't know when it happened, but there was a point where I said that, and I actually got like the tingles on my spine, where I was like, life is short. Like there's going to come a day where I'm not going to be here. And everything that I've built, everything that I know, everything that I've learned, whether you believe afterlife or not, there's going to be a time where this doesn't exist anymore, and I don't exist anymore. And it actually hit home. It actually made sense. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I think I was very productive that day. And then the next day I slept in and forgot all about it.
I think about it in the same way in the first part, as in, I think that's, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but that's another thing of getting older, is you just, you're getting closer to, we're probably, unless we get really old, are past the half to 50% mark, right?
Yeah.
And so that's one realization. Then I don't know about your the surroundings, but in my surroundings, what happens a lot now is parents pass, right? That's about that time now. So I have that a lot. And I even had first friends pass that unfortunately passed too young, right? Yeah. And so when those things hit home differently, for me then what's different, initially my reaction was like yours, where I was like, oh my God, I got to do something productive with my life, and I gotta do something. I changed that tune again and sort of like for me, I guess it's more like, if you want to be productive, that's cool. That's actually awesome, in fact, right? I mean, I told you many times how much I love your streams and all that. So I'm glad we have that. But at the end of the day, it's just be aware of it, is what I call it, basically. And if you end up doing nothing, but you enjoying your time, and that's cool, right? For some reason, I never felt the need to, I need to change the world, or I need to have some impact, or I don't really have those feelings for some reason. For me, it was always like, I guess I look at myself more like an animal, right? And I guess technically we are animals, but as in like I had a cat for a long time and loved her, and she didn't question her existence. She was just as she ate, she snuggled, she slept, and she was content. And so I try to often think about that for me, like, okay, what are some of the things that are important for me? And for me, for example, one of the ways I do it is I spend more time with good friends, right? And I prioritize the good friends, and then I prioritize time with those good friends and those kinds of things. That's kind of what I, or at least for me, that's my, what's the word? Stuff that I took out of these thoughts, you know?
No, and that's I was actually talking with I think Eliza was having the conversation with, just talking about the being content and how crucial that is. And it doesn't mean that there aren't things that you want or that you aspire to, but learning to be like, every day that you don't spend content is, I wouldn't say a wasted day, but it's a bit of a tragedy, because it's a state of unease or where the day wasn't good because for whatever reason you were wanting more, or didn't like where things were. It doesn't mean you don't feel those things, but yeah, I think 100% just that contentment being. Yeah. I mean, and that's even a biblical principle. Be content. I've learned to be content in all things. And this is a guy writing from prison, you know.
And it seems so basic and common sense-ish that we should all realize that. But it is amazing how many of us, and I think this is just part of the times we live in, expect to be constantly happy. Right? And I'm like, no, if we were constantly happy, we wouldn't know even what that means, right? So I try to work on being content, and as cliche as those things sound, like, be thankful for what you have, and I said earlier, there's always a guy that has it worse than you. And so and I find myself mostly content as a result. It's sometimes happy, sometimes sad, like everybody. And I'm reading it. Vincenzo's talking about his family. I think that's one of the big factors that changes things, is kids. And having that family, I think that puts a whole nother perspective on things. When you start thinking not just about yourself, but your son, daughter, whatever. And it's enjoy while it lasts. That's what I'm saying. Just be aware of it. Don't think it away or work it away or await in any shape or form. Just kind of be there and enjoy the moment much more. Prioritize the present a bit more.
Yep, exactly. And Zach bringing up two good points. One, that their heads never actually meet. They get very, very close, but they don't. Yep, just right there. Look, the hair kind of brush, but they don't actually touch. Because that's when they'd have to go after each other, like, right?
They're interlocked, right, up with the horns, right? I don't think. You can't really get closer or further.
As soon as if they were to, it's a tenuous thing where they both respect each other. There's mutual. You can see in their eyes. There's mutual respect, begrudging respect, perhaps. Okay, they hate each other, but they're not going to butt heads. And that what was the other? You can learn to suffer if you can learn to suffer well and enjoy the blessings. Oh, and endure the blessings are all the sweeter. Yeah, exactly. And in fact, kind of your point. If you realize that you're content, that can bring a spike of happiness. I mean, happiness is it's such a weird thing, especially, there was a time, like, people say, do whatever makes you happy, and it's like, what is like happy versus contentment? Contentment is a state you can maintain that state of being. Happiness, you can't sustain that. It's like it's an endorphin rush. It's dopamine. It's all these things. And when you find out that some things that make certain people happy are kind of really, really messed up, maybe we don't make that a rule. Maybe we don't make that the bar. Hey, just everybody be happy. It's like, well, I like to rip the legs off of insects. And it's like, well, maybe do something that makes you more content and less happy.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's. I agree. Everybody has to find their own philosophy there, but the way I think about it, since we're talking about it, I try to, and maybe this is because I was in the military too, but I try to think about what are my duties, but I don't think of it duty as in, it sounds harsh in English. In German it's softer, but what are the things that I should do, that I not necessarily have to do, but that I should do. Then I look at, that's often the hardest part, just figuring out what should I do. And then once you figure that out, I try to do those things to the best of my ability. And when I am able to do that, I become content. And that's really it. It's very basic. And in between, happiness gets mixed in, usually from the outside, you know, or something else lucky happens. So yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. So I think about, okay, and what these things are, everybody has to figure out for themselves, right? But like I said, when I got older, one of the things that I think that I should do is okay, there's a few people, I can count them on one hand, that I consider true friends. So if that is true, then I should prioritize them and time with them while they're still here and while I'm still here. So I try to do that. And when I do that, out of that came things like, for example, normally on Fridays, not tonight because it's Halloween, but normally on Fridays, it's sort of like an open house here, but only for these close friends. And we usually cook something together, we play some board game or whatever, right? It doesn't really matter. Sometimes we just sit and either bullshit or sometimes even not talk at all and just hang and like you would at home. But we're all spending time together, and that has become a tradition that we now all really value. And that was born out of that thought, just to give you a practical example of how that can manifest in real life, right? And yeah, and if you think about it, start thinking about it, what should you do? Then there's a bunch of things you can probably come up with, right? It's like, you know.
That's awesome.
Okay.
That's, oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say preaching end, you know. You know. Yeah.
Well, no, that's the envious stuff. Like I remember, I didn't ever love the show. I definitely love Jennifer Aniston, but like when Friends was on the air, the thing that the main thing that drew me to that was what ultimately is the fantasy of the idea of just this group of people, you know, going through life together. That, and it's like, but it's like, with all their careers and, you know, the income and everything, there was no way in hell they would have that much free time with each other. There's no hanging out here and there. Like it would have been much more like the real version of that is what you're talking about, where, okay, we have a time, we have a day, we have an evening where we can do that together. But that's the ultimate warm fuzzy kind of thing, where it's like you said, then there's no expectations. I have that with my, I don't have a handful of friends that I get together with, but when I get together with Eric, it's like a brother thing where, like we sit there, we talk, we quickly catch up at 5 minutes, and we could just literally be sitting on the couch and he's just flipping through channels, and it's like the greatest thing because it's just spending the time.
You are that comfortable and relaxed around each other, right? And that's super nice. But to my point, even if none of this would have ever happened, right? What makes me content is that I provided that stage, that I tried to make that happen, right? Because it goes back to what is my duty, what I should do. And even when that doesn't always work out in my mind, as long as I can tell myself I made my best effort to get there, and even if it doesn't work out, I'm still content because I tried my part. I did my part, basically, right? One of the things that I like least is when people complain about stuff in life, and then I find out when I talk to them a bit more in detail about it, well, they really haven't done the stuff that you should be doing if that's what you want in your life, right? And so, so I learn not to judge or anything, so I hold back on any of this, but I, to myself, often think, you know, if either do what you can and then you can complain, but more often than not, I find people are complaining long before they have actually really tried, you know. And then
Nope. I found myself doing that because sometimes you're looking ahead at all the reasons why it wouldn't work, and it may not, but you still haven't tried it, and it does work for some people. So it's, you might hit a prophecy, you never know.
See, and the outcome is not actually the most important. It's not the key performance indicator, if that makes sense, right? The key performance indicator is did you do what you should and what you could? If that's important to you, that's the indicator. And if you do that, you're content, and it works really nicely for me, anyways, for that very reason, right? There's very mundane examples I can give you, like a bunch of leaves came down. I really should pick up my leaves. I should have picked up my leaves yesterday, a good portion of it, because yesterday was garbage day, right? Should have put it in the green bin and get rid of some. I didn't. So I didn't feel content that night. It sounds funny. It's a very small little thing, but I know, you know what? I totally had time, but I wasted it somewhere else or something. It's a small example. So that happens to me too. I don't get too, fussed over these small things, but just trying to give examples, right? I noticed that whenever I do it, so when, and a couple of weeks before I did it, and it made me feel good, right? And so that's just what I learned for myself, and I don't know if that works for others, but for me that works.
Yeah. No, that's 100%. I do want to point out here. So the same gentleman who says I'm going to live forever by harvesting my clone's organs like in House of Scorpion. That same person also said later on, I never much cared for the moral argument. I just want to point out how serendipitous that happens to be. The funny thing is, and this is something this can't be news to anybody, but like morals don't exist for their own sake. Like if we say something is moral and it actually makes things dysfunctional and difficult and brings strife, that's not a moral. Like just because you call something a moral doesn't make it a moral. So in theory, moral is just it should be a guideline for how to get along better, to live a better life, not as in better than somebody else or righteous. It's literally just best case, like lies. We say don't lie. That's a moral. We believe that honesty is important. And you go, okay, well, because if everybody lies, or if we say lying is okay or lying is good, then you have mistrust, you have communication breakdown, you have backstabbing, you have all these horrible things. So to say that it's okay to lie is not moral because it doesn't work, whereas tell the truth works as a moral because it actually contributes to functionality. So I think when people look at morality as as existing for its own righteousness or its own reasoning, like this thing is moral because we say it's a moral or that it is moral. But if you look at a moral and you test it and you prove it out over the years, you look back and go, well, this moral has created this problem or has, created this amount of strife. Maybe that's not moral then. Or maybe the way it's going about isn't moral. It should be simpatico with, as we're talking about, that more harmonious living, which doesn't include harvesting organs. I'm just going to say that right now. That's controversial, but
I would say morals are important to me too. I also do believe that morals are changing. There's some that are changed that don't, or very, very little, but I mean, it's not that long ago women weren't allowed to vote, or we could think of other examples that we would probably today think that's not right. And there's others like not lying or so that are probably universally true for a long, long time. But I think the main differentiator, if I came off as moral, is that I apply it only to myself. I don't expect anybody else to do anything or anything like that. I am the only person that tries to figure this out, and with totally ulterior motives to be content, right? And so that's really it, right? And I think that's the biggest differentiator. I think where things go wrong is obviously when somebody's version of morale is pushed onto others. That just doesn't work really. No matter whether it's right or wrong, right? I think we have to all find it for ourselves, I think.
Right. Which is interesting though, because you do have laws, and we agree on laws, but yet morals should, like in theory, like there should be laws are stemming from morals. Like the law comes from developing best practice and saying, okay, in these particular instances, you have to use the best practice. You don't get an option. If you don't use the best practice, then you go to prison or you get prosecuted. But it's just interesting that where that balance is or where that line is, because it's like, okay, you can I'll obey your laws, but not moral. it's a weird thing. But I understand what you're saying. Again, the imposition.
When it comes to laws, other factors come in, of course, just with regards to how can a society function and all of that. And But you're right, it's an interesting dynamic, right? Because there are some things that are immoral and not illegal, and there, or one could argue, right? So I'm not going to say that, because that may be immoral to some person and are legal, or the other way around potentially. I don't know. I haven't thought about that, but yeah, it's, again, it goes back to what is reasonable to impose on people. And, you know, for example, we would probably all agree it's not okay to kill somebody, right? And and so, yeah, that's also made a law. Now, when you get to other things, like, you know, I'm trying to find examples that are not so, you know, so heavily debated, but
sure.
I guess we can all think of examples where we understand why it's not a law, or the other way around. We don't understand why it's not a law. I mean, and this is the problem, because I think, like I said, I think moral is evolving, and it's also different depending where you live. So not only when you live, but where you live, right? There are some things, I mean, even if we take a small example, Jesse and I talked about this with TESL, right? In the beginning, when I started playing, I would always play out my hand, because where I came from, that was considered respectful. As in, I'll show you my cards, or like what you would never do in poker, you would do here. So I'm playing with an open hand. It's considered, at least in my circles when I grew up, when you won a game, that's what you would do. Then I learned here, in part through your videos, that, a lot of people find that very offensive when you have already won and then you still play out your cards. So I stopped, right? And okay, I understood, okay, the majority here think that's different. So I adapted. But that's just what I mean. It's like, and this is the same time, it's just two different places, and you have two very different ways of viewing this, right? To pick a very small little example.
Right. Well, and I think it's exasperated, or it's put in great clarity in America in particular when you have, I mean, I think marijuana would be an innocuous example at this point, but like if laws can't be morality, because otherwise you would have, well, when I'm standing on this particular place in the country, I can smoke weed and it's moral, but if I do the exact same thing 20 feet away, it's now immoral and I'm going to go to jail. Like when you have laws that are not the same from state to state, you can literally just cross a border, and something that you did that would have been considered reprehensible or worthy of, you know, a fine or something is now, you know, it ain't no thing. Yeah. So it's right. And it just highlights that. But I guess that, to your point though, that does add another dynamic to, I guess, morality. Like morality simply can't be a best practice, because, like you're saying, you could look at it both ways and see it. Like what you were saying with like the test that they're playing out your hand. Either way, like I don't think either one is immoral or even close to that, or even a best practice. It's literally just how you perceive a certain action, or the spirit in which an action is done. Like you're saying, if I do it, you do it to honor somebody and say, hey, no, a great game. Here's what I had. Here's, how it went. And there's no animus there. It's like, there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with saying, okay, the game's over. Let's just move on. I don't need to know all that was there. There's no moral imperative there. There's no right or wrong. It's just different ways of doing something, and how most people are going to perceive it one way or another.
But that's the key difference, right? Perception, right? Because in my mind, in my world, I didn't do anything immoral. But to my opponent at the time, he probably thought I was a dick.
Right.
And so, and others might not, depending who you're playing. But that's the problem with that, right? I mean, anybody can say or figure out for them what they think is moral or not, and people will differ. This is very, when we talked earlier about why Renian shouldn't change TESL Reborn and should just keep it, is because if you get into that conversation, somebody will say invasion is immoral, right? And then now what? And and others will say, oh, no, why not? It's and that's why you have wars and issues, and
Well, that's what I mean, though. I think there has to be some qualifier that puts it into the moral or immoral, regardless of whether it's imposed or not. Because I mean, we're talking about a video game. Unless you're talking about cheating, outright cheating, which we're not. There is no the inclusion of invade. I don't know that any philosopher or anybody would ever consider that to be a moral discretion. That would just be a matter of preference, or how you like to play the game. So that's why I'm saying in the back of my mind, as I was trying to think of the basis of morality.
A question a lot of philosophers ask themselves, right? What is moral and blah blah blah. But that's I don't think anybody has come up with a satisfactory answer there, really.
Yeah.
I mean, there's concepts, and the one you spoke to, that's what most commonly is sort of talked about, right? As in, did I have intent plays a role, right? Did I have a bad intent or not, right? I did not have a bad intent. I just didn't know that people here find that, or at least the majority of people find it offensive. But again, like I said, perception is another key here. And then, and if you look in different places in the world, there's many things that happen in other countries where we would probably say, wow, this is really not moral. And to them, it's perfectly fine and normal. And so, yeah, that's an endless discussion. That's why I always come back to, what can I do? What's in my power to do, number one. And then I think about, okay, what are those that are important to me? And then I try to do those things to the best of my ability. And sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. But so I look at it. That's also how I looked at TESL, right? That's why I didn't really get mad when I lost. I mean, it's not like I was happy, but I was never mad. I just kept playing. It's just a game, right? And even when you have, I think we have a tendency to highlight when it doesn't work out, right? Like, so when the game gives you shit for 5 games in a row and your deck just doesn't work out, you'll remember that. But you don't remember the 5 games before where you had the perfect top deck every time, basically. Or, I'm exaggerating, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? And so that's why it didn't get too much to me. And if it got too bad, I would just take a break and then come back or something.
Right. Yeah. I've yet to figure out because there is no logical reason or any reason, even like based on who I am as a very non-competitive person, why I would get so angry at losing. And even even if I won in a way I didn't like, because somebody got on like in the comments is like, you complain even when you lose, and I'm like, yeah, because I didn't like the way I won. Like, it's not about winning and losing. I'm not mad that I lost. I'm not mad, or certainly not mad that I won. I don't like that something struck me, and I'm guessing it's a perception of something being fair or unfair or inconsistent. I don't know, but there's like something deeper there that goes beyond just whether I won or lost. Because, like I said, I'm not a competitive person. If I lose, I lose. But I obviously, there's plenty of video evidence of me getting very upset after a loss, and sometimes after a win, and it's a very.
But you also showed that at the end of the day, if you play enough, you become legendary, and you clearly to become legendary, you must win more than you lose, right?
Right.
By definition. So I think it's like I said, it is. I try not to get too heated up over those kinds of things.
Right.
But I do sometimes. Like I said, in Eternal, I do when I just can't get power cards, or I get only power cards, and then I get like, oh man, Tesla was nicer. But then I just take a break and then come back, and then it changes.
Well,
Michael is bringing up sex work. That's one of those, and it's that is a tough one, right? Many say the oldest business in the world, and. I think there's good arguments that can be made for why it shouldn't be legal, and I also think there's arguments that could be made for why it should, right? I come from a country where it is legal, and they're health insured. All the side crime was taken out. There's no, what do you call them, pimps, So they experience a lot less violence. A lot of the side crime got rid of, right? And because the truth is, here in America, where it is not allowed, people still do it, right? And but they do it, and I have to do it in the dark. And so I'm not sure where I stand on that. So I'm not saying one is right and one is wrong. I'm just saying this is exactly the dilemma you run into when you're trying to figure out what is moral, what really is better at the end of the day. And there's, since we're talking philosophy, there's 2 basic schools really that I often think about it, and trying to see if I can translate it in English. But basically, there's the philosophy of morale, where the ultimate guidance is only what is right and what is wrong. And then there's the philosophy of consequence, which cares about what's right and wrong, but ultimately looks at what's the outcome of my action. Right? So, for example, it could be considered morally wrong to help somebody kill themselves. Just to bring in one example, right?
Right.
But if the outcome ultimately is that this person is finally free of immense pain, or, really has this, you can paint different scenarios this way. You could argue the philosophy of consequence would argue, yes, it is morally wrong to do this. But if I look at what's the actual outcome of this action, it is trumping that, if you will, right? So, yeah, and I think a lot of us go back and forth between those two, depending, again, how you grew up and when you grew up and who you grew up with and all that good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's an acute way of make the distinguish between the two, because it is a kind of a warring conflict, but you don't necessarily think of it like where that line is, but that's a good way of categorizing
Lagmeister is bringing up a good example, or he reminded me that sex work is legal in parts of America. I mean, we all know in Vegas and even there only in certain counties. So what's up with that, right? How can it be illegal? Because, you know, most people would say it's more legal, but yeah, except for here in these counties, it's okay. So you can't argue morally, you can't make a good case for that, right? So in other words, there's other interests there that play into this, why that is. I don't assume to know them, but yeah, this is where it gets tricky.
Well, now, so this actually may be a way to articulate a little bit better when I was talking about like morality must be functional. So here's the thing. First of all, I don't think the amount of things that should be illegal, I think it should be a small pool in terms of what you forbid people from doing. As we learned from Prohibition, you tell somebody you can't drink alcohol, they're still going to find a way to drink alcohol. They're just, you know, it's not going to stop that because the desire is still there for it. Unless you take away the desire, unless there is genuinely not a desire or an inclination for people to have sex with, you know, strangers just for self-gratification, that's not going to go away. Making it illegal is just making it, you know, it's a criminal act. But it's like
so
you don't
killing people, and that's illegal, and there's still people killing people. Right. So again, if you go to the core principle of it, it is a dilemma, right? If you think about it just purely theoretical and you leave all morals out for a second, right? Yeah, I mean, forbidding murder doesn't prevent murder. Or maybe it does, but it doesn't prevent it ultimately, is what I'm trying to say, right? It still happens. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's fun to think about, but yeah.
Well, no, see, okay, so this, I mean, again, obviously, I'm going to bring my iron fist into this conversation here. So, so we say killing somebody is immoral because it is not best practice. If we as a society say it's a good idea or it's not a problem to go around killing other people, then we have chaos, we have anarchy, we have fear, we have we all know the things that come from killing people other than just the actual act of killing them. What I would argue is sex work, and I'm not saying to make it illegal necessarily, but the thing is, you look at that and go, best practice. Sex worker is not a sex worker. Sex is the act of procreation. You may not intend for it to be procreation, but that is what the act of sex is doing. So in casual sex, you have like by genetics or biological necessity or consequence, you have the potential for a life that you're not prepared to take care of. You have no desire to take care of. You have, you know, a myriad of diseases and things that can be transmitted. You have infidelity, encouraging infidelity in marriages and everything. So when you stack up the pros and cons, I would say, and you can go further into the cons, the pro is physical gratification. When that's your only pro, I would say it's very, like, from a moral standpoint, I would say best practice says casual sex, not a great thing for society. It's not a net gain. Society doesn't become better. We have situations where people are looking at abortions or having to, you know, give their kid up for adoption or having it ripped out, which, despite what they want to tell you, is not healthy for the woman physically or psychologically. It's not a good idea. So you've got that as a consequence, as a possible consequence, a natural one. And then you've got this myriad of other things and complications that it brings. So you go, okay, so why would we look at that and go, there's a lot of cons, very few pros. Why is best practice? Why would it be moral to do something if there's that much potential for it causing, and we know that it does cause those problems. And that's where I think there is a functional to say, okay, well, if it's not immoral, look at what the consequences are, look at what society does, look at what the focus is. And if you say that it is immoral and you say these are things we shouldn't be doing or shouldn't be valuing, where does that leave society? Well, I don't get as much sexual gratification. Are we okay? Can society survive without that? Can we be healthy without that?
See, again, this is one interpretation of many, right?
Right.
And you made a lot of assumptions that I happen to agree with a lot of them, but there's a lot of people that would see this differently. And it's hard to say, okay, there's some people that say, what do you mean casual sex has no net gain? I love fucking sex, right? And I protect myself to make sure I don't, put unwanted kids into the world or whatever. And then you go on, it's hard to argue against, right? If two people say, yeah, they love doing that, and then, all right. I mean, we talked about furries earlier. I don't understand that either, but some people enjoy that. It doesn't hurt anybody. Let them,
Right.
So yeah, or Lagmeister is pointing out, booze is for gratification, and it kills a lot of people, right? So you run into these problems, and at the end of the day, no matter what side of any of these you come down on, you end up cutting freedom, and I think that's why it's a balance, and we can only try to get to figure out the best balance, and that is what is evolving, right? Like,
Right.
Yes, we all agree murder should be illegal, right? But if you go like 300 years back, most people agreed women shouldn't vote, right? That has changed.
You go far enough back that they were very actual. There were stipulations on who could vote, and it came down to certain, every guy couldn't vote either. You had to do military service.
You're right.
So I would argue that they had it
Even
correct
worse
back
in a
then.
way, if you will.
Yeah.
So, or at least how most people would look at it today, right?
Right.
But this is exactly my point. It's like at the end of the day, it comes down to what is the majority view in which way, and that's how things adapt. And then you have all these contradictions, like Lackmeister pointed out, alcohol, or the Vegas counties where sex work is legal, states where abortion is easy, states where abortion is not easy, and that's a lot to navigate. And like I said, I'm the last person to claim I have that all figured out.
Yeah, well, and I think that's where we make that distinction where, and I think that, to me, that's I don't want to say compromise, but because like I said, I don't think we should be making a bunch of stuff illegal, because again, it doesn't take care of the the underlying problem, as it were. Like pornography, if pornography went away, I would be thrilled if it went away forever, but I don't think it should go away because it's forbidden by the government or it's made illegal. It would be great if it went away because men stopped objectifying women and wanting to, get off on that stuff. It would be, to me, that would be nice. But since we're not going to get to that point, I say don't make it illegal. People need to be able to have their, I come from a, again, believing in a God, whatever, and I have free will. He gave us free will. So I think as much as we can, let people make their choices / mistakes and deal with their consequences. But I think that's where that distinction between saying something is illegal versus immoral, because if you're saying something is immoral, you're saying it doesn't mean you can't do it. We're just saying this is not as a society saying this is not a great thing to do. This has more potential to cause you and other people harm than it does the other way around. You can have a drink and it's not going to cause any kind of problems whatsoever. If you abuse alcohol or if you drink it before you drive, yes, it's going to cause problems. We say those are bad things. We don't say drinking as a whole bad. Gambling on something, putting some money on something isn't a problem unless you're addicted to it or unless you do it to a point where you can't afford to lose and then you do lose. So everything taken to excess we're talking about there. When you talk about sex, it inherently in and of itself, the act itself is an attempt of two bodies to create a baby. Like that's what happens. You can try to say, well, I'm going to do this thing, but we all know there's no 100% to everything.
You could argue it's also it's one form of just being very close to somebody. It's maybe physically the closest you can be to another person that you love. Right. And so it doesn't have to be, like I said, we could go on and on and on. I think the main thing is what I like about this is that we can actually have a normal conversation about it. And that is the main part that went out of the window in most of the world, really, because a lot of people are like, okay, it's my way or the highway. And that's the part I try to de-emphasize a little bit and say, okay, let's talk about it. Maybe I think of some new things after hearing what you're saying, maybe vice versa, and try to, again, I just come up for my own philosophy. I try to figure out what are the things I should do, and all the things we talked about apply here, right? And then I try to do my best to live according to that. And again, sometimes I fail and sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
And I try to make it more often than I don't. That's really it.
Right. Yeah. And it is easier to, like, at our level where we're not, well, one, we're not making policy, but two, it sounds like for the most part we're at least in agreement, and just basically what I'm seeing in chat, it seems to be like we're not talking about illegal versus legal. That's when you start really getting into problems, because now you're talking about taking away people's freedom, taking away their money, whatever, based on doing these things. So I think it's one thing to say, again, like I said, best practices, we can disagree on what those are, but you're free to make that choice, and then there will be a consequence, and I'm not saying that as a negative thing. There's going to be a result of that, I should say, one way or another. And in theory, you see it, a certain way, or you don't. But I think that it makes it less touchy if you're saying those things versus and going, hey, if you do, because that's what most of my friends. I don't know. I think I had 3 friends that I know of for a fact that got married as virgins. Nobody else did. It's not a lifestyle I agree with, but we can still be very good friends. I was even the best friend at one of his weddings, because it's not a matter of, well, if you don't agree, if we don't see eye to eye on this, then we can't be friends, or we can't get along, or I can't care about you. It's just, we disagree on best practice, and that's a lot easier to stomach than what you're doing means you should be in prison for it, which is a much harsher judgment. Yeah, no, I think we are generally talking the same language here. It's really about you said it. I don't need to want to repeat. I do have to say that some people in the chat do say we should forbid Nintendo because it leads people to grow mustaches. Right. Well, here's the irony. Vincenzo, I think he'll admit to everyone that he's not a fanboy. He's not a Nintendo fanboy. I, on the other hand, am. And you see, I am mustacheless, and he is with giant mustache. So who said that? Because it's a false accusation. Who said that? Was it Lagmeister?
Lagmeister was insinuating it.
Yeah, you can't take Lagmeister seriously. That's a moral judgment right there.
I was just trying to lighten things up.
No, I know. No, that's good. And I do, like, I see a whole bunch of stuff, and it's like, oh, I want to reply to that. I want to say, whatever, because it's, again, want to have that in the conversation. I will go back really quick just to say, Vincenzo, I think it might have been when I was around 30, because like I said, I couldn't remember exactly, but I remember having a kind of a bit of a midlife crisis at 30, mostly because for some reason in my child brain, 30 was the age that I associated carry a briefcase, work in a big tall building with cool glass walls and everything. I was going to say at least one wife, but in my mind, I was married. I had at least one kid and probably a cat or 2. Like, in my head, for whatever reason, somewhere it was established that by the age of 30, those were the things I should have. And at the time, I was 20 grand in debt, living in a bedroom that I was renting in somebody else's house, and had really nothing to my name and no girlfriend or anything. But it was right around that time, I think, between 30 and 35, that I had that first thought of the finiteness of my own life. And then later on, kind of, as you said, you have friends that pass away at our age. It's too soon. Like, that they're not dying from natural causes. And you go, that could be me. Like, I in my head, I don't think
that's it.
I could be gone tomorrow, but that's the reality of it.
All of our clocks are ticking. We don't know, right?
Yep.
Maybe this is the last conversation we'll ever have, right? So that's why I said try to live in the present a little bit. For me, it was, friends that died young, that's the exception, right? But parents, right? I'm turning 50 in January, outing myself here. And most of my peers, cis parents, are now at that age where they begin to pass. Or at the very least, they have to be taken care of. And those are all things that remind you of, oh, wait,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
their own mustache is still,
And there was somebody, I think it was Zen, also said up here, because we were talking about the Minotaurs locking horns, and he did was it a Mike Tyson? Where was it? Now Kith, you guys got to. I thought that was I got a great visual out of that. After seeing people my age die, I told my brother recently, we go anytime. It's crazy to dwell on it, but I try not to have an existential crisis. Yeah.
That's exactly the key, right? Is to over time find a way to realize that reality, and at the same time find a way to work with it. But I think that's just what growing up or getting older means in a lot of ways, is to, like, acceptance is a big word for me often. Again, this is just me personally, but to accept certain things. As you get older, you also understand okay, what are some things that are probably never going to change about me, even if you don't like them, right? What are some things? No, on these things I can work. On these things, no, this is probably just me, right? And so with that again comes contentment for me, anyways. And so yeah.
Indeed. And I think like you said, and the key, or not the key, but the thing that comes before acceptance is that revelation. So it's that moment, and then not letting that derail your whole life, but you have to have that genuine. Because I mean, like I said, I said it a million times. I thought about it, or it's like, wow, yeah, one day I'll be dead. But it's like it just didn't click until that moment, and then you have to deal with it and go, okay, you know what, it's all right. It's all right. And it's comforting to know that everybody else who's ever lived on this planet has gone through the exact same thing.
That's true. Yeah.
And we're all in it together. We're all in it together.
Indeed.
Now, I don't like what I'm seeing from Zen. I'm guessing you would have some pretty strong, this guy's pushing the abolition of cars. And my understanding is you like cars. And I know Lagmeister likes trucks and things that roll around.
I do like cars. That is true. Yes.
So what do you think? Okay, so theoretically, realistically, or feasibility, my thought, and I'm going to say 10 years, maybe 15 from now, all cars are linked to an overarching, we'll call it just an AI system, where it's all the traffic and everything is dictated by the cars. You can either rent I'm going to call it a pod because it's not like technically a car. It's a thing that you will ride in, but it will come up to your house. You get in almost like an Uber, and you tell it where it needs to go, and it figures out everything and merges you with traffic seamlessly. And we're going to have recreational things like amusement parks where you can actually drive a real car, a real gas-powered vehicle. You have to spend $500 or whatever, and you'll get to drive for like 20 miles on a closed track and enjoy what driving used to be like 20 years ago.
I know. That's why I'm starting to save money, And, I mean, for me personally, and again, I'm an older generation, but when I was young, having your first car meant freedom, right? It meant, okay, for the first time, you were really able to go anywhere and do your thing. And so I connect driving and a lot with that. So that's why, for me, the thing, it has eased now that I'm getting older, right? But for a long time, it was a big hobby of mine and something I really enjoyed. And so, So I don't know how I would like that. At that point, I would probably just stop driving. I would use it if I have to get somewhere, but it's just what it would be, right? Yeah. And if I could afford it, maybe I would go to some of those amusement parks and drive a bit. But it wouldn't be the same, because part of me of driving is to, like you mentioned earlier, where you're alone on the road or you lose your way and then you find your way back. And, I come from a period where there was no cell phones, right? And paper maps and try to figure shit out. And, I think fondly of those days.
Yeah, I think the only upside would be, so I will say we diverge a little bit because I mean, as I've mentioned on streams before, I have a horrible sense of direction. Like, I mean, I got by without GPS, obviously, but it was miserable, a lot of stress, a lot of whatever. So I kind of like the idea of having the rhythm of the road beneath me, while also not necessarily having to have it all figured out. I'm not saying I'm having that future. I'm thinking whether I want it to or not. I'm not saying that's the way I want it to go. I'm just thinking, once everything gets hooked up, it can't be like some people using AI, some people not. I feel like it's going to have to be a thing where everything has to be interconnected so that the traffic merges can happen, so that it can all be directed. But I think about that, but yeah, you're right. Like, again, we talk about the freedom, the ability to take the wrong turn, or to say, okay, I want to get off here, or, I want to do something that's not optimal that the programmed car wouldn't do. Yeah, that's I don't like the idea of getting lost, but I do like the idea of exploration, and again, like you said, with a manual, like, we're actually interacting with the road. Whereas if you're not even at the wheel, technically, you're losing all sense of
it would take
any
all
kind
that
of
away.
experience.
Agree. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Okay.
So born too early to explore the world, born too early to explore space, born just in time to watch $5 footlongs cost 15. That's a good one. We should put that somewhere. That should be preserved.
Yeah, Vincenzo, did you come up with that? Because that's I'm not saying it's uncharacteristic, but it sounds quite philosophical.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than it seems at first. Yeah.
But that is kind of the
I would not mind a Dodge diesel pickup at all. If that's
Oh gosh.
you
Free
were,
motorcycle?
Vincenzo, quite a bit.
So Zen's okay with the motorcycle, just not the car. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, at least you have principles, Zen's guy. They may be very frail and fickle, but you do have them, technically, I think. You get a Harley. Vincenzo. Yeah, man, that was a good. You cranked that out there. Yeah. Although, I mean, I'm trying to think. Would I be? Yet, I was also too young or too old to explore. Wait, where was it again? Too early to explore the world. Or wait, too late to explore the world, right? Too early. No.
Yeah.
Wait. Because the world's already been explored.
I think he means too late. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I still got it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I get the
Yeah.
the point.
But you're right. Yeah. Yeah. He meant too late. Yeah.
Okay.
Autocorrect.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. No, that's true, but I think that's the dilemma of every generation, right? There's always something, right? I mean, I'm like 20 years older than you, it seems, and I could say the same thing, just different things, right? It's yeah.
You're not 20 years older than me.
No,
Right?
than Vincenzo. I think he said earlier.
Yeah.
he just turned 30,
We
right?
got about. Well, he's I think he's just 30, so we got about 10 or 15 years, I think.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah. There's definitely there's that. Yeah, a lot of common, like you said, and also when you look back in history, how many times do you have? I think most of the time in history you have 1 to 2 decades of some kind of tragedy, some kind of unrest, some kind of problem. Then you have maybe 1 to 2 decades of prosperity or coming up again, and then you have we see it cyclical. I mean, like if you think about when would I want to be born? In our known history, there's never really a sweet spot where you could live an entire lifetime without some kind of tragedy, whether global or I mean, something that's not just localized to one particular part of the world. Like there's always, these long spans, 10 to 20 years of just hardship.
There is to some degree, but I think if there is any time, at least in the recent time, that I can think of, it would be after the Second World War, right? Or what we call the boomers, as in.
Yep.
Because that's a long period of not having at least what would be considered a world war or any major plague or anything. I don't know. So think of it that way. But even in the small things, I often think okay, I was born just too late. Like we talked Zeppelin earlier, right? I like that music. I would have loved to see them live, right? And never have because I was born just after it, right? Or I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was born early enough to have a childhood where you would still go out, wouldn't stare on your cell phone all the time, and no social media, and I like that I did have that, right? So yeah, all depends on perspective.
Yeah, the only thing that chaps me a little bit, as a former theater kid and somebody who's doing projects or whatever, it was we didn't have access to you had to have good money to get a nice camera and to edit. That was a whole other thing. So pictures are scarce. If you did cool little projects or little sketches or whatever, there's really no way to capture them. So that's the only part of the technology I miss, is just that if you were born within 10 years or something ago, anything that you wanted to do, like a YouTube channel, my gosh, me and my friends would have spent hours and hours doing stuff for YouTube. Yeah. It just wasn't a thing back then. So that's the only thing that I feel like we missed out on growing up in that time. Again,
yes and no, right? Because there's good and bad that comes with this. It all, again, depends on how you use it, right? I think, there's 2 earlier examples. Okay, it looks like Vincenzo is 28, so you made him older than he is.
Holy cow! I forgot he's like a child. He's like a little baby. How do you have a mustache that big when you're that young? That's got to be some hormonal stuff or something. There's no way you could have a full-grown mustache. You're like you just stepped out of the cradle. I can't believe it. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Who's a cute little Vincenzo? He's a cute little fellow.
And I do like the quote about the hard times creating strong men and continuing. I think there is a lot of truth to that. That is that cycle that just happens, and because we forget, and
Well, and the problem is, like the good times create weak men. Like that's not. I mean, it can be something that you avoid, but it's hard because if the situation doesn't call for it, unless you're wired to be like, oh, you're gonna just bullheaded go, do your own thing, and it's gonna be hard because of it. I think it's very hard in good times to be preparing yourself or be thinking, I need to be fortified and to try to be, your friends, family, like you can do it for yourself, but society as a whole, it seems like it's just going to naturally soften.
Yeah, it's very difficult, right? I remember my stepsons when they were young, and I was thinking about it. It was like, how can I make this so that they're not completely spoiled like most other kids in my mind back then were, right? And you try to come up with some things, and some things may work, some things they turned out great. So I think mostly their mom did really a fantastic job. I helped out a little bit, but there are dilemmas. Like I remember the younger one coming to me one day saying he got an Eagle Award, and I asked him why, and he said it was his turn. And apparently that's how that went in the class, right? And I go like, wait, what? And then he was upset because after he realized, he really couldn't enjoy it anymore because he didn't really deserve it. It was just his turn, right? And I think, again, this is all personal opinion, but I think kids, just like adults, actually enjoy challenge to some degree to feel true gratification, right? Like the best games in TESL, just bringing it to TESL, where those that I won, even though it was indeed a hard-fought victory, right? And those stick out and make you feel better than if you just completely steamrolled one, right?
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So, little Vincenzo says, I own property and I have a kid. I'm no child. So I shouldn't do this because this is abusing the fact that I'm on a microphone and he's not right now. So it's not a fair fight. So I won't do that anymore. But it's funny.
But he makes a point, right? Age is not really what makes you an adult. That is true, right? And
right. Yeah.
I know a lot of adults that are kids, and I know some kids that are way too adult, or maybe sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. But or when you go back in the older days, at 16 you were a man, right? Now at 16 you can barely dress yourself, Yeah.
Let's see. They refer to it historically as a long piece. Oh, I think he's talking about the part you were. Yeah, the only thing I thought about in that was just the, at least in America, you had Vietnam, Korea, and the civil rights, that whole thing. So it wasn't necessarily, compared to everything else in history up to that point, I would say that's definitely a peaceful time. But in America, there was, so I would say some turbulence. But yeah, if you're going to hit a sweet spot, that was probably it.
Because as tragic as those events were, they weren't worldwide, and it's terrible to like compare but if you just look at numbers, or America, due to its geographic location, wasn't leveled. I don't know if you ever seen pictures of Germany after the Second World War, right, or of England to where the Germans did it, and I don't know what the casualty numbers are. It sounds like Michael is pretty good on history, but it's I don't know if it is 50, 60 million, something like that, right? Yeah,
it's I think it's one of those things where there's a lot of, you're coming out of a hard time. There's a lot of hope, but there's a lot of rebuilding that needs to be done. But yeah, I love honestly, I don't know what the architecture was like, but like I love like the 50s style houses. I think they modeled in the movie The Incredibles. They kind of modeled those houses after, kind of after the 50s. And I just like that kind of style, the kind of cars. Like I'm not necessarily a gearhead, but those cars just look freaking awesome.
I agree. They spend a lot more time on this that is not considered efficient anymore, right? But architecture is a good example. Like back in the day, how they would build houses, and they would spend time on putting little, I don't know, gargoyles in the corners or whatnot, and or pillars, or I don't know what, right? Stuff that is not really needed, and now everything looks cookie cutter, right? Apparel, same deal. Cars for sure, right? So it's Is it better? Is it worse? I don't know. Again, it's just personal things now. But I think a point can be made to say, yeah, I really enjoyed how things looked or how things were built to last. There's a term that I always forget in English for built-in decay, like when you buy a product and it's designed to fail after 4 or 5 years or whatever it is, so you have to buy a new one. I have a neighbor here, he's very handy, and he has all these super old school tools, right? Like the normal tools most of us have in their garage or shed, but his are just old school, but they work better than any of the others. And or I have very old school washer and dryer, and they just work, right? No issue. And I had new ones, and there was always issues, or some tiny little plastic piece would break, and now I had to exchange the whole unit, and I go like, what? And so there's some, oh, thank you, Vince guy. Planned, I can't even say the word, obsolescence.
You got it.
But, that's it. Yes, Lightmeister got it too. So I think those are real things, and when we talk about that or some of the other things we talked about earlier, I think a big part of that is just profit and money and continually growing, and it's a reality.
Well, and that's the thing I wonder, because there was, and again, I know this may get a little bit touchy for a second, but like I remember people saying, I remember when the news used to be unbiased, and I'm like, do you? Because I don't. Like if you go back and look at it and what you know now, you go, no, look at the words they chose, look at the things that they were covering. News was never unbiased. It was always spearheaded by. So I wonder, was there ever a time where companies were like, we're here for the customer, we're here to serve the customer, we want to give them the best product, where we can make a product and grow, but where we can give them the best thing? Was that ever a mentality? Because you look at it now, and like you're saying, and the planned obsolescence, saying, hey, we're going to make this thing that we expect to break in 5 to 7 years, not because it's a lemon, because it's designed that way. That's like anti-consumer. And it's like, is that the only way you can make more money, is by giving us things that break? Like, did companies go bankrupt making washer and dryer that would last you 30 years?
I wondered about that. And I often, if I was younger again, I would found a company that would do the opposite. And I don't know if that would be feasibly, from a revenue perspective, but if it caught on, I guess it could, right? I often wonder, and maybe there are, but why isn't there a company that says, screw this, we're gonna buy something, we're gonna build the dishwasher that will last 30 years, right? Like they used to. And but the reality is then it will have to cost more in today's world, and that means most people won't buy it, because at the end of the day, and this is where the consumer has the power, if the consumer really said, I'm not gonna buy your stuff that has planned obsolescence, they will stop doing that, right? Because they want to sell their product. So there you go, and it's I don't know, cars, Legmeister brings that example. I some of I have an older car, and I enjoy that. It is fairly reliable, and even if something does go wrong, I, or often with the help of some friends that know more, can fix it for not a whole lot of money, versus some of the new stuff where even the technicians don't know, and the first thing they do is bring out a laptop to understand what's going on, right? And you go like, okay.
Well, and they're it's, and what is it? You've got like now, it's you exactly. You said, I was gonna say it's all computers now. As that makes me sound very old. Like, well, now everything's all computers and fanangos and dooleygags and whatnot. But Vincenzo, we do get, the fact that we get our news more does help, or does make it more evident. I think the fact that we get it from more sources now, it's the same thing, like you said, indie developers and filmmakers, everything, because of technology, you have more people able to do it. And there's nothing, I think one of the biggest things I had to get through in my head as I was growing up is, just because it's an adult, just because they're on TV, just because they have money, doesn't mean they're trustworthy, doesn't mean they're right, doesn't mean they've got their life together. Those are just, you can like, sometimes those things work together and sometimes they don't, and you don't necessarily need one or the other. So it's like, people are like, oh, where do you go to the news? And it's like, well, I look at this, and they go, oh, and they scoff, and they say, well, how can you look at that? I said, well, so far they've covered 50 different things, and they haven't been wrong about it. They haven't exaggerated. They haven't told me BS. They haven't given me false facts. And the one time that they did screw up, they corrected it the very next time. Whereas, the news that you're listening to, I can tell you right now, they've lied their ass off at least 20 times that I can think of off the top of my head. Well, not the top of my head, but like over the past 5 years that I know for a fact because I've lived through it. And why would you keep giving them your time when you know that they've lied to your face? And it's,
I think there's a scale here, Jesse, right? So there's a scale of bias. And the thing with bias is it's not that it has to be wrong. The evil thing about bias for me is that they don't have to tell you something wrong. They are just positioning it in certain ways that will lead you to, it's manipulative ultimately, right? And I think you're right that bias was always there in news. But I also agree with Vincenzo that it is more pronounced today from whatever direction, right? I think at least they try to keep some face back in the day. I know this is true for Germany too, where if there were opinion pieces, they would clearly mark them as such and whatnot. And now, as you said, we have networks where you watch one or the other, you will have a completely different sense of reality. And I would also argue when you say, they haven't lied and those have lied, I think it's almost impossible for any normal person to really verify all those facts. There's too many, right, to verify and understand. So that's the dilemma here, this is where trust comes in. And you have to trust one way or the other, and you can, it's very hard. If you truly wanted to figure out what is the best news, that would be so much work. It's unless you are a researcher and you do this for a job or something, and even then it would be an almost impossible task. So and it's no wonder that a lot of people then will opt for whatever confirms their bias, to say this in one way, or whatever seems better to them. But I think bias you have everywhere, and there's a scale. And some do it more, some do it less. That's certainly true. But that's the tricky thing with the news, right? I have to admit, I stay away from most news these days because I know this may sound bad or a bit like giving up, but I most of the time can't change anything. Yes. It also usually doesn't really, and I think I have figured out what can I impact. This goes back to what we talked about earlier, what are my duties, what can I do, and then try and do that. And that's about all I can do. And so then I often don't want to depress myself with further bad news. And that is a difference, for example, that Vincenzo pointed out. While it may have been biased back then, it was one show you watched in America, maybe, right? Now you're also seeing what's going on in Germany and Italy and, in virtually any country you can pick, right? And so that changes things and the sense of things. And that is seen if you really do look at data, and I work a lot of data, like the sense for, we all think that crime has gotten so much worse and it was so much safer back then. That's not true, right? If you look at statistics, at least for most types of crimes. And we could give many other examples for that. And so the perception there has changed. There is I don't know, I'm just babbling now, but that's it's another very tricky subject, I find.
Yeah, no, and I agree. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like the times where I got, up to my eyeballs in the news and the times where I completely unplugged, the change in my life was zero, other than the amount of stress, the amount of anxiety, the amount of frustration I had at hearing things that I couldn't do a damn thing about. And I was like, well, if one or the other, if both are options and one only carries with it more crap, well, I'm going to live a better life and just ignore that. I mean, because if it's relevant, I'm going to find out without having to go to the news. If it's something that actually, like I found out Hurricane Katrina, I actually found out about because when I went into work the next day, our boss said, hey, PVC is going to be, if our customers ask, PVC is going to be on hold for for indefinitely because the two primary factories or whatever are down in Louisiana. I said, what happened in Louisiana? You know about Hurricane Katrina? No. Oh, well, there was a hurricane and it wiped out all this stuff. And I was like, that's how I found out, because it actually impacted my job. Otherwise, I didn't know.
Right.
One second.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you keep talking. I've got to grab, I'm on medication right now for my sickness. So I got to grab my thing real quick.
Sure. Yeah, I was just saying, Langmeister, you're saying more people, more crime. That's of course true in absolute numbers. So what we have to look at is the rate. And if you look at the rate, America is much less crime happens than, for example, in the 50s. And you can look up that data. And so that's what I meant with the perception. Obviously, in absolute numbers, there may be more crime. This is similar to, I had this conversation with my neighbor who is an engineer at Boeing, and we were talking about, yeah, more planes are coming down. And yeah, more planes are coming down on absolute numbers, but way, way, way more planes are flying than they used to. And the rate at which they come down is actually the same than it was. So there, in this case, it didn't decline or increase. But so yeah, I think we have to look at rates here is all I was trying to say, I guess, yeah. All right, now we have no Jesse here. Now I feel inclined to talk. I'll say something. Let's see, Vincenzo, you said, we are so lucky to be able to be told about the worst things going in the world, literally, as it happens if it gets caught on a live stream, not referencing anything recent at all with that. Hang on, I need to make sure I'm missing something or something.
What happened? Did Lagmeister say something silly?
No, I'm just reading Vincenzo's argument, latest comment here. We are also so lucky to be able to be told about the worst things going on in the world, literally as it happens if it gets caught in a live stream. Not referencing anything recent at all with that. So I guess he is.
Yeah. I don't know which one it is, but
yeah, neither do I, because I just said I pretty much unplugged from that.
Mm-hmm. But well, the other problem with the immediacy of media is whether it's intentional or not, and that's the thing. Kind of to your point, even if you were capable, even if you wanted to give all the news, about everything that it's important that happened or everything that may be newsworthy, you couldn't do it. It just wouldn't be possible to cover everything. So you have incidental omission, and then you just have omission in general, where you don't have to lie about something necessarily. You just simply don't cover that. So you give a perception that here's a trend. Like, I mean, I guarantee you, if the news wanted to, they could convince most of the populace that we are in the most dangerous time where, 300 people died this year from bee stings. Like, what do you understand, people, that every day somebody is being killed by a bee, and people are like, oh my gosh, it's an epidemic. We're like, and then they have a counter, and it's at the top, but it's like another person died today for bee sting. It's like that's been going on for tens of hundreds, however long. Like, people have allergic reactions, they die from bee stings. I think it's about 300 a year or something. But they could trump it up, but they don't cover it, so you don't think anything about it. But all they have to do is give a spotlight on one thing and don't say another, and say this is on the rise. And what's left unsaid is that it's not happening elsewhere, or this other thing isn't happening.
The truth is that stuff sells more, gets more clicks, gets more likes, shares, whatever, right? I mean, the good stories don't, right? That's just how it goes, right? And also some of this has changed. For a long time, the crime rates were increasing, right? I think the peak is generally considered to be 1991. And right now it's the opposite. 2023 is considered to be the lowest crime rate ever in 50 years. And so, it's,
well, now,
I don't know.
But so here's a question though, because this is something that I've heard. Because we do know, I don't know to what extent, but we have heard decriminalizing things like, well, this isn't a crime now. If it's under this amount of money, it's not a crime. So how much of it is crime actually going down, and how much of it is the reporting is no longer accurate because they're no longer considering certain things to be criminal?
Definitely a factor to take into account. I don't know the answer to that. I haven't looked at that data, but my gut feeling is that wouldn't make up for the vast decline we're seeing. Maybe it has declined less than the numbers suggest, but I would argue, at least, again, I haven't looked at the data, but I would assume that would have to be a lot. They would have to decriminalize so much more than to make up for that number.
Right.
So I doubt that. But your point is very true in many other fields. For example, I recently read a book on psychology, and somebody in there was talking about, how we have so many more psychological cases and whatnot. And that is in part because of the way diseases were standardized. They have literally more conditions now that you can be inflicted with. And I also think there may be a tendency right now to just what's the word? to diagnose certain conditions that you just wouldn't back then, right? Like nobody knew about ADHD in the 80s when I grew up, right? And there were probably plenty of kids that had it, and then there were other kids that were just hyperactive, right, or whatever. So yeah, it's a good factor that you bring in that plays a role in some of this if you look at the nitty gritty. But I think overall, I doubt that it would impact the decline of crime rate as we just talked about.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, that's a good thing. Don't argue with that for sure. It's just like I said, I had heard stuff, and there was well, this is a slightly off topic, but kind of what you were saying, like how things were reported back in the day. I'm still a little mystified when people started becoming allergic to peanuts, because in the 80s there was not a single kid ever that went into had any kind of health issues, went into any shock, had any problems with peanuts being in everything all the time, everywhere, whatever. Not a time. But at some point in human history, human beings, a portion of them, developed severe, life-threatening reactions to peanuts. And I'm wondering when and how did that happen? Because that's not like all throughout history. Humans have suffered at the hands of peanuts. Like that's a new invention. Where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that either. In my gut feeling here, totally is personal. Gut feeling is that it's probably a little bit of both. There are cases where allergies just start developing. Most people, Langmeister's giving one example, diet changes, environmental changes, less, we move a whole lot less. There could be all kinds of potential reasons for that. But even if you take that out of the equation, I know from my mom, for example, her lifelong she was allergic to citrus from fruit. Like she couldn't eat apples or lemons or anything like that, and it just went away all at one day. And I talked to the doc, and he said, "Yeah, that's actually not that uncommon. That people just develop allergies all of a sudden, and then they go away all of a sudden." And and to understand what causes allergies, that surpasses my knowledge. But right. And I think there is a mix of things, right? I think there's some people that really do have it, I'm sure, and there's others that I don't know what the deal is, but
right. No, it's definitely Big Peanut. We know Big Peanut's been gunning for our population for a long time now, and we think, it's just a guy with a monocle and a top hat. What a Mr. Peanut's a great guy. He's like, no, I'm here to kill you.
I'm glad I don't have a single allergy. I always consider myself very, very lucky. Like I have a good friend, one of the guys that comes Fridays. He's allergic to onions of all things, and onion powder is in so many things, right? So there's very little he can eat, and he is allergic to a point where he's miserable the next day, right? And so it's like, oh man, that must suck, right? Luckily I don't have any of that.
Yeah, I remember I got tested. They gave me, I think, maybe it had been 2 rows of 20. They weren't full on shots. They were more like pricks, but it was like I had two columns of about 10 or 15 shots each where they tested me for, and nothing. I mean, so I was happy that I didn't have any allergies. At the same time, it's like, you just shot me up like 45 times to tell me I didn't need to be shot up. But I'm not complaining because, and there's people like, I mean, I know there was somebody, 25 years old and they're allergic to meat, like red meat. Like, so suddenly he can't eat. I'm like, what a life. Like, oh my gosh. It's like, you better develop superpowers. If you're going to have that kind of a thing happen, you better make you like super tofu man or something.
Yeah. And the one thing I do have, I do get heartburn if I eat certain things. So that I have. I just don't consider that an allergy. But there's certain like red sauces and other things that gotten so bad that I had to go to the doctor because I thought somebody was stabbing me in the tummy. It was bad. And she told me back then, the first thing to try is to change your diet and figure out what causes it. And for me, the main culprit was coffee. And that was pretty bad for me because I love coffee. And I then figured out, again, upon recommendation from the doctor, to try instant coffee. And so apparently something happens in the process of freezing down the coffee, crystallizing it, that takes out all the acidity. And I've been testing out all kinds of different instant coffee, and by now found some that I quite like. And I still drink coffee.
Wow.
But there's still other things like a good spaghetti sauce. I love good spaghetti, right? But I eat it, but I'll probably will not be that happy about it tomorrow. But I'll do it sometimes, you know? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I found out, this might be something similar to what you're talking about, the instant coffee. And this has not been proven. A doctor did not say this. This is not medical advice. I'm not saying it is. However, I have noticed that there were a lot of times where I would order like Chinese food, like Chinese takeout. And if I ate it when it was hot, like when you want to eat it, I could have, it would go through my system pretty quick, kind of, digestive distress to some degree. Not anything horrible, but it would just be noticeable. But if I put it in the refrigerator and it got cold overnight and then I warmed it up in the microwave the next day, no problem whatsoever. So I guess there's like a deactivation and an activation of starches or something in the food, and it just makes it go down better. I don't know.
I noticed, right, as part of that, I changed my diet beyond coffee, obviously, because I was trying to figure stuff out. And for me, it is, I avoid mostly processed foods, right? Obviously, coffee is not one of them, but and that seems to do a good trick, right? It's a bit more work. But I eat very simple and I eat everything, but it's usually not processed, right? So I barbecue a lot and I, cook simple things, but with that I've been able to keep it in control. And whenever I switch that up because I get lazy or whatnot, I feel it the next day.
Yeah. That was one thing that the gentleman from Netherlands pointed out that I 100% agreed with, because I mean, my mom's been saying it for probably 15 years and plenty of other people have, just that, especially in America, like we have so much sugar and the worst kind of sugar in so much of our foods, so much of the processed stuff. And I'm sure it's there to some degree, but apparently like in Europe, it's to a much less degree. Like a lot of their food is like a lot, not as sweet and everything. And so it's like, and that's something that, I'd say, okay, completely tearing apart our transportational infrastructure, probably not feasible, but damn it, if there shouldn't be a reason, like what the heck is the FDA doing if we're essentially being low key poisoned all the time? Like, what's the whole point? Like it should be, I mean, if nothing else, made aware, hey, 95% of what you're eating here is poison. You can certainly eat it. We're not going to tell you can't buy it or eat it, but just know that there's very when I found out you can starve to death by eating ramen. I'm not, I love ramen. I grew up where I grew up with it and I ate it in college, but there is no nutritional value whatsoever. You're essentially just putting a lump of processed whatever gobbledygook in your stomach. And that's not, you can die. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's true. Right. So it is a challenge because to actually feed yourself healthy, not only is it more work, but it's also significantly more money. Right. And, it's a thing. What can we say?
But like you said, you said it's a convenience thing, and that ties into when we were talking about, earlier, where you said, people, if you gave somebody a choice, and we see it, I call it the Walmart mentality, and that's not to besmirch Walmart. I work there, I've shopped there. I don't go there voluntarily, but it's there when you need it. But people will go there and buy 4 vacuums because they break every 9 months and spend all told $400 rather than buy a Dyson for $500 that's going to last them 15-20 years. It's just this, it's a weird mentality. It's a disposable or it's like, it's cheaper at this moment, so I'm going to buy this and I'll just buy that 25 times instead of buying something that's going to last longer and save me money in the long run. And it's the same, I think it's the same thing with here. It's like, okay, well, I could eat healthier, but it's going to be more inconvenient. It might be a little more expensive. And I understand there are times where we literally are, we are on such a finite budget where it's just like, I cannot afford to spend 85 cents on an apple if I only have 50 cents to spare. But most of the time it's, what is the stuff that I'm buying? And again, this is not right or wrong. Like to your point, it's not a moral thing. It's not a judgment thing, but it's like, how much non-essential stuff did you buy that you now don't have that money to buy the essential stuff? How many DVDs or, how much is that Netflix subscription? There's a lot of stuff that we have that, when you actually look at the budget and go, okay, there's an extra $200 in there a month that I spent that could have gone to buy the better food, but it's not a priority. So that's not what
it's a mixture of both, right? Yeah. It is to some degree a prioritization thing. And there is the side whereof, it's no doubt that it is more expensive to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Lagmeister got a deal here. Bought 2 vacuums and they were $20.
I was gonna say when you said $400 for, I think Walmart has a lot of vacuum cleaners that are cheaper than $100.
So, well, that was the thing. So for me, like knowing what a high-end vacuum costs, when I bought my vacuum, I bought 2 vacuums from Walmart, and to be fair, they lasted about 7 or 8 years apiece. But they were $89. It was a B-cell, whatever it's called. So for me, $100 is not like dirt cheap, like, no pun intended. It's not like I should expect this to break in a week or two. I'm thinking I should at least get 2 or 3 years of use out of this, maybe. And I pretty much got that. So it's not, I wasn't going for like the lowest. It was more like what's reasonable, but it would still be better if I bought a Dyson or something like that. I'd still probably have it.
Yeah.
But,
I did buckle down and bought a Dyson some years ago, and it's been doing its service. Yeah. Well, for that reason, I had a German Shepherd still, so I had to use a vacuum a lot. They're hairy dogs, and I got tired of buying a new one all the time. And it's true enough. I mean, I still have that, and my dog is now past, 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago. So, and it's still lasting, the Dyson is, so there's that.
Yeah, and I do get it, because you go, okay, well, I need a vacuum now. I could save for 3 months or 4 months or 5 months and buy the Dyson in 5 months, but I need a vacuum now. So either I go without a vacuum for 5 months.
And it works differently. So I read that for when animal hair is one of your thing, because it doesn't have a bag or anything, right? It's a different technology in a way, the way it does it. And so it worked.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Eliza just joined. Hello.
Yeah, I'm just heading off to bed. Came in to find something to fall asleep. What time is it? Oh, for goodness sakes! How long has this been
we've been doing
on?
this for a while. I just noticed this too. It's like, wait, hang on. When did this start?
8 hours. Good gravy.
That must be some new record. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right about there. Yeah, I mean, the Mario stream was only 7. I think. Yeah, the Castlevania stream, I think at 9.5 was probably my longest. Yeah. But I was desperately trying to beat a game, so I didn't have to replay it in the morning. But well, hello, Eliza, and good night. And yeah, I don't know how much longer the conversation will go. I did not realize it was almost tomorrow, but well, not for you. It's only like 9:30 for you. Your night's just beginning.
Yep.
I put the DVDs in my food processor. Add some pasta. Wait. Oh, that's Lagmeister. I was gonna say must be a typo, but I actually believe that. I put DVDs in my food processor. Add some pasta, seasoning, and sauce. I don't know what DVDs is supposed to be. I'm guessing that's not the intended word. I think it's a talk to text. I put the something in my food processor. Add some pasta, seasoning, and sauce. I don't know, but
well, it's when we were talking about how you could, save on DVDs or Netflix.
Oh,
or whatever,
right. Okay, no, he did mean to say DVDs. Okay, yeah, no,
I think he did. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one way to combine the issues,
Yeah. It's really, man. I tell you that you talk about indigestion and heartburn. Shards of DVDs will do that to you. But
yes, probably. Yeah, that's right, Vincenzo. You are California now. We're both Pacific. Yeah. And I too can't believe that your friend is making you wait for 8 hours now. It might be safe to assume that he or she won't be coming.
Yeah, I think your friend's a bit of a. Well, no. I'll reserve judgment. Who knows? Some tragedy might have happened, and I wouldn't want to say anything. But if my friend made me wait 8 hours, he'd be downgraded to a comrade. He'd be my comrade. And it's like, all right, we're comrades now. You can be a friend again when you're here on time, dagnabbit. Because if I wasn't here, what would you be doing with your life? You'd be doing nothing. I don't know what you'd be doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a long time to waiting. But it has been a good conversation. It's been all over the place. It sucks because I never know how to classify these streams. Like, they're supposed to be gaming, but there's like, I don't know, a total of 1 hour of gaming in the whole thing, and the rest of it is talking to some degree. So, so I don't know. I don't know how to classify it.
A lot of different topics too. I remember talking about the sausages earlier, and I had to put some out of the freezer, and they're thawed now. So that's the good thing about it, you know.
Yeah. Time flies. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, this is as close, I think, to as realistically. This is as close to like that friend, like what you have, Beowulf, is very unique in terms of you have real, physical, tangible friends who you can meet with, every Friday and have that get together. I feel like this is the closest, at least for now, or in our current situation, that a lot of us have to that camaraderie, where it's like it's a virtual gathering place, and again, it's usually a very small group. You max out at maybe 15, but usually it's between 3 and 7, 3 and 8 people, and just have a fun conversation. It's good, and like you said, it's not really conflicting. It's everybody's pretty chill. Obviously,
my biggest enjoyment in TESL has been the small community. Such nice people, right? I mean, and we have some of the staples here, but yeah, and then just getting into that, and through you too and your streams and all that. I said this a few times now, but I think that's really what made the difference for me. I enjoy the game, obviously, and I played it by myself for quite a while. And I think for me, it started with, just watching different streams. And then I guess when I got invited to NPO, it started a bit more. And then from there, it kind of went. And then the friends group came in. And I think that's really, that didn't happen to me before in any of those games. And so, one more reason, A, I'm happy you continue to stream. And then B, should we get TESL back? How great would that be? And I have no idea. That's one of the questions I forgot to ask earlier to Renian, whether all that functionality will be there, as in the chatting and spectating, for example, right? Those were things that are really fun. Yeah.
Well, he did say, because I asked him, I said, there's the whole scope of everything from the event, the solo player, the story, and he said essentially he's a very detail oriented person, like tries to go for perfection. So his goal is to have it as functional, like the exact everything there. So that would be the stream, like spectating everything. Whether or not that's feasible, that wasn't something. But his goal is to restore the full functionality as it was. And he's like, in theory, it should be able to, because it's just taking stuff from that client and bringing it over, and all the assets are there. He's just having to figure out how to make them all do their thing. But it's essentially, so I think it's feasible in a big picture sense, and he is going to try to do it. But whether or not, like we were talking about, like how much it would cost, like how many people you can have on the server. I didn't even get into like how to access that, because I figured that's getting into the weeds. But I would love if spectating could come back, because that's. Yeah, I mean, but I guess even because his whole thing is he wants to, what he gets his joy out of is seeing like people's reaction to being able to play TESL again. But even if I'm spectating, we can't see the people on the other side. So it really needs to be people who are streaming, or, even, hey, if you got a camera that works, just, start submitting videos of you playing TESL for the first time whether it's on your phone, your iPad, your computer, whatever it is. Just send the videos in, just so that we can see the community, get a montage going of just people going, oh my gosh, I'm playing the Daggerfall Mage again. I didn't think I'd see her again for so long, and she just got silenced. You son of a... I hate you, Sorcerer's Negation.
Yep. No, I agree. I mean, I'm just reading the chat here. Oh, yeah. I was NPO and friends later, too. Yeah. I didn't initially know that you can be in 2 clans, and then Cake Fluffy made me aware, because I think he was the first one I noticed that he was in both. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh, now, yeah. So so you said you got invited to NPO. Do you remember who it was and what this like? Did you?
Eros did, yeah. So it's just I was playing games, and I guess Dano talked to Eros, and then Eros talked to me. And I don't know what the criteria was or how they got there, but I started. I was spectating Eros on Twitch here or there, just to learn the game, and and then I played some games. Dano befriended me, and we played friendlies, and then shortly after, Eros asked me, "Hey, would you like to tag up?" I think is what he called it. It's like, what does that mean? then yeah, that's how that went.
Nice. Okay, you got headhunted by one of the best. It's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you know, I liked the clan, and I liked that they shared a non-profit organization seemed cool enough, and so I'm not normally a big clan guy or anything, but I was an MPO, and then I got to befriend, you know, a lot of the friends players that were super nice, and it's like, okay, now if I do the clan thing, then I want to do that too, right? And yeah, and to them I talked, and then I think Denise put it to a vote in their Discord, and luckily they said yes.
Awesome. Oh, so we got, okay, Vincenzo, you should not, it has been fun chatting, but you should tell your friend, now he has to wait. Be like, oh no, sorry, I'm in a conversation. Give me about, I don't know, 8 hours. You need to do that. And Eliza, good night. Enjoy your sleepy sleeps. I'm sure it was a long day of work. A fun day though, hopefully. I got to see some, they were able to dress up for Halloween at work. Not a lot of places let you do that. She did that though. She has some good videos there. So,
Fun.
Good night to you both then. And Vincenzo, hopefully you'll have some time to, I mean, you're in California, so, you got plenty of time then. Never mind. You're early. So, yeah, have fun with your real friends, I guess. And Eliza, have a good night.
Good night, Vincenzo. Good having you as always. And, yeah, very curious to see if okay with Renian and you can share some of the testing. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. I think any tidbits, any little bit, people are just gonna be like, yeah. And like you said, I mean, it'd be great as long as the comments are going in the comment section or somewhere where they can be filtered and handled appropriately. I think that does give another set of eyes to look out for those kinds of, things that might get missed otherwise. But we'll see.
Yeah.
But, however he wants to do it, it's his show. So
absolutely. Yeah.
But
this is just pure egoistic interest and excitement on my part.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm J Money doesn't even know what Daggerfall is. I know it's a game that you talk about a lot, but you're like, you should play it. It totally sucks. You will never get out of the first dungeon, but you should totally play it. But you can't play it because it sucks. It's the worst game ever, but you should play it. That's what I know that Daggerfall is. I know the bats will kill you, or that this will kill you, or that will kill you. And you're probably not going to get out of the main dungeon, and if you do, it's RNG. So you haven't exactly sold it to me.
It's an old game by now. It's Elder Scrolls 2, technically.
Oh, jeez.
I'm the old guy. That's how I installed No Daggerfall. I also played Civilization 1 on DOS when it was just squares moving around, and I did all that stuff. Yeah.
Wow. Antiquity.
Yep.
What was the first Skyrim game? What was the first Elder Scrolls game? What was that called?
I will get to it in just a moment. No, I cannot think of it right now. Arena. Yes, Arena. Yes.
How's that
right.
guy coming in with it? Wow.
Yep.
Wait, Zen, you're not old. We talked about this. I have these ways of remembering, like, general things about people, and I'm like, I remember Zenska. I was like, I thought you were older because of this, but you're not actually older. So how does a young fella like you know about Arena when even the wise and sage me didn't? Well, I mean, yeah, I actually, until Skyrim, I didn't even hear of Skyrim until like 5 years after it came out. So
yeah,
I guess I shouldn't be expected to know anything.
And Arena, even I didn't play. I don't know when that came out, but I guess I didn't have a computer. Computers were very expensive in those days, and you would build them yourself if you didn't have money. At least that's how it was in my friend group. And I think my first computer was a 286, if that means anything to anybody here still. But
is that an IBM?
Any phone is. No, it was we built them ourselves, so there wasn't really we bought back then. You would buy the individual pieces, right? A hard drive, and my hard drive was like 25 megabytes. That was my hard drive.
I do remember those days.
Yep, and
oh my God.
I still had the I don't know, was it 5.5-inch diskettes or whatever? Those big, really big ones.
Yeah, the actual floppies.
Yeah. All of that, and and I remember having the first Pentium when that came out. They had a Pentium, I think it was 70 and another, or 75, and then the one that was 90. And with the help of a friend, I had the 90, and I was the king of the street for a while, having the fastest processor. Yeah, it's funny when you think about all that stuff now.
Well, and the crazy,
but
like, huh?
Go ahead.
Well, and that was probably, I'm guessing, before you realized, because it's at some point in the process you go, okay, I thought I was, king of the hill with, this size hard drive or whatever. It's been 2 years and the size of hard drives has quadrupled. Like at some point you realize you're only going to be king of the hill for like a day before it gets upgraded. But it sounds like you're far enough back that you could think, man, this is going to last me forever. Like it's going to be years before they come up with a bigger version than this.
Yeah, the speed wasn't quite as much then as it is. Well, not now, but as it was for a while. It has kind of stopped now. I think the speed increases are incremental now until they get to new technology. But they sure were around, right? I mean, the hard drives, now you can buy like a 2 terabyte little stick for, I don't know how much they cost, but not that many dollars.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what my hard drive back then cost, but all the components were, at least for me, very expensive. You had to buy a sound card and a graphics card, of course, and even the cables, the motherboard, all of that. We bought all of those individually or sourced it somewhere and then put them together. Yeah, different times.
Wow. Well, I still think to your point though, I think that's still the best way to go. Like the machine I have, fortunately, I had a friend that for a while, he doesn't do it anymore, but he built computers for a living. Like that was a business he had. And so, but it was great because I could say, here's my budget and here's what I want it for. And he could max out like everything I needed without giving me anything that I didn't need. And I didn't have a bunch of, crappy, the software that's supposed to stop the viruses, but pretty much makes your computer function as if it has viruses. Antivirus software, whatever.
Yeah.
But
at this point, I think if you're like in a super high tier and you're really trying to max out the most, it can still make sense to build your own computer. But for most users, it's actually no longer cheaper to build it. It's actually cheaper to just buy a system.
Really?
That's pre-built. Yeah, like I said, I'm talking generally here, right? If you're like, in your case, for example, if you really needed to be, you want to max out the performance for movie making or movie processing or whatnot, then there's exceptions. But for most people that just want to play the most recent games and kind of do like the normal things on a computer, a system tends to be cheaper than if you went out and tried to buy the components individually.
Well, and I wonder if that has to do with, from my understanding, just the graphics card alone can cost as much as the computer itself. So it's like if you get a bundle deal and
it can cost a lot more than a computer, right? Sure. Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, that's where he got me the best, I think, or not the best, but for the price, like an AMD, because he was like, yes, what are they called?
You can buy an NVIDIA. It's called the H200 NVL. That's like $25,000.
Jeez. No, I can't. I know what you're saying.
I couldn't either, but I mean, in theory, right, when talking about being more expensive than a computer, right? And that's an extreme case, of course. But there's lots and lots and lots of cards that cost thousands of dollars, right? If you just quote unquote get an NVIDIA RTX 6000, which is definitely a high-end card, no question, but it is not that far away from some others, and you're still looking at 10 grand for that, right? Or 8 grand if you get like a lesser version. There's different manufacturers for the same card, right? So there's differences, but it's it can get pretty crazy. So that's like a rich man's hobby, but then you can max performance things out. But that's why I'm saying for most people, a regular gaming computer, and even those are more expensive than personal, office computers or whatever. But I would say that's sufficient for most people.
Right. Well, it's good to know moving forward, because it is easier, because it's nicer if you can just go shopping and whereas like you go shopping, you buy the parts, and you either have to figure out how to do it yourself. And I always get nervous anytime you have to like plug in the CPU into the motherboard, I think, is where you need to make sure the pins don't get bent. That kind of stuff just makes me really freaking nervous, or getting a spark and shorting out the motherboard.
No, that's all the stuff I do and And then when you buy certain components, you need other components to be upgraded, right? Like a really high-powered graphics card needs more wattage. So now you also need a bigger power adapter, and then it kind of, okay, now you need a bus that can support that speed, and it just that's why you get to those really expensive systems.
Right. Where essentially all you're left with, you have the case that you started out with, then everything else has to been upgraded. But
yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, yeah, stuff I couldn't afford, I wouldn't afford even if I could, because I don't have the need for it. But that's how it often goes, right? You know, I race cars for just a little bit, nothing fancy, right? Just hobby wise. And one of the things there that I had to stop it because it got too expensive. Not only do you have the stuff you would expect, as in, and this is if you don't crash, right? But your tires, of course. But then certain cars, right? You know, okay, now you need brake fluid that can withstand higher temperatures because you're using the car a lot, and that's expensive. And then it keeps just going on and on, right? And so, yeah.
So, just out of curiosity, so what kind of race and what kind of car?
Just there's tracks here in Washington State, a couple different ones where you can go as a private person, and there was a car club that was doing this. The cars varied because I didn't have my own race car or anything like this. So you could rent a car, and they would vary depending on nothing fancy. Or, I mean, you could, but I couldn't afford that. So there were things like there were track oriented modified cars, right? Like a MX-5, like a Mazda is very popular. You see that a lot because they're relatively cheap to modify and maintain. But you would have everything under the sun in there, right? And yeah, so.
Okay. So, but I guess I'm thinking in the very black and white area of like, Need for Speed or whatever, where it's like you've got muscle with the superchargers, you've got finesse with the turbochargers. So it sounds like a Mazda is going to be more of the turbocharged,
so you had all, right? It depends how it was modded, right? I mean, the Mazda is not known for its power, right? So it has to be modified, and that can be through turbo, it can be through supercharger. But there were also many naturally aspirated cars, but they were usually more expensive, right? I mean, there were 911s, Porsches, right? And they have turbos, but now they all do the new ones. But the older ones, they're some of the best performing cars were naturally aspirated, right? And so like a GTS is a well-known one that's somewhat track, or GT3, probably people have heard. They're track-oriented versions of the 911 that are naturally aspirated, and they make up the loss in horsepower through being super light and super precise. So the weight to power ratio is still higher than many other cars. You know, this muscle car that comes with 800 horsepower, and the Porsche only quote unquote has 450, but it only weighs a quarter of the muscle car. And it handles better in curves, right? And so depending on the track, it depends what's going on. Obviously, if you're racing a straight line, then it's a different story.
Well, yeah, because I don't know if it's all Porsches, but I think most of them at least are like all-wheel drive.
No, so the classic 911 is rear wheel, but they have all-wheel drive versions, right? There's what's called the 4S. That's the or just a 4. So there's a 4-wheel. It's an option basically. And then there are some that only come one way or the other. Like all the classic 911 Turbo was always all-wheel drive. Well, not always, but for a long time. And then there's one called the GT2 that is like one of the most expensive ones you could buy. I never even drove one. That is a turbocharged rear-wheel car. So that's a car that can really kill you if you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
What was so my favorite car that I was gonna do this whole thing where I talked about driving a Porsche Carrera GT and blah 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 and reveal that it was just in Gran Turismo 4. But the Porsche Carrera GT is that 4-wheel or all-wheel?
Which one?
Porsche Carrera GT.
So the GT is a very special car, right? If that's the one you're talking about, that was originally coming from Porsche Racing, and I would assume that it was all-wheel, but I do not know that actually. because there's a GTS or a GT3. They're technically all GT cars in a series, but there is a specific Porsche 911 GT that looks kind of different than the other Porsches. It's more unique. Yeah, you can, if you look at it, yeah, you'll see it. It looks different even. So I don't know if that was all wheel. I would assume because a lot of those for racing were, but I'm not sure.
So yeah, this is a. I don't know. They're giving all the. This is. They're actually like they're trying to sell it. Oh, it's only 780 grand.
Well, now it is, yeah, because it's a super rare car now. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I know this is the one that Paul Walker died in. I mean, not the exact one, but this is the kind of car.
Yeah.
Which that was a surreal thing. But yeah, that's kind of my favorite because in Need for Speed Most Wanted, which is that's my racing simulator. It's like the best car you can get aside from like the actual hero car. But I was very impressed. But it was just the handling. It handled like, usually rear wheel is you got to really be careful with it. That thing you could take turns, and it would.
They do handle very differently and very precisely. That's true. Yeah.
But
I haven't driven the GT, like I said. That's way, that's a very unique and rare car. But I got lucky enough to be able to drive some normal 911s or more normal 911s, and they are different. People love them or hate them. Looks like Lackmeister doesn't like them. But you can't argue that they are unique in their way, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that whole concept has been in development. They engineered the heck out of it for the last, I don't know what it is now, 60 years or even longer. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
I remember thinking the original, like not the newer one. The newer ones look pretty sleek, but like the older 911s to me, because they had the round lights, for whatever reason, I always thought they were just like more stylish punch buggies, like the Volkswagen Beetles. Yeah, because they had kind of the round and the slope back and everything. Obviously, a completely different beast, but I like the stylings of the newer ones a little more.
Everybody has theirs. See, I'm the opposite, right? I don't like the new ones because they've gotten too big. I always love that they cocoon you, right? And so again, it's all subjective, right? My favorite generation is either the 993 or the 997. Those are the internal denominators, or however you say that, names. And the 993 was built from 94 to 98, I believe, and the 997-2, because this is how Porsche is, the 997-1 is a completely different car than the 997-2. The 997-2 was built from 2009 till 2012, technically, first half of 2012, I believe. And so, for me, those just have the most classic look, and they are big enough, but that you're not claustrophobic on the inside, but you're still feeling like an 80-year-old, and that's in a scooter, and that's what I loved,
So what is? I'm going to bring this up in the thing. So what? Because I just looked up Porsche 997, and this came up. Is this what you're talking about? Or
can't see it yet. Hang on. Yeah, so that's a turbo, and it's definitely a 997 series. By the looks of it, normally you can tell by the rear lights, you can tell immediately whether it's a 9971 or 2, because they have completely, even though on the outside they look almost the same, they have completely different engines, right? The 9972, for example, introduced direct fuel injection and things like that. And the 993, for example, was the last air-cooled Porsche, right? So the backlights on the orange one, that's the first gen, that's a 9971. And when you have those bit more defined rear lights, that's a 9972.
Okay, so for the record, I do like these. I like that. I'm thinking of, if you've ever seen Spy Games, like the car that what's his name drives. Like we're talking, like I'm guessing maybe it's the 80s, 1980 Porsche might be the one that I'm thinking of, where it looks a little more. No, maybe it's the 70s. How old did these things go?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not entirely sure. I think 60s is when it started, the first. I mean, because I had the 912 before, and then it became a 911.
So this 1970. I'm like,
Well, obviously, but it really depends with Porsche what you're getting. Put in 1972, put in 930. Put in 911 930 turbo. That's the original Widowmaker. Never got to drive one, but
Oh yeah.
I hope
Yeah,
they have
that's
some better images. But yeah, look at the white one or whatever, or the black one. There are. That's like the most classic. Like when I grew up, that was like okay. I know today these are obviously different designs and whatnot, right? It all depends on
right.
what you like. But once you get to turbo, looks is only one thing. You really care about how they drive and how they perform. And yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just so in my mind it used to be like so I've changed in many ways, and obviously this is a way that matters not at all. But like growing up, the Lamborghini was the car. Like that's what I loved. And I like I said, I thought the old Porsches look like punch. And it's like they're not sexy, or whatever. As I've gotten older, I appreciate like the like kind of the model you were talking about, the 937 or whatever it was. Like I like those, and I like the performance of them.
Yeah.
And
What
they
do
are.
now is. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. Well, I was gonna say, and they are probably like, even though they're expensive, they're still like a third or a quarter of the price of a freaking Lamborghini. So.
Depends what car you go with, right? I mean, yeah, it really like the car we're just looking at is more expensive than a new Lamborghini.
This one here, really, the supercar,
Yeah, usually if you get one that's in a good condition, yeah, it's crazy. Porsche is they're just nuts when it comes to the prices here. I don't know why. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, 450 grand. Yeah.
If it is a rare model, yeah, it's So, and again, it also depends on what kind of Lamborghini you're talking, right? Because there's Lamborghinis for 200,000 and there's Lamborghinis for $1 million, right? And it's similar with Porsches. But what they do now that I love is there's companies now that take old 911 bodies and then modernize everything else, but they still look like the old ones. If you put in, for example, Porsche Singer, like the Singer, that's a company I think out of California, and they are buying up older Porsches and then they're rebuilding them. It's very expensive, obviously, but look at some of the pictures, and some of them just, they have different designs, and they call them after the city that they sell them to. Like there's a Singer Seattle, there's a Singer whatever, and look at the interior. I mean, that's just insane. Some of the stuff they do. Yeah.
I've been blocked by network security. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, no, that's well, and that's the thing. That's what I like about one of the things I like about sports cars is because a lot of times you can get into a car and it just feels like you're in any other car. Like once you're inside, a lot of the stuff, because you only have so much variance you can have. But a lot of these cars, like it's a decided, like you're sitting low. The quality of the materials that are inside, the way the dash is laid out, there's just something where it's like, this ain't your dad's Toyota, this is a new way of driving.
Yeah. Lackmeister will take a VW Bug Countach, which is the first Lamborghini, with a Chevy 350. All right. See, I love to have both. Right now, I do have a Chevy 350 in my Corvette.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wait, are you the one with the Stingray? Is it a Stingray?
Yeah, it's a Stingray. Yeah.
The orange one, right?
That's right, Ontario.
Yeah.
Orange, yeah.
I was about to say, I forgot it was you, but I was about to say, like when it comes to older style cars, like there's some that I do like the older, like I think the older Stingray is better than most of the stuff that came after it. Maybe some of the newer concepts look pretty cool, but like Stingray is my favorite. But like I don't necessarily. Yeah. But
the C3 look, that's like I think 68 to 72. 72 was the last year. Well, they built the C3 longer, but 72 was the last year with the big engines, right? Even though I only have the 350, so I don't have the big block technically. But the 350 is more reliable, or so most people say. And I enjoy that thing. It's obviously a different kind of driving. It's a different adventures. Cars have come a long way. That's what you really recognize when you drive older cars, and you either love it or you don't. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Well, like you said, I think I'm guessing the older cars, you do get that feeling that you're driving, like you're interacting with the road, you're interacting with the car more, just because everything from having to crank your windows down by hand, like all of that is more immersive versus the newer stuff, which again, I'll admit, I mean, I enjoy driving cars with air conditioning and power windows and everything, but it every little bit kind of separates you more from the experience, I think.
You're not wrong, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Black Mice, I remember now. Yeah, you had the Camaro, right? Yeah, the Z28. Yeah, that is a damn nice car. Yeah, shame that But I think I mentioned it last time. I did this many times. A car problem where I got rid of cars that I really shouldn't have, but I needed the money at the time or whatever it was, right? And yeah.
That's I was actually just talking now. Luckily, I mine's not like life-changing money, but like, I was talking about the idea of selling the motorcycle, but at this point I could maybe get like $2,500 for it. It's like a month of bills. So it's like if I got desperate enough, yeah, I would sell it, but I'm now forever without the motorcycle, and I only got 1 month of bills paid out of it. It's not a sexy exchange.
Yep. No, I mean, that's how I think I always thought about it, but at times I either needed the money, or sometimes you also foolishly just get excited about something new and you forget how good what you have is, right? And then a little later you realize, man, I really should not have sold that car. And yeah.
Luckily, I think when it comes to that kind of thing, the most remorse I have is like for old game systems, just I'd stuff that I'd have over the years. So it's very the cost is much smaller, but I mean it is you're paying double for some of these things. If they're old enough, you're paying double for the system, and it's it's used than what you paid for it brand new. But that's not anywhere near the scope of a car. So
yeah.
Oh wow, $500 cash. You say? Wow. Well, that's enticing. I mean, if you want my helmet for that much, we can talk about that. But the motorcycle is going to cost a little bit more. But yeah.
Do you have a picture of your motorcycle?
Say what?
Do you have a picture of your motorcycle?
Yeah, actually.
Look at it.
Let me see. It is. Oops. I think that's
Black Master frozen 6 Dorito tacos. Really tempting you now.
Right? That's why he knows what to say. Well, now when I am hungry, like those are times where like my stomach might be like, take the deal, but typically
I know.
All right, so well, it's a dorky picture, but you can see that's one of the better. That was like pretty much the day after I got it.
Nice. I always like blue.
Yeah, it's called like Napoleon blue or Napoleon. I don't know, but that's what, because he had that one and he had a like a really dark blue, but it had like the fairings on it, like some fancy stuff. And I was like, no, I wanted something that was as close to just a bicycle as possible. So that thing weighs like 300 pounds, and it's pretty darn small, but it's big enough for my long legs. And I like her.
Nice.
She's
nice. Yeah,
she's good. But yeah, that was
cool. Awesome.
Indeed.
Black Master doesn't like blue, I guess. But then again, I seem to remember that the interior of the Z78 was blue, which I thought is cool.
Oh yeah. Oops. Oh, he's wanting to enhance.
Oh yeah.
Let's cut me out of it as much as possible. And it just so happened I was able to find a helmet that had the visor that matched the color, which was kind of a nice deal. But
cool, yeah.
Yeah, she's a good. I had a friend who had the next. It wasn't, because that's an SV650. It was a different line, but it was like the next line up, and he got a great deal on it. He got it like I think brand new for maybe $1,000 more than I paid for mine. It was, it was during COVID, so they were trying to move stuff. But the thing is, it was bigger, so it was more cumbersome to move around. It was faster, which was nice, but it also, they did something where it was quieter, and he hated the fact. And he's a chill guy. He's not like a make it noise. But like he was like, man, what is going on? Like when we both go, like yours sounds like it's a freaking rocket. Mine sounds like a, just not a. But I was like, but yours is going twice as fast. Like, that's where it matters. Why cut?
I went to a phase where everything had to be loud and blah, and now not so much. I mean, obviously the Stingray it has a side exhaust too, but that's the good loud, right? It's not obnoxiously loud. It's just old school muscle engine loud, which is a good loud in my mind anyways. Yeah.
Stoic. Well, honestly, as chubby as I am now, I was actually chubbier back then. So that's more of not wanting to see myself at one of my pudgiest states. Luckily, the jacket covered a lot, but yeah, I just it's a little more pudge than I was comfortable with. I don't feel great about it now, but I can't do much about it now other than try to do better. But the bike looks pretty damn clean. It's rough, especially if you don't get out, to exercise. That's what's killing me. But thanks, I sure appreciate it. That was when I first got it. It's had a little, had a little wear and tear since then, but it pretty much looks the same.
Nice.
So,
now we just gotta get the weather again so you can take it out, right?
Well, and that's the thing. So I have been taking. So I made a mistake, and we even talked about this like 3 weeks ago. Like I was doing pretty good about, since I work from home. I don't really go out much. I'll drive the car around the block a few times, and then I'll take the motorcycle out just to, keep the gas going, keep the oil flowing through them. But I forgot to do that for like 2.5 or 3 weeks, maybe 4 even. So I get on the motorcycle, and of course, battery's dead. So I had to do, wheel it around, bring the car up, do the jump start thing to get it going again, and before I got to ride it around. But yeah, though, in the weather, I mean, today would have been a perfect day for it. It's just right now the back brakes don't do anything, so you push the pedal and nothing happens.
That's not good on a bicycle. Yeah.
No. I mean, the front brakes, get you mostly there, but I just don't feel comfortable, with that not working. And the other thing, it's Texas. There's not really a lot of great places to, like, I don't want to put miles on the tires, which are expensive, and on the bike itself if I'm not going to enjoy the ride. And there just really isn't a great, like, I think I have to probably bike, I don't know, an hour to get to an area where there's enough turns and hills and everything to make it, feel like it's worthwhile. Otherwise, I just use it to run errands.
Yeah.
But that was the one thing. Indiana, it had a lot of straight roads. It didn't necessarily, not a lot of great stuff until you went further south, but it did have roundabouts. So you could like practice leaning into a curve, going all the way down pretty much, as almost as about a side. I can't remember the angle that you can go. Does 40 degrees, 45? No. Yeah, maybe it's 40. I can't remember. There's that magic tipping point where you can really lean into it. So I got to practice turning on those, but out here they don't have roundabouts, so it's like I'm going straight. I'm still going straight.
Yeah. Oh, Z28 was black and had the dark blue interior, gray dash. Yeah, well, that makes it even sadder that you no longer have it anymore. That sounds like a pretty sweet color combo on that car.
Yeah. It's 1 a.m. here. Holy 9-hour super stream. Indeed, Zen. Indeed. I can't believe how many people stuck around. Usually after we go past 5 hours, there's like 2 people. And they're kind of like, well,
that's true.
I'm about to die. So it's been a very lively stream.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't expect this either, but, good conversation. So why not?
Yeah, exactly. And that's to me, that's maximizing the day. That's the contentment, because you're like, this is few things feel as worthwhile.
You're absolutely right. It's not like I would have done anything much better. I probably would have ended up playing some computer game, right?
Yep. I just got an old PS2, and I fired up Need for Speed Most Wanted.
Yeah.
And that was on the agenda, but I can do that anytime. I've already done it many times, so this is much better.
Yeah, I could never get into the consoles for some reason. I don't know. At the very beginning, I remember, I was doing some Nintendo and some what it called the Mega Drive, Sega Mega Drive, I think.
Yep.
And even that only because, again, I was working at that video store and we were renting them out, and every once in a while we got to take them home to, when a customer had a complaint or something. And so I got to play that a little bit. But I couldn't really get into it too much. I remember Shining Force. I don't know if you know that game. I played that on the Mega Drive, and I quite liked it.
No. Shining Force?
Yeah, it was a big deal. It had 2 parts back then, too, and that was a cool game. It's kind of like I don't know how you would describe that. It's like there was some role-playing in there. I mean, in a different way.
Geez.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to think of who else. So it might have been Michael Bailey or maybe Zen. Somebody was recommending, what was it, like Golden Axe or something? So it has that kind of vibe to it where it's like the early stages of like RPGs. Well, actually, no, that's pretty far along compared to like Dragon Quest or the first Final Fantasy.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I know too little about that stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Because you, like you said, you're not into console.
Yeah, no, I don't know much about it, but I remember playing that game specifically quite long. Put myself on the list to test if anything came in, just so I could play that game.
Jeez. Yeah. Well, I will say this, like, we talk about, again, morals and that kind of stuff. Morally speaking, it's not gaming if you're not using a controller. That's I know that can be, kind of controversial, but I think that's the truth of it. I don't know what you call it, if you're keyboarding or you're interacting. I don't know the word, but you're only gaming if you've got a controller, preferably one with a D-pad.
We talked about this. Yeah, we talked about this. And PC gaming came before console gaming. But yeah. No, I remember. Yeah, I don't know. I have no issues one way or the other. It just so happened in my life, I never questioned it, but I was always a PC guy. And a lot of the games that I play, I do like to mod, right? So whether that's Oblivion or Skyrim and all, those are the most famous ones, I guess. But these days, there's a lot of games that can be modded. And, for example, we talked about Dragon Age earlier. You can completely redo Dragon Age Origins into a game that holds up today, right? And you can't do that on consoles, right? That's one of the things I like about, like I said, Skyrim. You can totally make it look beautiful today and get rid of all the bugs and introduce even new mechanics or change mechanics if you have a different preference. Again, only PC.
Well, the interesting thing, I always thought that it was way ahead, just almost as a rule, but I just was watching a video where they were comparing all the different versions of like the Super Mario Brothers game that came out on the Nintendo in '85, and like it showed it on DOS, on the Amiga, and whatever. And it's like they couldn't even do like whereas like Mario, when you're running, the screen scrolls with you. They had to load the screen every time you moved outside of that one screen. One of them went to a complete black screen and then came back up with the next screen over. The other one paused, kind of like you were doing Zelda, and scrolled over, and the music was horrible. So apparently the infancy, I guess, or there's certain systems, I guess, that were computer, or they couldn't do what Mario was doing. I don't know what it was. I thought they were always more advanced, but those ports look horrible.
Zen's guy says Steam fanboy here. I use Steam a lot too, but do you mean like just Steam as a platform, or using a Steam Deck, or what do you do, Zen?
And that is misinformation from Lagmeister. I did not trade in my N64. It is right here because there is no overlap. The things you get from a PS2, you can't get from a 64 and vice versa.
So if you had to choose a favorite console, Jesse, what would it be? And what is it dependent on? Is it the games that come for it, or is it... Because I remember back in the day when they had like, Sony versus... Microsoft or Xbox or whatnot and stuff, and I never participated in it, but I just thought I asked a question.
Right? Yeah. No. So for me, it's about the games, like the kind of games I like to play. So originally, the answer would have been the Super Nintendo, hands down. The only thing that changes now is it would be the Switch, just because they've done a pretty good job of making all those Super Nintendo games plus the Nintendo games plus all the other stuff available on the Switch. So right now I have quite a few Switch games, and they cover such a wide variety, and they include most of the Super Nintendo games that I have. Not all of them. So it would, if it had to be prior to Switch, it would be the Super Nintendo without a question. But if I can cheat and use the Switch, but it's still, there's like games like Tecmo Super Bowl that, because of licensing rights, you either have to play emulated or you have to play on a Nintendo. And so that's not available for the Switch. So I don't know, but that's a tough one. And I guess you don't have to make that call, do you? Because it just upgrades with the times. Like, it's not like would you take your, what did you say, 286 or 268? What was that?
No, I mean, except for nostalgic reasons, maybe no. But no, in my case, no. And luckily, most games, I mean, are available on the PC. I mean, I guess at least as much as I know so little about it, but I think there's probably a few console-only games. I'm imagining, but not that many. Yeah. And I just find the experience so different. Like when I play, you know, let's use Oblivion instead of Skyrim. It looks like Oblivion is the favorite, and I like Oblivion too. I'm not sure if it is better. It's better in many ways, but it's also worse in some ways. I guess the remastered is pretty good what they did there, but I get into it differently on a computer, especially those kinds of games. I guess immersion for me is different than if I sit with a controller somehow. I don't know why that is. I can't really explain. Maybe that's just a psychological block I have or something. But yeah, for me, it's like being on the PC is just kind of like, yeah, I don't know.
And I guess maybe it's just...
604 games in your Steam library? Dang. I thought I was bad, and I have maybe like, I don't know, I haven't counted them, but under 50. 604.
Good gravy.
Wow.
Now Zen, you're saying you're typing everything with your controller, so that would make you the Uber gamer, because you're using a controller even for things that a controller isn't really good for. Like that's you can quit anytime. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. That's 600 games. That's an awful lot. Yeah. I'm kind of getting to a point because I have this fear because I mean, and it's justified. I mean, you look at some of the games there's some games I would love to have, but you know, if you didn't get them 10 years ago before the market took off and speculation infiltrated the hobby, you know, you're not getting it for under $200 or $300, and I'm not spending that much on a game. So I'm trying to buy as many games because I've mentioned this before. I think retro gaming is going to make more of a comeback just because I don't know how much mainstream. I think indie studios are going to have a more prominent role moving forward, but I think a lot of our AAA stuff is just flushing itself down the toilet. So I think that's going to make retro gaming even more desirable, and people are wanting to own their games again. And so I'm afraid if I just let it ride and go, okay, I'll pick these games up piecemeal, you know, over the next few years, that I'm going to go for one of the games that I really want, and it's going to be $700. I'm like, no. So it's probably a phobia. It's an irrational fear of being outpriced, but it has compelled me to probably spend a little more than I should on games now that I don't have the time to play, thinking that I'll have the time later, but maybe not the money. So I don't know. But I mean that's where you're fortunate, because I don't know, aside from maybe a game like what is it? Not Shadows of Mordor. There's an RTS Lord of the Rings game, Battle for Middle Earth. It's very hard to find, hard to come by. I don't even know if you could play it on a modern system, but those are pretty darn expensive. Otherwise, most PC games don't have the same spike in, you know, in rarity or in cost, which I guess because they're, you know, it's not system specific. It's not like you have to have a certain system to play them. Yeah. So you can, if you loved a game from 30 years ago, as long as you can find a way to play it, you know, whether you have to go back to an old operating system or something, you can play it. Where you know, consoles are a little more segregated.
I did play Shining Force on my PC. They have an emulator for it on Steam, very convenient, where you don't have to do anything, right? So you don't have to use an actual emulator. They just do it all for you. And it's actually a big collection. I bought it specifically for Shining Force, and it was only like $3, but it's a bunch of like old games. So maybe technically I have more games, but this is just counts as one game that has a bunch of games. And it's kind of fun how they made it too. It's like a little living room that looks like a living room from like the late 80s or early 90s. You know, nice. And then you click like, okay, you click the console, or you click like the board where all your games are to select your game and whatnot. And turn the TV on and
Jeez.
Old school.
Yeah, it's so bizarre to think.
Yeah, Dustbox. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, it would just like thinking that as a kid, like every time, you know, when you're a kid, everything new is what you want, and you get rid of the old stuff without thinking about it. That trying to explain to a kid that in 30 years you're going to want, or you're going to pine for older the older things you're gonna like. I don't know if that's true of every generation. I'm guessing it is, or of every group of people. They pine for the things that they grew up with or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But it's almost obnoxious though. You're almost like I mean, I've got a CRT TV. I still own it's a 13-inch. It's tiny, but I still own the most cumbersome, oversized thing that when you have flat panels like this, it's like, why would you have something? Because the picture on the older systems, the picture looks better. Like it just
it's funnier. Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, no, I get that, and I think we all have some of that. Like talked about cars earlier. I think a lot of people buy older cars, because now they can afford it maybe, or when it was new, they dreamt of it, but were a kid or whatever. That happens a lot. I know a lot of guys that ended up buying like whatever their fancy was because they couldn't have it back then, right? Either for age reason or for money reasons or whatever.
Yeah. And that I think there's something therapeutic about that, because either you get it and go, okay, yeah, I mean, this is nice, but 2 or 3 years later they can sell it because they got it, or it's like you said, it's something that you desperately wanted, but you had no way to get it, and now there's something empowering about being able to own that thing that was your own personal little like El Dorado type thing.
Yeah, something that was on your childhood wall as a poster, and now you can actually sit in it, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
You can do that, right? And so these days with cars, that's hard to do because they're probably more expensive now than they were then. I mean,
right.
Significantly more. Of course, they're more expensive with inflation and all, but even beyond inflation, right? But yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. The controller has touch pads. It's as easy as text. Okay, now you've kind of caught me, Zen, because now it seems like that's not a true controller. I don't think a true controller should be that convenient. I mean, that's part of the magnificence of a controller. They're specialized. They really only do one thing well, and that's play video games. If your controller can text just as well as your phone, then I don't know if that's a controller or not. You're bringing me into a deep moral quandary here, and I don't like it. I'm not sure how to. I'm kidding, of course. I will say though, I was wondering when it's going to happen, because I'm like, I'm usually in bed by 10. I did more or less. I'm hitting a bit of a wall here, so I'm gonna have to wind it. I hate doing it when there's a conversation going, but I'm gonna start saying even dumber things as I get on here.
No, it's all good. I mean, it's been a long stream. I'm eating now because I'm like, man, I haven't eaten.
I see. I'm starving.
Yeah, I had to do something. So yeah, no, I'm all good with that.
Alrighty. Yeah, I got your hot dogs there. I think if his stream hits 10 hours, it splits into 2 streams. You're right. I think you are right. That's very true, Yum Yum. I didn't think about that. Yeah, YouTube has a limit on there.
Oh, so I didn't know that. Okay.
I wasn't mindful of it. I don't know how that works, but yeah, I think it automatically shuts it down and starts it up as something else, which I don't know how that would work with OBS, but it's 12 hours? Okay. Well, we're at 9, and I think I'm okay with 9 or 8:54. But
that is a pretty long time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
That going with Renian. That was cool.
Yeah. Yeah. No, like I said, I'll break that off and have it be its own thing. So people who missed that, Yum Yum, I think, or no, well, Michael Bailey left, but anybody who missed that interview, it'll be up there. It's like just over an hour. But that'll be its own thing, so you don't have to wade through my the stream just to get to the good stuff. But yeah, thank you for the conversation, and thank you for helping keep up with chat as well. That was good too. I like it, when me and the other person I'm talking to are reading that. I think it helps, because then it's it's not like I'm trying to have 2 separate conversations. It's like we're all having the same.
Keep that moving. Yeah, definitely. Cool.
All right, Lagmeister. Well, I will talk to you soon. And Vincenzo's gone. Yep. So Zen, Yum Yum, Lagmeister, and Beowulf. Thank you all for being here.
Bye, everybody. Have a great weekend. Happy Halloween.